Unless I've recap. Hold on, I have to. I'm not probably not even gonna read this out loud. I'm just gonna read it. You can read along if you want. I just need to be somewhat caught up on this because I know this shit's gonna come up. So. Can you read the article aloud? Nope! I'm eating. Read it. Read it on screen. Get fucked. Sorry, I gotta eat before I do this thing. Destiny. What? I've already seen this clip.
Unban me, you fuck.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Hi.
Hi. We're getting up to speed. What am I missing? Am I missing any corruption claims on Biden's son? So they say that. So the claim is that Biden tried to get some prosecutor fired for fucking with Hunter, but
Bon appetit.
But this prosecutor wasn't even working cases the same time that Hunter was working for the company. This is all just completely and total bullshit, right? Yeah, okay. Wait, sorry, okay.
True winner of Vosh v Destiny Dawn of Debates has to be you because clearly Tim Pool is less scared of Vosh.
Did you watch the Obama speech? Yeah, we did. is this really it? Is this really the meat of the Hunter Biden story? Was a screenshot of an email? Are you serious? Wait, this is dumber than I thought. Holy yeah, talking about grasping at straws. Oh my god. Rudy is so bad at this that he released a BlackBerry screenshot of a Russian iPhone. Note the MTS network that supposedly came from a Delaware computer repair shop. Wait. This seems impossibly stupid. How can you possibly be this incompetent? The story goes on to claim that other material extracted from the computer includes a raunchy 12-minute video that appears to show Hunter, who's admitted to struggling with addiction problems, smoking crack while engaged in a sex act with an unidentified woman. Has any of this leaked at all? You think a laptop that connects Biden to foreign corruption is grasping at straws? What foreign corruption? And what laptop? And what emails? There's screenshots of emails. The thing that is the most amazing to me about a lot of you like conservatard, conspiracy theorists, pizza-gating dipshits is you can literally have people, multiple people will go in front of Congress and they will testify under oath, meaning they're committing perjury if they lie, that Donald Trump does like quid pro quos with Ukraine for withholding aid if they don't like buckle under pressure to investigate Biden and shit. And you guys will be like, well, I don't know if that's actually true. Like there could be like a whole deep state apparatus and I don't know if like that, I'm like, that seems to be like not true. Like we get into the nuance. And then somebody posts like a screenshot of an email and a crack, and you're like, 100% links. That's it, dude. This is the smoking gun that we need to bury the Biden campaign. Like, really? Classical liberal blowing up over a question. I'm not blowing up. I'm just astounded by how unbelievably fucking stupid you are. Like, I don't know if we set the minimum threshold for chromosomes in the chat to let conservatives in, and that's why all of you appear to be like downy fucks, or what? I don't know. I don't know how you got in here, but congratulations. The story goes on to claim that, okay, this is a file. So I don't have typed of a computer shop in Delaware in April 2019. Of course. The owner of the shop is legally blind and can't say for sure who dropped the laptop off, but surmised it was Hunter Biden. Wait, what? Wait, what is this? Wait, what is this story? Wait, fuck, we could have done this we should have done a comedy hour on this. Fuck, now I regret not following this. Okay, hold on. So it was a mysterious laptop dropped off at a computer repair shop in Delaware of April 2019 to a legally blind owner? This was the smoking gun story? Am I reading an Onion article, or is this actually real? All right, I'm out, Destiny. You're better than this. See you later, Guccio TV. Let me know how those the Trump loads taste, dude. See it. Bye. The shop is blind, not the owner. The owner of the shop is legally... Wait, what? I misread. I'm sorry. Okay, Harry Anderson. You good one, dude. The shop owner looked into the contents of the laptop and was apparently so horrified by what he found he alerted the FBI. Though the FBI has not confirmed this. they could have a... Yeah. He then got in contact with Mr. Giuliani through means which remain unclear. The Biden family has not commented on whether the laptop was really dropped off by Hunter Biden. Mr. Giuliani told the New York Times that the reason he gave the story to the New York Post was that either nobody else would take it, or if they took it, they would spend all the time they could to try to contradict it before they put it out. If you mean, why? Rudy Giuliani is an amazing man. I have never found somebody that so consistently walks around on one leg with his foot in his mouth saying the dumbest fucking shit constantly. Like, I was gonna give it to another outlet, but I'm worried that they do research on it. I didn't want them to try to figure out if it was real or not. I just wanted someone to fucking run with it. Jesus Christ. The reason journalists of the New York Post have told the New York Times and New York Magazine that they are concerned about the veracity of this story. So even the New York Post isn't sure. There are a few possibilities for what has happened here. One is that Mr. Giuliani, despite his recent record of lying about the story repeatedly, really did, by incredible coincidence, come into possession of these materials. The other is that Russian intelligence hacked into Hunter Biden's information and laundered what they found through a laptop and a drop at a friendly computer shop. Either way, the information over the laptop is highly questionable. That's why American news outlets been hesitant to touch it, but Australian media has shown no such qualms. Good job, Australians. Jesus fuck. Destiny has to get over his hatred of Trump and get on board to the train of freedom. I'm a big fan of freedom. It's one of the reasons why I hate Trump. If you're a big fan of freedom, you should probably hate Trump as well. Okay, what in the fuck is this? No, I don't support you, Guardian. I love how these guys are like so sophisticated. Destiny is pissed his party's narrative is imploding in on itself. 70 genders, BS murder statistics have resulted in billions in damages and countless lives in the process. Damn, dude, I wonder if there's going to be like a mass fucking, I don't know what words I can say, exodus from this reality if Trump unironically gets fucking crushed. Imagine if Trump and the Senate are lost. What are you guys going to do? Is it all going to be a deep state conspiracy to you? Destiny, you're better than this, man. You're downplaying this story because you're liberal. This is so disappointing. I thought you were unbiased. What? Did any of you want to come on and talk about this? I'm super curious now. I want to hear your voices. I want to hear what kind of people you are. I'm so curious. This is what you have? How mad are you that Borat the fucking comedian is about to release a video of fucking Giuliani jerking it in front of a 15-year-old, and the best you've got are fucking screenshots on a broken Russian BlackBerry phone of emails that may or may not have even existed on a laptop that's been dropped off.
The third
like,
man.
The actress is 24? Yeah, but Giuliani thought she was 15, supposedly. So it goes. Now, that may or may not be true. I guess we haven't technically seen that video yet. You're so full of shit, LeMayo. You think it's different. LeMayo, you have one frame of that. That one frame of fucking Giuliani with his hands down his pants is more evidence than a screenshot of a broken BlackBerry running iOS that's connected to some Russian fucking telecommunications thing. What are you talking about? Are you serious? That one frame is unironically better than... What?
Read my DM. Alright, bye.
It's Borat. It should be okay, right? He's covered.
Just heads up. Sorry, bye.
Okay, bye. Not to mention, we'll have a lot more than that one frame tomorrow. Yeah, I guess we'll see tomorrow, like, what goes on. It's literally an Amazon ad. How fucking amazing would it be if I got fucking banned from Twitch for a fucking Prime ad from Amazon? The fact that they have been no official forensic analysis, almost 100% proof this shit is fake. No metadata analyzed, no proof of anything belonging to Hunter Biden. Yeah. I mean, if even New York Post writers are like telling WAPO and New York Times writers, they're like, we're not too sure about this one. Like, the Hunter Biden laptop story is fucked. Docs show the laptop was dropped on April 12th, 2019. They also show an external drive and its serial number. Western Digital's website says that drive's 3-year warranty expires April 18th, 2022, meaning it was manufactured April 18th of 2019. Wait, really? Can this really... Where's Dan at? Can we really ascertain this from...
You gnome fuck!
Hi, buddy.
Imagine thinking somebody would drop off a laptop and an external hard drive with all this incriminating information on it into a random... Dude, how fucking stupid do you think... Well, you probably think that they're just as stupid as you are. I guess, right? It's like, it's the projection. In a state he doesn't live in. Republican Senate committee reports that a Russian widow sent $3.5 million to a partnership co-founded by Hunter Biden. Biden's lawyers say he did not co-found the partnership, had no stake in it. Democrats say they agreed with the documentation, but didn't find a specific link to Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden got $3.5 million from the wife of the mayor of Moscow, Trump said September 27th at a press conference. Why did he get $3.5 million? Any details or proof about the alleged transaction lie with undisclosed documents cited in a report issued by the Republican majority on the Senate Finance and Homeland Security Committees. That report said Biden's business partner, Devin Archer, had a financial relationship with Elena Baturina, the widow of a man who Baturina won $3.5 million, the report said. The report also states that Rosemount Seneca Thornton served as a pass-through for each of the Trump campaign, and they said the Republican committee reports the report adds no more details about the significance of any of these transactions. Hunter Biden's lawyer said Biden did not get $3.5 million, and that report has a key error. Hunter Biden had no interest in and was not a co-founder of Rosemount Seneca Thornton, so the claim that he was paid $3.5 million is false. We asked Marisa if he could share documents for that Hunter Biden was not a co-founder, and he did not respond. Wait, how could you lie about this? If this is, I mean, like, this should be easy to prove, right? We asked around the Senate staffers that could show proof that Biden had a stake in Rosemont Seneca Thornton, and they also declined to respond. The Senate report cites October 9th Financial Times story. Hunter was a co-founder, but the reporters don't say in the story how they substantiated that. No source is cited. An email query to the Washington-based reporter on the story went unanswered. Regardless, the Republican report doesn't fully support Trump's claim because it never shows that Biden got the full $3.5 million. Hunter Biden co-founded a firm called Rosemont Seneca in 2009, but the partnership with Thornton, even though it uses the Rosemont Seneca name, could exist without other partners in Rosemont having a stake in this partnership. Okay. Yes, we can validate leaked emails. When emails leaked, we can know whether they're authentic. We can know whether they authenticate or forged. Authenticate. Wait, is that a word? Isn't authenticate a verb? Wouldn't it be we can know whether or not they are authentic? Or authenticated or forged, maybe? The first question we should ask today is, can these emails have cryptographic signatures instead of metadata? Such signatures have been common for the past decade. It's one way of trying to spam, verify the signatures. The only way signatures to hack into the servers. In other words, when we see a 6-year-old message with a valid Gmail signature, we know that either A, it's valid, or B, the hacker can be able to steal the signing key. Since B is extremely unlikely, and if they could hack it, they could do a ton more points from the information to say A. Because it's boring. Humans don't want to see it, but it's there in the original email document. And we haven't seen any of the original emails, by the way, also. The New York Post shows the email printed as a PDF document. Thus, I did the same thing when the email arrives on my MacBook. This is so boring. Fuck, how stupid. Okay. This is low effort as fuck. I feel like if I wanted to do a disinformation campaign, I feel like I could do it better. I feel like we could make some shit up. Oh, wait, this thumbnail is awesome. Oh, fuck, I should just make you guys do thumbnails in chat. Wait, isn't my face too small here? Hold on. We got a new thumbnail going up for the YouTubes. Chill. You have the RT Connect now. Yeah, true. Fucking dude. Okay, new thumbnail. I don't know if that's too small, though. Doesn't only have to be enough to convince dumbfuck right-wingers that... Yeah, that's true, I guess, yeah. Is this the guy you're watching the debate with? What do you think? This guy's name is Ben Swann. I'm doing a thing with Ben Swann. Why have you spammed this 35 times? Stock Razor Lord 10. What do you think? Do you think it's a different Ben Swann?
Bruh, both Trump and Biden sucks GL in the future. BTW end all wars. PS please debate try endorse an aging mate, at least you'll get a good education. Toe heart clinking beer mugs.
Should also familiar ourselves with Ratcliffe's the DNI. What does DNI stand for here? Statement about the laptop on Fox Business. He said we have no actionable intelligence that this laptop is part of Russian disinfo or something like that. How well do you think the Hunter Biden story will play for Trump during the debate? I think shit like this is too complicated. If I had to guess, I would say less than 5% of Americans could accurately describe I think that less than 10% of Americans know why Trump was impeached. That would be my guess. If I honestly had to get like a brief explanation, why did Donald Trump get impeached? I think less than 10% of Americans could accurately explain it. Oh, Director of National Intelligence, gotcha. The way they got the data seems suspect, but what exactly stops us from believing that the story is false? Why are Twitter and Facebook playing a key role in distribution of news? Okay, listen up. Twitter removed this story, whether you agree with it or not. The reason why Twitter removed this story is because it violated their leaked or hacked materials clause for Twitter, the hacked materials policy. That's the reason why it was removed. Twitter's removed stuff in the past over this. So basically, if I were to release a story, I gotta mute all these. Hold on, or pause
I used
these.
to be a conservative, but after watching you for a while, I learned how stupid I really was, and glad I see how stupid conservatives are.
So why didn't they remove the Trump tax leaks? Because nothing was posted from Trump's taxes that was hacked information. I will wait for you. Okay, because that's the common thing that everybody says. So I'll wait. Go ahead. If you think that the New York Times story posted like a leaked document or a hacked material from Trump's stuff, go ahead and link the picture. We'll wait. Because the reason why Twitter removed, and now they've since changed their policy, but the reason why Twitter removed I just read like 3 different things. The reason why Twitter removed it was because like actual images of hacked emails and stuff were being shown, and Twitter's policy is that if you hack somebody's shit and post it on Twitter, that stuff gets removed. But the discussion of those materials, if you want to write a news story where you discuss your findings, you can do that. You're destroying your credibility? You are brainwashed. Oh my God, YouTube chat is like a whole world of like brainwashed people. Oh my God. So you can't let people make up their own minds? You're gone forever. Bye. It's not about making up your own minds. It's the idea that like I couldn't hack pictures or hack shit out of your email and just post it on Twitter. That'd be a violation of the policy. That's the point. If I were to hack your shit and I were to say, oh, I went through the emails and I discovered these pieces of information, I can talk about that. That's okay. So for instance, the New York Times story on Trump's taxes wasn't just posting tax documents, right? It wasn't just posting like straight up tax forms from Trump. It was a discussion of those things. And much the same on Twitter, if you were discussing those leaks, you shouldn't have been muted or anything like that. It was only if you were actually posting links to that information. It's not illegally hacked if the laptop has been forfeited to the shop. So if I leave a laptop somewhere and it's got personal information on it and somebody takes that information and starts posting it publicly, you don't think that would fall under like stolen or hacked materials? You think that I just like consented to that? Like, how fucking stupid do you have to be? Like, if I accidentally drop my car off or something at a car shop and I forget to pick it up or some crazy shit happens, they just own everything in the car. They can post, like... LOL, no, how would it? You agree to give it up? You think that... Okay, well, never mind. Hold on. Chill. Because I have to remember, a lot of you people are not arguing in good faith. I don't think that anybody typing this in chat honestly believes this. I think that you are just arguing because of your political partisanship. If I were to drop a laptop off at a store, and for whatever reason I were to forget that laptop, they don't all of a sudden have the right to publish my personal information from that laptop. That is absolutely not true. It's just not. But I don't think you can possibly disagree with that. Oh, fuck. No, it's not what I wanted to do. I don't think you can possibly disagree with that unless you're, like, insanely partisan. Like, that's the only thing I can think of. I don't think that there's, like... It's not your laptop anymore. The information on it is mine, my dude. What are you talking about? If I were to have a bunch of like pictures on the laptop and somebody took it from me, they don't own the copyright to that material. They don't just own like all of the information on that. It's theirs. They might own the laptop itself, like the physical like device, but they don't own the information on it. Like, yeah, if you steal something, do you legally own it? Or if somebody drops something off and they forget it, you legally own all the information on it? Okay, we're done. All right. This is the audience you've courted? What are you talking about, Charlife? This is my YouTube chat. Why is Destiny getting so emotional about this issue? I thought he was able to understand things from an objective point of view, but right now he sounds like every other crazy leftist online. Okay, I mean, I can talk in a more calm manner for you, okay? Let me do this in a way more calm manner, since I guess that's like what your dinosaur brain hears. Okay, listen to me. You are a fucking retard if you think that dropping your laptop off at a shop and forgetting it all of a sudden transfers all of the copyright rights from all of the material on that laptop into the owner of the shop. That all of a sudden they're magically able to publish that information simply because you've left your laptop there. If you believe that, you are mentally disabled on levels that would probably qualify you for state aid, compensation from the government, a full-time in-house caretaker, the ability to not have to work or take care of yourself. You'd probably be like adopted by somebody. You'd have like a permanent guardian or whatever assigned to you by a court. That is the level of stupidity you would have to be on to genuinely believe that simply leaving a laptop somewhere gives somebody else the copyright to distribute all of that information from the laptop. Is that better for you? Do you follow that a little bit better? Why do you argue from a moral standpoint? I haven't talked about morality at all. None of this is moral. I'm only talking from a legal point of view. If I were to take a bunch of pictures and I were to put them on a laptop and I were to leave that laptop somewhere, legally speaking, if somebody keeps that laptop, even if I gave that, I can actually, you know what? I'll even set this up even more extreme for you. Let's say that I take a whole bunch of pictures, and let's say that I give my laptop to a friend. I give it to him. I say, hey, here you go. You can have my laptop. This laptop is yours. When they get that laptop, they don't own the copyright to anything on that laptop. They could open up a drive with 1 million pictures. They don't have the copyright to publish all of those. They don't have the ability to do that. It's still my copyright. Even if I willingly gave him the laptop to do it. Like, where's the contract, Destiny? Oh, you don't have it. I guarantee you, I promise you, my good friend, there is no contract that you would ever sign that would say that if you leave your laptop at some shop, they have the copyright and the ownership of all of the information on that laptop. It might be that you forfeit the ownership of that laptop after 90 days. Now, I understand for a lot of you guys, you don't understand the difference between the ownership of some hardware and the actual data on that hardware. Maybe for a lot of you, that's a little bit more difficult to understand. But if I were to leave my ask Louis Rossman, it's Louis or Louis? We've had him on a show before. He can come on. If he disagrees with me, he's just wrong. They own everything on it. I'm sorry, but no, there's no fucking way. What are you, Dan is saying I'm right and wrong. Because somebody left objects in a storage facility and they were sold afterwards? I mean, you can do that if you want. Do you not? Bring in Dan. Dan, do you acknowledge there's a difference between selling...
You disingenuous fuck.
Do you
Read
understand...
the fucking... No.
What?
Paris Hilton abandoned her storage locker, and on that was photos that were republished onto a website. She sued and lost. Go ahead.
Do you think... Okay, so I'm genuinely curious. If I were to leave my laptop at a repair shop and walk away for 3 months, let's say I had a bunch of nude photos on that laptop, could they just start publishing those on the internet? Sure.
Apparently they did with Paris Hilton. She sued and was going to lose and drop the case.
How do you know she was going to lose? How do you know they didn't settle out of court?
Did
they settle out of court?
And the website is still up? That's one hell of a settlement.
They might have. I don't know. I don't know the details of that case. I know for a fact... Wait. So you honestly believe that? Can we call a repair shop owner?
Here's my logic behind it. You're familiar... Okay. Let's think about realistically. It's a mechanic's lien. Broadly speaking, right? A mechanic's lien is if you bring your car into a shop and you don't pay the bill, what happens to your car?
They own the car.
Correct. Now, what about the items inside the car? Right? Let's say there's a photo, an actual physical photo. Do they have the right to sell that photo?
Possibly, but I don't think that gives them the right to publish it on the internet.
Wait, hold on. I'm putting this down to brass tacks here. So just imagine for a second. You now own a car, and inside that car, not even a photo. Let's just say a piece of art. There's a painting in there. Okay? Can you sell that painting?
Probably.
Why? You don't own the copyright?
Because you're not violating the copyright by selling a particular item. That's different than
Are you going to be posting a photo of it online?
Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Okay.
Do you think that there's a difference between selling a physical DVD and selling somebody the rights to have the information to that DVD? Or do you think those are the exact same thing?
Well, I think we're getting off topic.
No. This is exactly the topic. If somebody had that laptop and they wanted to sell the actual physical laptop, they could do that. But taking all of the information off of that, making copies, and then publishing it online, I don't think you have the ability to do that.
It's complicated, honestly. I know you're saying that, but I don't know if copyright law distinguishes between a single sale and multiple sales.
Wait,
I agree you're not the copyright. I agree you're not the copyright
hold on,
holder.
don't talk anymore. Let's just focus on that one thing you just said.
Sure.
You don't think that copyright law distinguishes between selling one item and making copies of that item?
Well, on the example of art, you would be taking a photograph of that art, which you do not own the copyright to sell
a photograph isn't the
copy
same,
of it.
No, a photograph isn't the same thing as... I don't know how that would be ruled in court, if it's close enough to be considered the same thing or not. But you recognize there's a difference between me selling one CD to somebody, which I'm pretty sure is legally protected in the United States. I don't remember the name of it, but you can sell an item that you own to somebody else. But I can't put that data on my computer and sell copies of that data to other people. Those are two materially different things.
I want to agree you because it makes sense. But when I look at past cases, like Paris Hilton having her public stuff put up for people to purchase online, it goes against that. And I honestly, I don't know how to do it.
Okay, link me this one dumbass case, since this is the one that you're going to, and we'll try to read into this. But selling a physical item, Dan, is not the same as selling digital copies of an item.
I agree. I understand
yes, but
this,
the story
okay?
that
But I
you're
don't know
using,
how the law focuses it. If I buy a copy of that data, okay? If I buy a copy of an item, Okay, is that my item to do what I want with at that
Yes.
point? It's very. I know
Yes,
with a
in
movie,
the United
it's
States,
not,
you can resell.
right? If I
Yeah,
buy
no,
a movie,
yes,
I can't
you
put it
can.
online.
Yes, you can. If you buy one physical copy of a thing, you can sell a physical copy of a thing. You're allowed to do that, but you cannot make copies. That's what copyright is. It's the right to copy a material and distribute it to somebody. That's the whole reason why copyright exists.
I agree, and I understand what you're saying. Okay, I get this. Just like if I was to buy that car and it had a DVD for fucking Jaws in it, I couldn't upload it. I understand how that logic would be there, but it just isn't being applied for personal property. I don't know why. The most famous case for this, as far as I know, is Paris Hilton.
But those are selling
with the storage
physical.
locker.
But those are selling physical objects.
Well, they're duplicating them, right?
How are they duplicating them?
Well, I assume it had some of her. Let's see.
Did they have 3D printers?
No, I'm trying to find the details of. I believe that like content that they had, like digital copies, were being sold as well. It is interesting legal question to deal with. If you buy a laptop and there's data on it, what is the usage that you can make of that data? You know what I mean? Like that's very complicated. I don't think it's.
I don't think it's complicated at all. I don't think. It's very simple to me. If I were to buy a camera and there were photographs on the camera, the copyright would belong to the person that took the pictures, or unless they licensed that away. Just purchasing a physical object doesn't give me a copyright ownership over the material or the data on that device. It's super easy. That's like not complicated at all.
Just like if you got a car with a DVD in it, you don't own the rights to Jaws. I understand. I agree with you. But what rights do you have as a result of that? If you buy a computer and it has data on it, are you allowed to keep it? Are you allowed to show it to someone?
I mean, I would imagine it would probably depend on how it was sold. That would be like a. So
Well,
if I
let's
sold you a camera, this would probably all be fucking argued in court. But I imagine that if I sold you a camera with pictures on it, and we both knew the pictures were on it, I'm probably selling you some type of like, it would be like a non-transferable license that would allow you access to that software the same way that if I were to sell you a video game, you'd have access for one person, have access to the software, or whatever. But it wouldn't be a license to redistribute those or a license to copy and sell or anything like that. That would be my guess on how it would be argued out, but I don't know. It would be complicated.
Well,
probably.
I think it is complicated because if I just sell you a laptop, okay, and my photo is as the wallpaper, are you permitted or prohibited from showing that to Melina? Just the wallpaper. You don't own the copyright to that, so are you? I mean, and we're dumbing it down here.
No, hold on. We're not dumbing it down. No, of course I probably could. But there's a because there's a distinction that's made between like personal showing of things versus like public showing of things. So for instance, if I buy a movie, I can have like 4 friends over and we can watch the movie. I'm not violating the copyright. But I couldn't take that movie and show it to like the entire neighborhood like on a big screen projector. Like that's a distinguishing thing that's been made when it comes to like the purchasing of software and showing it to other people or whatever. At least for film.
Would you say that's typically non-commercial?
Well, I mean, I imagine a commercial license would probably give you some kind of distribution because that's why you're buying it commercially or something, right? Or I don't know. What do you mean?
Well, it's complicated because I think in this case, well, I don't know if they've done anything commercialized out of it, but if they haven't, I don't know if they're in copyright law. There's a specific, if this guy's your BFF, you can do it, or if it's less than 10 people. I'm not sure if that's spelled out. I think it's probably spelled out under separate prongs of what constitutes copyright infringement, and that would be like, is the person trying to make money from it? Are they doing this with nefarious intent? There's probably a whole litmus test, and I'm not sure the number of people affects that. Meaning, if I purchase a laptop and it has data on it, am I allowed to display the contents of that laptop online or not? I know the logic. The logic that you're saying is no. If it has a fucking DVD on it, of course you can't put Star Wars online. I understand that, but I'm saying it's not crystal fucking clear with what this is going on, as much as you say to that case.
This story is not a parallel to digital information or making copies of information. Like I'm reading the story. So basically, what happened was they left their stuff in a locker. The agreement is that like if you abandon it, that they can probably auction it off or resell it. They left. They resold it. This is like pretty cut and dry. But this has no bearing on what we're talking about right now with somebody getting digital copyright over stuff that you've left on a laptop. These are two fundamentally different things.
I agree. I wonder if in this case it actually, I don't know. It's so.
Well, I don't understand how you can not know this, Dan. If I were to compose a song and put it on a laptop, and then I leave the laptop somewhere, do you think that somebody has distribution right? They now own the copyright to my actual composed music?
No, I don't think so. But I think intent probably matters. So in this case, that'd probably go to your favor. If I was to upload the entire contents of my hard drive to a public website where people could download it, would I necessarily be? I don't know. It's complicated. I don't think it's as easy as what
you
you're
keep saying
so.
It's complicated. Give me a complicated case, because I don't think any of this is complicated yet.
I buy a computer.
Okay.
And it mostly looks untouched. Pretty much no one has ever used this. In fact, I don't even know of any files on there whatsoever. Okay. So I'm taking it to another extreme here. And I put the entire contents of my hard drive online, and I say, hey, browse through my shit. I don't care. Unbeknownst to me, that in there's an entire folder of someone's photos. Yeah, I guess in that case, I don't think it would.
Well, in that case, you're clearly in the wrong. You've begun to copy and distribute things that you don't own the license to.
Well, you don't own the license to pretty much anything on your computer.
That's why you're not generally allowed to share the software that you have on your computer. But no, there are things on your computer that you own the license to. So, for instance, if I take a picture and I upload it to my computer, yeah, sure. But if you were to I can't believe you're doing this. You sound like a 15-year-old question. If I just publish the content, this is like when people have like music torrents and they're like, this is just a backup of my music, guys. Like, this should be fine. Well, no, of course that's illegal.
No, obviously.
If you publish the contents of your drive anywhere, you're breaking copyright. That's copyright infringement 101, of course. Just because you didn't know isn't an excuse.
I guess what you could say is that if this might be the argument I guess to have there is that if the owner of the copyright abandons the data in a manner like that could perhaps go to it. So if you abandon a laptop and you have your notes on the laptop, you could say that you've forfeited the rights to it. I'm not saying that is the case. I could say that that's possibly an argument versus a third party could be held blameless, meaning the owner of Jaws has no fucking idea that you have a movie that's there, and they're certainly not abandoning it and they're protecting it in that case. I mean, that could be held
so like if I had like personal pictures on a laptop and I dropped it somewhere and I forgot about it, like can somebody just pick that up and publish it anywhere? I don't know. That just seems...
Well, I mean, we've seen this happen. And I know that there's a lot of people here that are like saying, "Oh, Dan, you're fucking losing" or whatever. But this has happened. I don't disagree that it's fucked up and it shouldn't happen. But in the same part, I don't know how you. Well,
I don't like the idea that people are saying because we're getting into we're getting into more like esoteric or niche examples here. The fundamental example: if I were to leave my laptop at a repair shop and I abandon it and I don't come back and get it, the owner of that repair shop doesn't have the right to go through and start publicly publishing my data from that laptop.
What rights do they have? What was the license they signed with you when they did it? Perhaps it is some sort of contract that you signed when you're on there. I have no fucking idea.
That is possible. I would be fucking shocked, though, if somebody would sign like, oh, yeah, or if there's like a standard clause that a repair shop has, like, if you leave the laptop here, we own all of your data and can publish all of it. I guess it's possible.
Well, they don't really have to do that, right? Isn't it implied like all things you leave here become the property of us? And is the digital asset there your property?
No, becoming the property of somebody is not the same as giving them the copyright of that thing. So, for instance, if the shop got the laptop and now it's their property, if they want to sell the laptop, that's fine. But they can't make copies and distribute the material digitally.
So what rights do you have on that data? Because it sounds like you're saying they have a certain set of rights, and I don't see that spelled out anywhere.
I don't think they own any of the data at all. They just have the actual... They have the laptop.
So they have a copy of the data. Do they own that copy of the data?
Yes, but you don't have the right to make copies of it.
Okay, so what rights do they have with a copy of their data? Because it seems to be that you've spelled it out. So tell me what rights they do and do not have with that data.
I mean, the right to possess it, maybe view it privately, I guess, if it's part of the service of the repair or whatever.
So where is this all spelled out? Because you're insinuating these are rights, and we just don't know. We have to look for past legal cases as to the rights that you do have when something happens in that case. If you purchase something, what are the rights that you have with that? And that's the question.
My guess would be personal viewing or single-use licensing. Like non-transferable, non-exclusive.
That would also be my guess as well, but we don't fucking know. And then we look at past cases, and those have lost.
Wait, what past cases? The Paris Hilton one is a physical is a physical item. It's not anybody making
that
copies.
They took photographs of and created a website to sell the item.
The photograph that you take of a personal item is your property. That's your digital.
So can I take photographs of the emails then? Is that my property?
Oh, that's a very contentious. That's something that's been fought about before too, right? If you make a recording, or actually even video game streamers fight about this, right? If we make a recording, this is something you have to fight in court. But if you make a recording of you playing a video game, is that your performance, or is that videotaping the into other people's assets. Or if you make a videotaping of a concert, is that your videotape or is that another person's performance? I think there's a thing exempted for artistic things where if you take a picture of somebody else's performance, they can still own the performance. You don't have the rights to do that. But like if you take a physical photograph of something and it's not protected in that way, then you own the copyright on that photograph. So for instance, if I were to take a really nice picture of the White House, I don't own the White House, but I can own the copyright on the photograph I took of the White House.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The whole thing is fucked.
It's not.
It is fucked because the guy took a photograph of that thing. I know not all of the things fell into that case. I grant you that. There was just like pure screenshots. Is taking a screenshot a copyright? I don't fucking know, dude. But yeah, it's fucked. It's not. It should be spelled out more. I agree with you completely on that. And it's not straightforward, which is fucked up because I shouldn't be able to take a fucking photo of your photo and then say that's fine. And I don't. Yeah, it's fucked.
Well, that's because you'd be taking a photo of somebody that, like, you can't fully capture another person's performance or something and then call that your copyright or something. I don't remember why, but
then what comes in case, right? So in this case, I wonder if you can bring some sort of critique clause to fair use of what's being done in this particular case. They're not publishing the entirety of everything.
Oh,
right?
I'm not even talking about, I don't even know how we got onto this topic in terms of publishing it. The only reason why we branched off on the copyright is because people were saying originally that if you leave your laptop at a shop, they own all of your data. And I don't think that's true. I don't think they just get to own your data and do whatever they want with it. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. Like, we can look up, I mean, like, are there cases of, like, people, like, finding personal pictures and jerking off to them on laptop repair shops? Isn't that, like, against the law? Aren't you not allowed to do that?
Probably if they don't own the data, I would definitely say that's the case, right? But I don't know what happens when you own, when you own the machine. I don't know what happens with the stuff on there. You obviously don't own the copyright to Windows. You can't go sell 1,000 copies. I get that. It's very mixed with what's the case there.
I love you, Dan.
Yeah, it's complicated.
No,
it is complicated.
I'm going to run a computer repair shop because apparently I can get more licenses and the copyright to infinite materials and people just forget their shit at my shop.
I'm trying to think if we can reduce this more to better thought experiments here.
Damn, what if Kanye West dropped a laptop off at your shop and left it there? Can you just publish all of his music under your own name?
I don't know.
No,
can you?
You can't.
What about if you make a video of you dancing to your music? To his music playing on your laptop speakers.
Well, then you would own the performance of your dance. You might not have like the audio rights or whatever, but you would own the rights to your performance of the dance. Yeah.
What about if you make a critique of the song in a fair use piece? Can you do that then? Where you stop every few minutes and critique the unreleased music?
Well, you'd have to fight if they take you to court for it, then you'd have to fight for fair use. That's an affirmative defense you'd have to put.
You're going to have to do like a H3H3 takedown on an unreleased Kanye song, and then you're good?
That sounds right, yeah.
Marker 13, how does it feel to know that however old you are right now, I was already a millionaire and you're living in your fucking mom's basement? Just know that deep down inside, okay? Please, I want you to know that. As dumb as I am, you will never be even close to as dumb as I am. You are below that. This guy is fucking obsessed with me right now. Hold on, let me post the link.
Is he?
Yeah, hold on. Yo, click this link in chat. This is some fucking good memes. This guy genuinely wants to suck my dick.
I think he can. There's any what?
No, I think he wants to become your sidekick because it says, Destiny, why do you pick Mooten and Dan as your sidekicks? Is it because you look smarter by contrast? I think he genuinely believes his time is coming up soon.
Nice.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
I'm genuinely curious if there's ever been a case law or a case brought before court or a judge even where somebody left their laptop at a shop and then people were just allowed to publish any information they found on your laptop publicly if it was like private correspondence, so people could do that. I can't imagine that could be the case.
How does it work with leaking files in general? I mean, I don't want to say government files because I don't know how copyright necessarily works there, but like a journalist can leak stuff.
Okay,
From
so
private corporations, right?
my understanding of the law is that journalists are allowed to publish information brought to them, but they are not allowed to be complicit with the hacking of those materials. So a journalist, for instance, could be brought something that they find newsworthy and they want to publish, and they can even protect that source. However, a journalist can't hack a company and then publish that information, or encourage somebody to say, like, hey, I need you to go and hack Enron and give me those documents, and then publish it. They can't do that. They can't be complicit in that crime. But they can publish it broadly.
So would you say that the New York Post is in the clear, and it might possibly be that the shop owner is wrong here then?
Yeah, it's possible that the New York Post might not be in the wrong at all. I don't know how the information is brought to them. I'm not sure. But I'm not attacking the New York Post. I was defending Twitter's, well, I don't know if I would defend it or not. I have to think about it. But like, I can understand the idea behind a hacked materials policy that says, hey, you can't just publish shit that you found that was hacked from other people onto Twitter. Because the precedent that sets could be really scary, where you generally don't want to empower groups of people that are hacking things and posting things online. For instance, the entire fappening thing that happened, right? Where all those women had their personal photos hacked and then posted online. I think that's where a lot of those laws came from, or a lot of those policies came from. Hold on, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Okay.
Also, fuck you, Dan.
Fuck you too.
Hey! Twitter bans. Oh yeah, this was also banned as well. The Blue Leaks shit. Irk emailed me about all this. God bless his soul. Hold on. I'll just read Irk's email to you, actually. Fuck it. Today, during the Booksmarts convo, you questioned why the Hunter Biden convo is being censored. Here is a thread where Twitter explains it. It comes down to their private information policy and their hacked materials policy. The New York Post article had both private information because it posted the uncensored emails, and it contained hacked materials, as the emails were obtained illicitly. It is not disallowed to discuss the emails or the story, only to circulate this particular article with those specific embeds. In June, Twitter banned the account DDoS Secrets for sharing Blue Leaks, a trove of police data, also illegally obtained, as all leaks are, from numerous departments across the country. I think it's fair to say that this was more of a left-leaning leak, considering how many stories The Intercept published about it. This was censored, like the Hunter story was, because it violated the hacked materials policy. People could not share links to the leaks. So it's not a pro-Hunter conspiracy, just consistency and application of their pre-established rules. I think these are bad rules. Both Blue Leaks and the New York Post article should have been permitted on the platform at the very least for setting a precedent, but that's why it happened. There you go. Destiny, if owning a machine grants you the right to the data on it, what about if someone forgets to log out of accounts on public computers in a library, for instance? I think when I say, hold on 1 second. I gotta use the rest real quick, hold on.
Hello, friends. I love all of you. Most of you, at least. How's the cuck shed? Doing well. We just woke up recently, living that neat lifestyle. So, you know, we'll be here after Destiny is done streaming, watch some movies perhaps. Got Angel Thump set up, so we'll be all ready to go. Yeah, you know, good time. So stick around when it's done. Tomorrow, Borat watch party. Okay? Are you guys excited? We're going to all watch it together. What's the worst that can happen? What time's the movie come out? I have no idea, but we'll watch it after Destiny's done, probably. Stop adding me with copyright law. I don't care.
Why?
You don't know any more than my cat does. You're just guessing what you saw in like the last CSI episode, okay? Go away. Stop. I only take my legal takes from Esports Batman, and that's it. The finest source in copyright knowledge.
Streamers worried about getting their content pulled because they use music they didn't pay for should be more worried by the fact that they're streaming games they didn't pay for as well. If it's all gone as soon as publishers decide to enforce it. This is a one-head take from this guy. I don't know why the fuck this dipshit even tweets this. Obviously, video game distributors are aware that streamers play their games, and I think most of them embrace it or endorse it explicitly. The idea that video game creators are just going to start cracking down on this is pretty silly. I could see this happening for like specific story mode games. So, for instance, I think this happened for Persona 5, and there might have been one other game that people did this for where you couldn't stream the single-player experience, but... So, what's up, Dan?
I'm trying to find more legal review on the Paris Hilton stuff because I think that'd be really interesting to figure out what lawyers thought of that. There must have been
Seems to be
more.
like what lawyers probably would have said is, hey, you own the stuff, you sign a contract signing over the rights to that stuff when they abandon it, and then they could sell it. Seems pretty easy to me. Dan, what do you think about this?
What? Yeah, that's a good one. I too can read chat.
Dan. If someone sends me their laptop with illegal things, can I report it to the police? Yes, I believe you're not only able to, I think you're obligated to, depending on your occupation. You see the Reddit post is just how much wealth Jeff Bezos has. Any thoughts on it? Nope, don't really give a fuck. It's really stupid to analyze the wealth of somebody that owns a lot of stock in a company. Don't care. What was the next composition challenge idea? Oh, I've actually already put it on SoundCloud. I just haven't made the YouTube post for it yet.
Is Borat out already? Did someone say that?
I don't know. Is it?
They may be lying. Yes? Okay, then we'll watch it after.
Oh, yeah? Wait, can I watch this on, like, Amazon? Oh, fuck. Why does everything get released at the worst time? Wait, do you think you can watch party this? I can't do watch parties. I'm not a partner, so... Or we could just watch it, I guess.
Can we do it together on Angel Thumb?
Maybe Dan. Oh, I wouldn't be able to stream that to YouTube.
Yeah, we'll just do it on Angel Thumb. It'll be fine. With commentary from both of us. That's what people want.
Is
See
that
all
what
the
the
Angel
people want?
Thumbs? They
Yeah.
want it. Trust me. I know it's stupid, but they like commentary more than just watching it quiet. When I watch it quiet, people get fucking mad at me. They love commentary. I'm telling you. You think I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong.
Oh, wait, you don't have to be a partner to watch party yet. Oh, shit. Oh, never mind. Watch party content will automatically stream on your channel. Do not use your streaming app to capture the video or audio. If you do, your channel may be subject to... Your live stream will be featured above chat and will be used as the thumbnail. So what? Oh, so I like stream my camera while we watch the movie? Is that how that works? It seems kind of weird, but okay. Does copyright apply to emails in general? If so, should anybody who publishes an email without the permission of all senders of the thread on the thread violate copyright law? Generally, you're not allowed to republish. Like, generally, I think you own the copyright to anything that you create at some point in time. Now, whether or not somebody can publish things or whether or not somebody can do that, like you can argue, for instance, fair use. So for instance, if you're publishing parts of an email or an email chain or whatever, and you're doing like a news reporting story or some newsworthy thing or whatever, like you can argue that publishing, that should be considered fair use.
You know how you can register stuff with the Copyright Office? Do you have any idea what additional protections that grants you?
No idea. Should Bezos pay more in taxes? Yeah, I guess if you want to up the ordinary income rates, yeah, go for it.
Here, I found a legal review on this if you want to check it out. I haven't read it yet, so it could state more so what you're saying. But because apparently they were trying to republish her diary, and they were saying that was copyrighted. Wait, this is interesting. The most valuable benefit of registering copyrights is the ability to file a lawsuit for copyright infringement. A copyright owner cannot file a lawsuit to enforce or protect its copyright until the U.S. Copyright Office has issued a registration. Did you know that?
That sounds not true at all.
I mean, it's on a legal page. This one here. There.
Unless filing a copyright is like a trivial formality, because that would mean that technically nobody on the internet that publishes YouTube videos could DMCA anybody ever.
I think you're supposed to apply for.
Oh, sorry, real quick. You have deluded yourself to the point where you're arguing over the acquisition instead of the content. The acquisition in and of itself is what we were talking about. The content itself, we have no way of verifying whether it's even real. None of the original emails, nor the metadata of those emails, nor the crypto signatures have been made for anybody else to verify. And the New York Post authors themselves were not entirely sure about the veracity of the reporting of this story. So it's kind of hard to talk about the material of the quote-unquote leaks when the veracity of the sources is highly suspect. It is real. How do you know it's real? It's been verified by Hunter's ex-business partner. You got an actual link to that, bud? Are you allowed to link things in a YouTube chat? Come on, you're just deflecting, man. Okay, well, see you
Wait,
later.
this is actually interesting. An email might not be eligible for copyright. I shit you not.
Yeah, it probably depends on the type of email that it is, I would imagine. Like if I were to write like a long love letter to somebody or something that would be more characterized as a performance, is probably more likely than like if I just send an email back saying like, "Hey, I'll show up to work tomorrow," I would imagine.
So you would potentially have no. So is there just no own? I guess there's not necessarily ownership. It's just you can't enforce any ownership. So all the releasing the emails might actually be fine in that case.
I feel like the privacy policy of giving your your laptop to a person and then publishing like private, I guess it would depend on the types of emails, but
And also it depend if the owner of the laptop is the one who does it or a third party. But if the owner of the laptop leaves and it abandons it, I would imagine they abandon their claim for privacy in that case, possibly.
Mhm.
I actually didn't know that. I assumed that pretty much anything that you created could be copyrighted, but it seems like it's very specific into music, art, or things that can fall into those categories. Math, I'm not sure that's the case. Like you could say you're using creativity to write an email to someone, but I think it would have to fall into, as Steven said, like a love letter or a sonnet or a poem or a story or something to actually get copyright protection. A procedural email, and as far as I can see, that's pretty much all of the stuff that's been leaked so far have been procedural, almost definitively would not fall under copyright. Now, you might have privacy rights, but I don't know if you abandon those when you leave your laptop at a place, and you might.
yeah, I don't know. It seems hard to believe.
United Terror, I think you're wrong. I don't think you can classify an email as literature.
But
I
it would
like
probably
to see
depend on the
that
nature of
attempt.
the email, I would imagine.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, like you said, if it was like a poem,
Some
or a
elaborate
sonnet
love letter or
something.
something.
Yeah, like if I fucking mail you a book in an email, obviously that still counts. But I would say in correspondence wouldn't for the most part, unless it had some historical thing, like perhaps like who the fuck was it? God, I can't remember it. It's from the movie back in the day. Some dude was like writing letters back and forth between the newspaper like 300 years ago, and it was like, what movie was that in? God damn it, I'm not gonna remember it now. It was with Nicolas Cage, the Finding Treasure movie.
Which movie?
In National Treasure. Part of the hint was finding these stories that someone wrote back and forth.
Benjamin Franklin.
Yes, Benjamin Franklin. He wrote letters back and forth, correspondence to the local newspaper, and then those got copyright because of their
Silence do good for the letters.
Yes, the Silence do good letters. Ah, yes.
Where in this Twitter thread? So I'm reading this from his ex-business partner that says that he basically says that Biden and his dad, or Hunter and his dad, discuss like business stuff. Where does this link the $3.5 million wire transfer or whatever? Does that exist? Because that's like the important thing. Just waiting for links in chat. Goalpost moved? This isn't the goalpost moving. The original claim is that Hunter received $3.5 million for a wire transfer from Russia. Keep moving the goalpost that the emails were fake. I'm just asking for the proof. That was the whole point of the original claim. You're the one moving the goalpost by saying that, like, oh, well, if I found this random piece of information, like children are being raped in satanic rituals in basements. I'm just curious if it has actually been substantiated that $3.5 million was transferred. Or, you know, the who changed the prosecutor on the corruption investigation. That prosecutor wasn't investigating the company that Hunter Biden was a part of, though. And that prosecutor was being pushed to remove from not only the Democrats, but also the GOP in the United States and the fucking EU. This guy wasn't just somebody that Biden was unilaterally pushing out. At Destiny, Tony Bobolinsky. I don't care about whether or not the emails themselves are necessarily real or fake, unless the emails themselves show the $3.5 million transfer. The conversation earlier was over the rest of the emails, which seems to be contentious at best, right? If not publishing any of the original emails, it's possible that this guy can tweet something saying, oh, well, no, those emails did happen, which could be possible, but that still doesn't give us the link. I feel like a lot of the times, here's what it feels like sometimes with you guys. I say you guys. When I say you guys, I really mean conservatives, okay? Let's say that I think that OJ, no, not OJ. I think that John murdered Jane, okay? And a third-party witness is here, and he's like, oh, shit, John murdered Jane. And he's telling the whole village, John murdered Jane. Really? Holy shit. Yeah, so here's what happened. I saw John was dressed in blue jeans and a blue shirt, and then he murdered Jane. I saw him shoot her to death. And then it's like, holy fuck, are you serious? That's insane. Like, okay, yeah, let's go over the evidence. And the guy's like, okay, so John has a blue shirt, and he's got blue jeans. And then you guys are like, there it is, it's proved. Like, wait, hold on. Well, the original claim was that Hunter Biden received a $3.5 million transfer from some Russian family or whatever, right? Not that whether he had business dealings or his dad was involved in any of that shit, right? This is the original claim. Much like John killing Jane here is the original claim. Whether or not John has blue jeans and blue shirt, yeah, he might. Whether or not Hunter involved his dad in talking about business shit, whatever, he might have. But the original claim, the really big claim, was a $3.5 million transfer. This is the whole thing that started this off, was a $3.5 million transfer. Not fucking email saying that like he talks to his dad over his business deal or whatever. Okay, hold on. I'm unpausing donations because a lot of them are going through.
You gnome fuck!
No bully, but also duckers.
You haven't just saw Tony Bolinsky press conference during the stream admit you just hold Trump to a totally different standard. How is asking you're fluffing? Biden admit he got the prosecutor fired on behalf of his son? Jim Smith, can you link that story?
Trump's staff was linked to a firm called Black Cube, which is directly linked to the state of Israel. Read Mueller's report. Biden or Trump 2020 Rib USA.
Good one.
I think the story is fake, but if the information is of public interest, I would still publish it anonymously somewhere.
Yeah, sure. I don't necessarily disagree with that.
There isn't even a way for the store owner to know that the person is the original copyright owner in the first place, which is even more incredible. Has this been discussed already? uta.b/ub4ig7spm8. Destiny, I am pretty sure that the shop owner has to abide by whatever the data regulations are for the state of New Jersey, similar to CCPA or GDPR, and thus it would be illegal for them to sell that private information. Hi.
Fucking dubstep.
It's crazy to me that you would accuse me of holding Trump to different standards when you guys will make
Let's be honest, if you vote Trump, you probably aren't fit for kids.
Good one. It's interesting to me that, like, how many Republicans will cry that Trump is being held to a different standard, but all of you are so content on him never publishing his taxes. Like... Alright, hold on, I gotta set this up.
So let me just follow up with you on that, Lee, and then we'll bring Stephen into the conversation. But do you believe that on election night, we're not going to know? And you just said that may lead to chaos. What do you expect that would lead to if we don't know?
I've given up trying to make any strong prediction. Or what?
Go ahead, Lee.
Oh, sorry.
Lee,
I thought I heard it.
Yeah,
I mean, making any strong predictions over how anybody's going to act is incredibly difficult to do because for the past 4 years, we've just been in unprecedented territory. I imagine that a lot of this, unfortunately, is probably going to come down to the margins by which either side wins. So if Trump wins massively or if Biden wins massively, it's probably going to be a little bit easier for one side to cede the office and for the other side to assume the presidency. But if it comes down to the wire, if it's very close on election night, I'm not entirely sure what will happen.
What do you think, Lee?
I mean, Trump's trying to set it up for this chaos because I think he benefits from chaos. He'll have the bully pulpit. He'll be able to announce himself the winner if there's any kind of slim doubt as to who the winner is. We know that, his personality, he will jump out in front and say, I have won. And so then it's a question of, what will our systems do? Can our systems actually maintain calm and patience while we actually have some sort of counting in these votes? I mean, it's just we have such a garbage system that, of course, is never discussed by either side in terms of these largely unaccountable machines. Almost no country does it like this. And it's infuriating as someone who's fought so hard and done a lot of reporting on our election system. It'd be great to have a legitimate election system like some of these countries that we make fun of have a far more legitimate election system like Bolivia or Venezuela. And instead, we're voting on these machines and we have no idea whether our votes count or not.
Yeah, these black box voting machines that are electronic machines. And look, listen, they've been around for a long time. And since the inception of electronic voting, experts have said they can be hacked, they can be erased, you can alter them. I remember right before the 2012 election, when Mitt Romney announced he was going to run, his former company, Bain Capital, bought an electronic voting machine company that ran all the electronic voting machines in Ohio. I mean, how do you even allow that to happen? But, Stephen, going into tonight, go ahead.
Insofar as those machines go, I'm sorry, we don't do electronic voting in the United States. I don't know where that misconception comes from. We might vote by a machine, but there's a paper ballot for every vote that's actually done. These are hand counted at the end of the day, and there are people that are on both sides that are incredibly vested in the election integrity. On the integrity of our election, there are plenty of people on both sides that have been massively invested in making sure we get this right. Also, there has been report after report after report after report of trying to find fraudulence in the American elections. Donald Trump himself in 2016 put together a commission to try to find any sort of voter fraud, and he disbanded his very own commission that he put it together to find this. He couldn't do it. I'm sorry, but this idea that our elections are less secure than Bolivia, where an OAS report revealed that Bolivia was routing votes through third-party servers that nobody could verify the information of, to try to say that American elections are on that level of security is absolutely absurd. You're either ignorant or lying about our process if you actually believe that.
Things up. They're not hand counted. They're put through a counting machine that is electronic. That's not hand counting. And furthermore, you just either don't know or choose not to say the difference between voter fraud and election fraud. There's almost no voter fraud. In fact, they've tried to prosecute it. Chris Kobach in Kansas was able to find one case in Kansas. They're incredibly difficult to find because they almost don't exist. What exists is election fraud on both sides. The Democrats rig their primaries. The Republicans tend to do more of the voter suppression, voter purging in the general election. And so there's immense election fraud. There is very little to no voter fraud.
I don't know how suppressing a vote is the same as election fraud. I'd be interested in these cases of election fraud that everybody always says that it happens all the time. They always point to these election fraud things happening, but we can't ever seem to find them. It'll always be like 13 votes randomly somewhere that the ballots weren't filled out correctly, but
knocking people illegally off the rolls is election fraud. I don't know what you don't understand about that.
All right, so but going back to the issue of the electronic machines themselves, Stephen, there is a reality here that no, those votes are not hand counted in many cases, and that includes in the primary process where there's actually a lawsuit going forward in Massachusetts over the Republican primary there, because after the Senate primary in Massachusetts just this year, the state could not account for any kind of paper record of electronic votes that had been cast. They said, oh, that was destroyed and we don't have have a copy of it anymore. So there's no verification process. So it does no good to have electronic voting that has a paper ballot receipt if you then destroy the receipts after the fact. So the question comes down to, Robert, let me bring you into this, accountability. Have we lost accountability in the election process in this country in terms of electronic voting machines?
Well, Lee is definitely right that if this election turns into chaos, we're going to have major conflict of all kinds, and we probably will have a deep dive into some of these issues. I remember when I was a young political advisor and working in Tennessee, I was wondering how they got these votes just right in a precinct up in Grundy County, old coal mining county, and I thought they had some sort of unique voter organization effort. And the political advisor, who was a Democrat at the time, told me that he said, "Bobby, it's not who votes that counts; it's who counts the votes that count." And so I have no doubt that there's a lot of things that go on that, for multiple reasons, people don't have the incentive to investigate. But I think for the sake of the security of the country, I really hope there is a clear winner early on not long after election night, because I think the kind of chaos that would ensue after it could be more destructive to our security than would a meaningful investigation or review do. I think there are questions about our election procedures that require more investigation, both in terms of what happens on registration rolls and whether or not ballot stuffing occurs. I personally don't have doubt that both of those problems exist. There's just no incentive really for either side of the system to out the other without exposing each other or themselves. So I think that's why it doesn't happen meaningfully. Just because people can't find either election fraud or voter fraud doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But what I would say from a betting perspective is it's the old rule in SEC recruiting for college football: if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So if you're betting on the election, bet on whoever you think would be the better cheater.
Good point. About 3 minutes away from the start of the debate tonight. It's being held in Nashville, Tennessee, and we understand that Melania Trump has now been seated, so we expect the candidates are going to turn out very soon. Stephen, give us a preview. What do you expect to see tonight? Anything that you think is going to be especially surprising, or is it going to be similar to that first debate night where it was a whole lot of kind of walking away with nothing?
I think it's going to be really interesting to see how both sides respond to the muted microphone thing. The last that I heard, the mics were only going to be muted during certain sections. I think it was the introductory sections. I don't know if it's going to be during the actual answers or the backs and forths. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond to that. And then it'll be interesting to see what kind of kill shots the Trump campaign goes for. Unless we believe that all the polls are fake, Trump's campaign is trailing by a huge margin right now, and they need to land some really big shots in this debate. I imagine the Hunter Biden stuff will come up. And we'll see how it plays out on stage.
Do you think that the moderator will bring up the Hunter Biden stuff, or is it going to be Trump who interjects at every other answer?
I'd be surprised if the moderator doesn't bring it up at least once. I mean, it's been dominating a lot of headlines across social media over the past week. So.
And Lee, I don't think we've had heard from you on that issue. What do you think? I mean, do you think that that is an issue that's going to get much coverage tonight? And how often do you think Trump will go back to it? We were talking earlier about playing a drinking game when they go to certain things. Maybe that should be one of them. Every time Trump brings up Hunter Biden's name.
I mean, I'm sure he's going to bring it up a lot. I think the question is whether it matters to American voters outside of his base that he knows are going to go to the polls for him. Does it matter to the workers in these states that have lost their jobs and are struggling, or completely don't know where they're paying rent? The something like 50 million Americans who are facing eviction soon. Will Hunter Biden matter that much to them? May be the ultimate question.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. And Robert, just kind of your thoughts as we move into the debate tonight. Stephen mentioned kill shots. What's the kill shot, for lack of a better term? Don't want to get investigated here by the Secret Service, but what's the shot that Trump needs to take to really rattle Biden tonight, get him off his game? What does he need to do?
It's clear that Biden doesn't handle questions or attacks on his intelligence or his family well. So I think you'll see that repeated throughout tonight. But a kill shot would be if Trump reminds them what he said in the Republican National Convention speech, where he said, Joe Biden sent your kids off to Iraq and then sent your jobs to China. That would be the most policy directive kill shot he could have for the working class voters in the Midwest that he needs to win back or keep in the 2020 election. So I think the family issues will be to unsettle Biden, But I think that the key policy issues are war and trade, where he has an edge with northern working class voters that are going to decide this election in all likelihood.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and then Stephen, let me just ask you this before we get started on the actual debate as they come in tonight. 90 minutes. It's a long time for these candidates to go. Last time, as I said, it was a whole lot of back and forth, and it felt like a lot of, almost like you were eating frosting, empty calories here. The very little substance was actually brought up in that. There's been a lot of debate time spent by both candidates this time around. Do you think it's going to be a marginally different debate in terms of them recognizing they didn't really land any points the last time?
I think on substance, I think it's very hard for Trump to really be able to have that debate. The problem is that Joe Biden has a fantastic platform that he can talk about but hasn't been tested yet, and he has to go against Trump's very real platform that has been tested and has failed in a lot of measures, especially when we look at the handling of the coronavirus. So I think discussions on policy, whether you like him or dislike him, are going to be very tough for Trump because he's living in the very real world where we have, almost 250,000 people dead from the coronavirus. As you've said, millions of evictions, record high jobless claims. And now he gets to go up against like a hypothetical person that's running against him with a platform and policies that we haven't tested yet. So I feel like Trump has to bring it back more to some rhetorical level rather than trying to argue about, who's got the better programs or policies for America. It's kind of weird to run on a Make America Great Again slogan when America was just under you for 4 years. It's almost like you're trying to save America from yourself. If you couldn't do it in 4 years, why are you going to do it in another 4?
Yeah, and you made the point a minute ago that Trump's playing from behind at this point. I mean, I think we can all agree on that, right? Regardless of what the polls say or what the campaign say, because everybody's spinning. The bottom line is Trump knows he is behind at this point, and he has to make up some ground. He can't just play to his base. He can't just play to the obvious answers. He's got to get back to whatever he did in 2016 that pulled at least enough swing state voters to him. Is he going to drop the names of those swing states over and over tonight? I noticed he did it in that interview they released today with Leslie Stahl, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. He keeps bringing up those states over and over. Is that going to be like a reoccurring theme tonight, Robert?
Yeah, I think so. I think you'll see him reference opening up those states. He'll drop various jobs that he's helped create with his policies. Iron Range is trending Trump. Steel country is trending Trump. Fracking country is trending Trump. So I think he'll reference particular places, jobs, and state in those swing states where he's won and try to name drop them as often as he can. He needs to get back to his core message of 2016, which was less intervention in war, better trade policies, and the Democratic Party's candidate is riddled and surrounded by corruption. And I think that you'll hear the 47-year comparison again. But I think one advantage for Trump probably of the muting is it's going to force him to be more focused. And when he's more focused, he's usually actually much more effective at times. So I think that while he'll win a street brawl, he can win the other kind of debate as he showed in the 2016 primaries. So I think that if he stays focused and hammering at the core issues that matter to those swing voters in the Midwest, that's what can bring home the election for him.
Okay. Robert Lee Camp, thanks so much for being with us. Stephen, you're sticking around through this debate to join us for it. We appreciate you guys and all of your insights tonight. Right now, over in Nashville, Tennessee, the debate moderator has taken the stage, which means that the candidates are not far behind. In fact, I believe we can take that feed right now and take a look at what's going on there. But I believe the moderator is kind of laying out the rules for tonight's debate. They're running a bit behind. It's now 9 o'clock Eastern on the East Coast of the United States, 9 o'clock right now. So the debate is supposed to begin any minute. And now we see the candidates, Joe Biden, President Donald Trump, taking the stage.
And I do want to say a very good evening to both of you. This debate will cover 6 major topics. At the beginning of each section, each candidate will have 2 minutes uninterrupted to answer my first question. The debate commission will then turn on their microphone only when it is their turn to answer, and the commission will turn it off exactly when the 2 minutes have expired. After that, both microphones will remain on, but on behalf of the voters, I'm going to ask you to please speak one at a time. The goal is for you to hear each other and for the American people to hear every word of what you both have to say. And so with that, if you're ready, let's start. And we will begin with the fight against the coronavirus. President Trump, the first question is for you. The country is heading into a dangerous new phase More than 40,000 Americans are in the hospital tonight with COVID, including record numbers here in Tennessee. And since the two of you last shared a stage, 16,000 Americans have died from COVID. So please be specific. How would you lead the country during this next stage of the coronavirus crisis? 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
So, as you know, 2.2 million people modeled out were expected to die. We closed up the greatest economy in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe and many other places right now. If you notice, the mortality rate is down 85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're fighting it, and we're fighting it hard. There is a spike. There was a spike in Florida, and it's now gone. There was a very big spike in Texas. It's now gone. There was a very big spike in Arizona. It's now gone. And there are some spikes and surges in other places. They will soon be gone. We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's going to be delivered. We have Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine. I can tell you from personal experience that I was in the hospital. I had it, and I got better. And I will tell you that I had something that they gave me, a therapeutic, I guess they would call it. Some people could say it was a cure. But I was in for a short period of time, and I got better very fast, or I wouldn't be here tonight. And now they say I'm immune. Whether it's 4 months or a lifetime, nobody's been able to say that. But I'm immune. More and more people are getting better. We have a problem that's a worldwide problem. This is a worldwide problem. But I've been congratulated by the heads of many countries on what we've been able to do. If you take a look at what we've done in terms of goggles and masks and gowns and everything else, and in particular ventilators, we're now making ventilators all over the world, thousands and thousands a month, distributing them all over the world. It will go away, and as I say, we're rounding the turn, we're rounding the corner. It's going away.
Okay, former Vice President Biden, to you, how would you lead the country out of this crisis? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
220,000 Americans dead. If you hear nothing else I say tonight, hear this. Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially. Anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America. We're in a situation where there are 1,000 deaths a day now, 1,000 deaths a day. And there are over 70,000 new cases per day. I hear nothing else. Compared to what's going on in Europe, as the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. We're starting from a very high rate. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000 Americans dead between now and the end of the year. If we just wore these masks, the president's own advisors have told him, we could save 100,000 lives. And we're in a circumstance where the president thus far and still has no plan, no comprehensive plan. What I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask all the time. I would make sure we move in the direction of rapid testing, investing in rapid testing. I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe and give them the wherewithal, the financial resources to be able to do that. We're in a situation now where the New England Medical Journal, one of the most serious journals in the whole world, said for the first time ever that the way this president has responded to this crisis has been absolutely tragic. And so, folks, I will take care of this. I will end this. I will make sure we have a plan.
President Trump, I'd like to follow up with you in your comments. You talked about taking a therapeutic. I assume you're referencing Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. There are two companies, I think, within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very quickly.
Can you tell us which companies?
Johnson & Johnson is doing very well. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is doing very well. And we have numerous others. Then we also have others that we're working on very closely with other countries, in particular Europe.
Let me follow up with you, and because this is new information, you have said a vaccine is coming soon, within weeks now. Your own officials say it could take well into 2021 at the earliest for enough Americans to get vaccinated. And even then, they say the country will be wearing masks and distancing into 2022. Is your timeline realistic?
No, I think my timeline is going to be more accurate. I don't know that they're counting on the military the way I do, but we have our generals lined up, one in particular, that's the head of logistics. And this is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine. And we expect to have 100 million vials. As soon as we have the vaccine, he's ready to go.
Vice President Biden, your reaction, and just 40% of Americans say they would definitely agree to take a coronavirus vaccine if it was approved by the government. What steps would you take to give Americans confidence in a vaccine if it were approved?
Make sure it's totally transparent. Have the scientists of the world see it, know it, look at it, go through all the processes. And by the way, this is the same fellow who told you this is going to end by Easter last time. This is the same fellow who told you that, don't worry, we're going to end this by the summer. We're about to go into a dark winter. And he has no clear plan, and there's no prospect that there's going to be a vaccine available for the majority of the American people before the middle of next year.
President Trump, your reaction, he says you have no plan.
We're going to have a dark winter at all. We're opening up our country. We've learned and studied and understand the disease, which we didn't at the beginning. When I closed and banned China,
but I will say this, what the president's saying here is just not accurate. There's no way a vaccine is going to be ready in a matter of a few weeks. I mean, the more that we have seen what has been said by vaccine professionals, by vaccine companies themselves, it's not going to happen in a matter of weeks. The soonest it's going to happen is going to be sometime middle of next year to late next year. So what he's saying here is just factually incorrect.
But it was a total disaster. Had that had this kind of numbers, 700,000 people would be dead right now. But it was a far less lethal disease. Look, his own person who ran that for him, who, as you know, was his chief of staff, said it was catastrophic. It was horrible. We didn't know what we were doing. Now he comes up and he tells us how to do this. Also, everything that he said about the way every single move that he said we should make, that's what we've done. We've done all of it. But he was way behind us.
Vice President Biden, your response.
My response is he is xenophobic, but not because he shut down access from China. And he did it late after 40 countries had already done that. In addition to that, what he did, he made sure that we had 44 people that were in there in China trying to get to Wuhan to determine what exactly the source was. What did the president say in January? He said, no, he said, he's being transparent. The president of China is being transparent. We owe him a debt of gratitude. We have to thank him. And then what happened was we started talking about using the Defense Act to make sure we go out and get whatever is needed out there to protect people. And again, I go back to this. He had nothing. He did virtually nothing. And then he gets out of the hospital and he talks about don't worry, it's all going to be over soon. Come on. There's not another serious scientist in the world who thinks it's going to be over soon.
President Trump, your reaction?
I say over soon. I say we're learning to live with it. We have no choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does.
A very different kind of debate.
He has the ability to lock himself up.
I think they're both afraid of getting muted.
Yeah, the muting is helping a lot.
In terms of not interrupting each other.
In a basement. People can't do that. By the way,
a different kind of demeanor, don't you think?
I'd love to put myself in the basement or in a beautiful room in the White House and go away for a year and a half until it disappears. I can't do that. And Kirsten, every meeting I had, and I'd meet a lot of families, including Gold Star families and military families. Every meeting I had, and I had to meet them.
This has all been covered. This is exactly the same conversation that they led off the first debate with. It's the same conversation they each had in the town halls. So it's interesting that they're just repeating the same playbook here by starting off with the same conversation about coronavirus.
I recovered.
Yep. I mean, Trump has to repeat his narrative, and I mean, Biden is pushing back a lot harder on it now than he did prior.
99% of people recover. We have to recover.
Biden had more of a description of his plan this time, too, than he had the first time around.
Or you're not going to have a nation.
And of course, the CDC has said young people can get sick with COVID-19 and can pass it. Vice President Biden, I want to talk broadly about strategy, though. You have
Can I respond to that?
30 seconds, please, and then I have a question.
No, number one, he says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it. You folks home will have an empty chair at the kitchen table this morning. That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over to try to touch their, out of habit, where their wife or husband was, is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on. We're dying with it because he has never said, he said it's dangerous. When's the last time? Is it really dangerous still? Are we dangerous? You tell the people it's dangerous now? What should they do about the danger? And you say, I take no responsibility.
Let me talk about your two.
Excuse me, I take full responsibility. It's not my fault that he came here. It's China's fault. And you know what? It's not Joe's fault that he came here either. It's China's fault. They kept it from going into the rest of China for the most part, but they didn't keep it from coming out to the world, including Europe and ourselves.
Vice President Biden.
The fact is that when we knew it was coming, when it hit, what happened? What did the president say? He said, don't worry, it's going to go away. Be gone by Easter. Don't worry. The warm weather. Don't worry. Maybe inject bleach. He said he was kidding when he said that, but a lot of people thought it was serious. A whole range of things the president has said. Even today, bleach, he thinks we are in control.
It's a good line.
We're about to lose 200,000 more people.
President Trump.
Look, perhaps just to finish this, I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, when I closed, he said I shouldn't have closed. And that went on for months. Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown in San Francisco. But when I closed, he said, this is a terrible thing. You're xenophobic. I think he called me racist even. And because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should have closed it earlier. It just, Joe, it doesn't work.
I didn't say either of those things.
You certainly did. You certainly
did. I talked about a xenophobia in a different context. It wasn't about closing the border to Chinese coming to the United States.
All right, I want to talk about both of your different strategies to handling.
He thought I shouldn't have closed the border.
Well,
that's obvious.
It is true that he. It is true that he said that should not have been closed.
Okay. Let's talk about
I don't know if he said that. I think he said his comments in general were xenophobic. For instance, calling it the Chinese virus repeatedly over and over again, which is something that Trump has gone back to doing
now. What do you say to Americans who are fearful that the cost of
right,
shutdowns,
especially in the last probably month or so? I think he refers to it as the China virus and the China plague. It's the term he's been using a lot.
What I would say is,
must have tested well with some kind of focus group.
Maybe.
The plague.
Ineptitude that caused the country to have to shut down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. That's why he should have been, instead of in a sand trap at his golf course, he should have been negotiating with Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats and Republicans about what to do about the acts they were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity.
But you haven't ruled out more shutdowns.
Well, no, I'm not shutting down the nation, but there are, look, you need standards. The standard is if you have a reproduction rate in a community that's above a certain level, everybody says, slow up, more social distancing, do not open bars and do not open gymnasiums, do not open until you get this under control, under more control. But when you do open, give the people the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. For example, schools. Schools, they need a lot of money to open. They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes, more teachers, more pods. And he's refused to support that money, or at least up to now.
Let's talk about schools. President Trump,
I think we have to respond, if I might.
Please, and then I have a follow-up.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Look, all he does is talk about shutdowns, but forget about him. His Democrat governors, Cuomo in New York, you look at what's going on in California, you look at Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Democrats all, they're shut down so tight, and they're dying. They're dying. And he supports all these people. All he talks about is shutdowns. No, we're not going to shut down, and we have to open our schools. And it's like, as an example, I have a young son. He also tested positive. By the time I spoke to the doctor the second time, he was fine. It just went away. Young people. I guess it's their immune system.
Let me follow up with you, President Trump. You've demanded schools open in person and insist they can do it safe. But just yesterday, Boston became the latest city to move its public school system entirely online after a coronavirus spike. What is your message to parents who worry that sending their children to school
there is
will
a
endanger
strategy
not only
certainly
their kids,
here.
but also
North
their teachers and
Carolina,
families?
Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Those are the states that the Trump campaign must feel that they have room to deal with people not liking the lockdowns in those states, because he's brought it up not only here, but in that interview with 60 Minutes they released today. He talks about it quite a bit.
Yeah, these are the battleground states they're fighting over for sure.
Jobs, they're committing suicide.
Yeah,
There's depression,
and more of a resistance, I think, in those states to the lockdown orders.
There's abuse.
He must feel that there's a play there.
Open our country. You know, I've said it often. The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. And that's what's happening. And he wants to close down. He'll close down the country if one person in our massive bureaucracy says we should close it down.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Simply not true. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but when they need resources to open. You need to be able to, for example, if you're going to open a business, have social distancing within the business. You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in a position where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a person is in fact infected. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide all the resources that are needed to do this. And that is not inconsistent with saying that what we're going to make sure that we open safely. And by the way, all you teachers out there, not that many of you are going to die, so don't worry about it. Come on.
President Trump, let me follow up with you quickly.
By the way, I will say this. If you go and look at what's happened to New York, it's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. And when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying. These are businesses with no money. Putting up plexiglass is unbelievably expensive, and it's not the answer. I mean, you're going to sit there in a cubicle wrapped around with plastic. These are businesses that are dying, Joe. You can't do that to people. You just can't. Take a look at New York and what's happened to my wonderful city for so many years. I loved it. It was vibrant. It's dying. Everyone's leaving New York.
Take a look at what New York has done in terms of turning the curve down in terms of the number of people dying. And I don't look at this in terms of the way he does. Blue states and red states. They're all the United States. And look at the states that are having such a spike in the coronavirus. They're the red states. They're the states in the Midwest. They're the states in the upper Midwest. That's where the spike is occurring significantly. But they're all Americans. They're all Americans. And what we have to do is say, wear these masks, number one, make sure we get the help
and how that will affect business owners. There's no way they can afford to do that unless the government's paying for that cost.
Yeah, it's going to be a big stimulus
if they pass. And to the point that was made about,
has lost more than
it would have to be huge. I mean, you have to pay for this. There's no way. 40% of restaurants in New York, the projection is they're closed for good now. They're not going to be able to reopen now. So I wonder how this particular conversation affects those voters and how they feel about this idea of prolonged lockdowns.
The only one allowed to do anything.
Oh, here goes the Michigan conversation.
Now, it was just ruled unconstitutional. Take a look at North Carolina. They're having spikes, and they've been closed. And they're getting killed financially. We can't let that happen, Joe. You can't let that happen. We have to open up. And we understand the disease. We have to protect our seniors. We have to protect our elderly. We have to protect especially our seniors with heart problems and diabetes problems. And we will protect them. We have the best testing in the world by far. That's why we have so many cases.
Let me follow up with you before we move on to our next section. President Trump, this week you called Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's best-known infectious disease expert, quote, a disaster. You described him and other medical experts as, quote, idiots. If you're not listening to them, who are you listening to?
I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony. But he did say, don't wear masks. He did say, as you know, this is not going to be a problem. I think he's a Democrat, but that's okay. He said, this is not going to be a problem. We are not going to have a problem at all. When Joe says that, I said, Anthony Fauci said, and others, and many others, and I'm not knocking him a lot. Nobody knew. Look, nobody knew what this thing was. Nobody knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot. But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony also said, If you look back, exact words, here's his exact words. This is no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes. He happens to be a good person.
Vice President Biden, your response quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next
very
section.
lightly there. Anthony Fauci's pretty popular, polls pretty high in terms of the way people feel about him. So he wants to hit him a little bit here, but he's got to be careful with that.
Yeah, Trump has repeated this talking point so much, and I just don't think it works well for him at all.
Much worse than the flu. He went on record and said to one of your colleagues, recorded, that in fact he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to tell us. He didn't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic. He didn't want us. Americans don't panic. He panicked. But guess what? In the meantime, we find out in the New York Times the other day that, in fact, his folks went to Wall Street and said this is a really dangerous thing. And a memo out of that meeting, not from his administration, but from some of the brokers, said sell short because we got to get moving. It's a dangerous problem.
Well, this is
I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond, and then we're going to move on.
I don't know. Somebody went to Wall Street. You're the one that takes all the money from Wall Street. I don't take it.
I have.
You have raised a lot of money.
Here we go.
Tremendous amounts of money. And every time you raise money, deals are made, Joe. I could raise so much more money as president and as somebody that knows most of those people. I could call the heads of Wall Street, the heads of every company in America. I would blow away every record, but I don't want to do that because it puts me in a bad position. And then you bring up Wall Street. You shouldn't be bringing up Wall Street because you're the one that takes the money from Wall Street, not me. I could blow away your records that, like you wouldn't believe. We don't need money. We have plenty of money. In fact, we beat Hillary Clinton with a tiny fraction of the money that she was able to.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to move on.
Average contribution, $43.
All right, we're going to move on to our next section, which is national security. And I do want to start with the security of our elections and some breaking news from overnight. Just last night, top intelligence officials confirmed again that both Russia and Iran are working to influence this election. Both countries have obtained U.S. voter registration information, these officials say, and Iran sent intimidating messages to Florida voters. This question goes to you, Mr. Vice President. What would you do to put an end to this threat? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
I made it clear.
Interestingly,
and
by
I
the
asked
way,
everyone else to take the pledge.
They claim to be the Proud Boys in those
any
emails.
Country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections will pay a price. They will pay a price. And it's been overwhelmingly clear this election, I won't even get into the last one, this election, that Russia has been involved, China has been involved to some degree, and now we learn that Iran is involved. They will pay a price if I'm elected. They're interfering with American sovereignty. That's what's going on right now. They're interfering with American sovereignty. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think the president said anything to Putin about it. I don't think he's talked with them a lot. I don't think he said a word. I don't know why he hadn't said a word to Putin about it. And I don't know what he has recently said, if anything, to the Iranians. My guess is he'd probably be more outspoken with regard to the Iranians. But the point is this, folks. We are in a situation where we have foreign countries trying to interfere in the outcome of our election. His own national security advisor told him that what is happening with his buddy, I will. His buddy, Rudy Giuliani, he's being used as a Russian pawn. He's being fed information that is Russian, that is not true. And then what happens? Nothing happens. And then you find out that everything that's going on here about Russia is wanting to make sure that I do not get elected the next president of the United States because they know I know them and they know me. I don't understand why this president is unwilling to take on Putin when he's actually paying bounties to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan, when he's engaged in activities that are trying to destabilize all of NATO. I don't know why he doesn't do it, but it's worth asking the question, why isn't that being done? Any country that interferes with us will, in fact, pay a price because they're affecting our sovereignty.
President Trump,
so Biden just connected the laptop story to Russia in response to the other question. So he was the first one to bring it up.
I'm surprised I'm surprised he was the first one to bring it up. I thought Trump would be. Interesting that he's getting out in front of it.
To put an end to this, 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, let me respond to
it's probably a smart move.
As Joe answered, Joe got $3.5 million from Russia, and it came through Putin because he was very friendly with the former mayor of Moscow, and it was the mayor of Moscow's wife, and you got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million, and you know someday you're going to have to explain why did you get 3.5. I never got any money from Russia. I don't get money from Russia. Now about your thing last night, I knew all about that, and through John Ratcliffe, who is fantastic, DNI, he said the one thing that's common to both of them They both want you to lose because there has been nobody tougher to Russia. Between the sanctions, nobody tougher than me on Russia. Between the sanctions, between all of what I've done with NATO, I've got the NATO countries to put up an extra $130 billion, going to $420 billion a year. That's to guard against Russia. I sold, while he was selling pillows and sheets, I sold tank busters to Ukraine. There has been nobody tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, they were so bad. They took over the submarine port. You remember that very well. During your term, during you and Barack Obama, they took over a big part of what should have been Ukraine. You handed it to them, but you were getting a lot of money from Russia. They were paying you a lot of money, and they probably still are. But now, with what came out today, it's even worse. All of the emails, the horrible emails of the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your family. And Joe, you were vice president when some of this was happening, and it should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people. Why is it? Somebody just had a news conference a little while ago who was essentially supposed to work with you and your family, but what he said was damning. And regardless of me, I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people. Maybe you can do it right now.
Vice President Biden, you may respond. 30
Okay,
seconds. And then I do want to follow up on the election security.
I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life. We learned that this president paid 50 times the tax in China, has a secret bank account with China, does business in China, and in fact is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever, ever. Number one. Number two, this is a president. I have released all of my tax returns, 22 years. Go look at them. 22 years of my tax return. You have not released a single solitary year of your tax return. What are you hiding? Why are you unwilling? The foreign countries are paying you a lot. Russia's paying you a lot. China's paying you a lot. And your hotels and all your businesses all around the country, all around the world. And China's building a new road to a new a golf course you have overseas. So what's going on here? Why don't release your tax return or stop talking about corruption?
President Trump, your response.
First of all, I called my accountants, underwrote it. I'm going to release them as soon as we can. I want to do it. And it'll show how successful, how great this company is. But much more importantly than that, people were saying $750. I asked them a week ago. I said, what did I
news
pay?
conference he was talking about was Tony Bobulinski, who was the former business partner of Hunter Biden, held a news conference this evening claiming that the emails are correct and that it was Hunter Biden's laptop. That's who the president mentioned. Interesting that Biden didn't respond to any of that and shifted into a conversation about taxes. Trump has taken that, actually took that bait. He is not continuing to push on this other issue.
Although my understanding is I don't know if Tony confirmed any type of illicit dealings with any foreign countries. I don't know if any of those emails actually confirmed that.
And millions of dollars in taxes.
Correct. He does not confirm that. He confirms. I think what he was confirming was that the emails that were sent back and forth did in fact come from Hunter Biden. So that's what he was able to confirm. So I think it's to that idea of whether the laptop is fake or not, or this was a Russian disinformation thing. I think that's what he was responding to. I think you're right about that.
Maybe you're not, but you're the big man. I think your son said we have to give 10% to the big man. Joe, what's that all about? It's terrible.
Oh, he's back
all right,
on
gentlemen, I want to ask you both some questions about all of this, but I'm going to let you both respond very quickly. You just said you spoke to your accountant about potentially releasing your taxes.
I wish the moderator would get out of the way and just let him talk about this. Let him go at it with each other.
Well, I think the structure so far has benefited Biden quite a bit, so.
Because I have a lot of people in there.
I think it has. I don't disagree with that, but I would like to see them interact more as opposed to saying, let's move on to something else. Because they're both hitting each other with some pretty good things here.
Very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's worse than paying. I paid in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes. I paid in advance.
I want to ask you both about questions regarding your potential foreign entanglements and questions that have been raised to give you both a chance to talk about this more broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
Why did he's been saying this for 4 years? Show us. Just show us. Stop playing around. You've been saying for 4 years you're going to release your taxes. Nobody knows it, Mr. President. What they do know is you're not paying your taxes, or you're paying taxes that are so low. When last time he said what he paid, he said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Come on, folks.
So, President Trump, and then I want to get to two questions to both of you on this.
I was put through a phony witch hunt for 3 years. It started before I even got elected. They spied on my campaign. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. Let me just say this. Mueller and 18 angry Democrats
what's
and
really
FBI agents
here
all over the place
is
spent $48
Biden's
million.
prep team has prepared him pretty well for this. He has managed to put Trump on the defensive over the issue of Hunter Biden and the emails and Burisma. Rather than being on the attack, he's now answering multiple questions defensively, which is not the position you want to be in, again, if you're playing from behind, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that anything you can accuse the Bidens of doing, Trump is kind of sort of actively doing even worse, you know? You accuse Hunter Biden of maybe being involved in illicit deals a long time ago. Trump is literally putting family members in office and is continuing business deals with foreign countries right now as the president. So it's really hard to attack somebody over those issues. It's a very big, like, glass house, throw stones kind of thing.
Done China and for a Ukrainian energy company when you were vice president. In retrospect,
she's asking about
was
Burisma.
anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal. With regard to Ukraine, we had this whole question about whether or not, because he was on the board, I later learned of a Burisma, a company, that somehow I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said, I did my job impeccably. I carried out U.S. policy. Not one single solitary thing was out of line. Not a single thing, number one. Number two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying to bribe the Ukrainian government to say something negative about me, which they would not do and did not do because it never, ever, ever happened. My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China. I have not had the only guy made money from China is this guy. He's the only one. Nobody else has made money from China.
President Trump, let me ask my question to you.
But could I just one thing?
Very quickly.
His son didn't have a job for a long time, was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that. And he didn't have a job. As soon as he became vice president, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. I hear they paid him $183,000 a month. Listen to this. $183,000, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment.
All right.
And he had no energy.
I'm going to let the vice president
That's
respond to that quickly, and then I need to get to a question to you. Very quickly.
No basis for that. Everybody investigated that. No one said anything he did was wrong in Ukraine.
Okay, President Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, you've never divested from your business. You've personally promoted your properties abroad. A report this week, which was referenced, does indicate that your company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign conflicts of interest?
I have many bank accounts, and they're all listed, and they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business. The bank account you're referring to, which is everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was in 2013. That's what it was. It was opened it was closed in 2015, I believe. And then I decided, because I was thinking about doing a deal in China like millions of other people. I was thinking about it, and I decided I'm not going to do it. Didn't like it. I decided not to do it. Had an account open, and I closed it.
Okay.
Excuse me. And then, unlike him, where he's vice president and he does business, I then decided to run for president after that. That was before. So I closed it before I even ran for president, let alone became president. Big difference. He is the vice president of the United States, and his son, his brother, and his other brother are getting rich. They're like a vacuum cleaner. They're sucking up money every place he goes.
President Trump, thank you. We do need to move on. I do want to ask you, Vice President Biden, about China. Let's talk about China more broadly. There have, of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like?
What I'd make China do is play by the international rules, not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down, with China. up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to give all your intellectual property. You have to have a partner in China. It's 51%. We would not do that at all, number one. Number two, we're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally as well. When I met with Xi, when I was still vice president, he said we're setting up air identification zones in the South China Sea. You can't fly through them. I said we're going to fly through them. We just flew B-52, B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention. They have to play by the rules. And what's he do? He embraces guys like the thugs like in North Korea and the Chinese president and Putin and others, and he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies. We make up we're 25% of the world's economy. We need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them economically. That's the way I will run it. And that's what we did in upholding steel tariffs and a range of other things when we were president and vice president.
All right, let's talk about North Korea.
Excuse me, no, I have to respond to that.
Okay. Very quickly, and then we're going to move on to North Korea.
With $1.5 billion from China to manage after spending 10 minutes in office and being in Air Force Two, number one. Number two, there's a very strong email talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year for introductions.
President Trump, on China policy, though, what specifically are you going to do? What specifically are you going to do to make China pay? You've said you're going to make them pay.
China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave
That's one
$28
thing Trump
billion
can say he's doing. He does nothing but fight with China.
Yeah, but tariffs are paid by the American citizens, not by China. Putting a tariff on China is just a punishment to an American consumer.
No, the taxpayer it's called China.
Absolutely true, but I'm talking even more than tariffs. The destruction of Chinese companies here in the U.S., the attempt to steal TikTok from the Chinese. I mean, one thing you can say about Trump, he's not weak on China.
Steel, because they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry.
Okay.
And now we have a steel industry.
Okay, Vice President Biden, your response, please.
My response is, look, this isn't about, there's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your family's hurting badly. If you're making if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt badly right now. You're sitting at the kitchen table this morning deciding, well, we can't get new tires, they're bald because we have to wait another month or so. Or are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? Or who's going to tell her she can't go back to community college? They're the decisions you're making in the middle-class families like I grew up in Scranton and Claymont. They're in trouble. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he wants to talk about.
I want to talk about North Korea. I do want to turn to 10 seconds, Mr. President. 10 seconds.
That's a typical political statement. Let's get off this China thing, and then he looks, the family, around the table, everything. Just a typical politician when I see that.
Let's talk about North Korea.
I'm not a typical politician.
Okay,
that's why I got elected. Let's get off the subject of China. Let's talk sitting around the table.
All right.
Come on, Joe, you can do better.
We're going to talk about North Korea now. President Trump, you've met with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un 3 times. You've talked about your beautiful letters with him. You've touted the fact that there hasn't been a war or a long-range missile test. And yet North Korea recently rolled out its biggest ever intercontinental ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the relationship you forged? Just 30 seconds here because we need to get on to the next one.
So when I met with Barack Obama, we sat in the White House right at the beginning, had a great conversation. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it was well over an hour. He said the biggest problem we have with is North Korea. He indicated we will be in a war with North Korea. Guess what? It would be a nuclear war, and he does have plenty of nuclear capability. In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. Different kind of a guy, but he probably thinks the same thing about me. We have a different kind of a relationship. We have a very good relationship, and there's no war. And, you know, about 2 months ago, he broke into a certain area. They said, oh, there's going to be trouble. I said, no, they're not, because he's not going to do that. And I was right. Look, instead of being in a war where millions of people, Seoul, you know, is 25 miles away, Millions and millions, 32 million people, and so millions of people would be dead right now.
President
We
Trump,
don't have
that's
a war,
30
and I have a
seconds.
good
Thank
relationship.
you. Vice President Biden, to you, North Korea conducted 4 nuclear tests under the Obama administration. Why do you think you would be able to rein in this persistent threat?
Because I'd make it clear, which we were making clear to China, they had to be part of the deal. Because here's the I made it clear, and as a spokesperson of the administration, when I went to China, that they said, why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces here? Why are you continuing to do military maneuvers with South Korea? I said, because North Korea is a problem, and we're going to continue to do it so we can control them. We're going to make sure we can control them and make sure they cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. What has he done? He's legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy, who's a thug, and he talks about how we're better off. And they have much more capable missiles, able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You've said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un without preconditions. Are there any conditions under which you would meet with him?
On the condition that he would agree that he would be drawing down his nuclear capacity to get the Korean Peninsula should be nuclear-free zone.
All right, let's move on to American families.
Kristen, they tried
Very
to
quickly,
meet with
10
him.
seconds, President.
They tried to meet with him. He wouldn't do it. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like him. He wouldn't do it.
Okay, I got to
for
give him a
fact, they
chance to
tried.
respond to that
He
before we
wouldn't
move
do
on.
it. And that's okay. You know what? North Korea, we're not in a war. We have a good relationship. You know, people don't understand. Having a good relationship
Trump,
with
we have to
leaders
move
of other
on, 'cause
countries
we have
is a good thing.
We have a lot of questions to get to.
not
That's
a
like
response.
saying we had a good relationship with Hitler before he, in fact, invaded Europe, the rest of Europe. Come on. The reason he would not meet with President Obama is because President Obama said, we're going to talk about denuclearization. We're not going to legitimize you, and we're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you. That's why he wouldn't meet with us.
All right,
And it didn't
move
happen.
on. Let's
Excuse
move on
me.
and talk about
He left
American
me
families.
a mess, Kristen.
President Trump, okay, we do need to move
left
on.
me a mess. North Korea was a mess.
We
And
need
in fact,
to
if
move on
you
so that
remember
we
the
can get
first
to
2
all
or
of our
3
other
months,
questions tonight,
there was a
President
very
Trump.
dangerous period in my first 3 months before we sort of worked things out a little bit.
Okay.
There was a they left us a mess. And Obama would be, I think, the first to say it was the single biggest problem he thought that our country.
Okay, let's move on to American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to them is health care, as you both know. Today, there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and health care is at the center of her confirmation fight. Over 20 million Americans get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President,
I think a lot of
is
people care about
advocating
it,
for the court to
but I don't think
overturn it.
most people
If
can even
the
follow what
Supreme
they're talking
Court
about because it
does
seems so
overturn that law,
non-specific.
those
We've also
20
been down
million
this road before. I'll be
Americans
interested to
lose
see if they
their
say
health
anything with any
insurance
kind of
almost
clarity
overnight.
here.
So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated. It's gone. Now it's in court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision. Run it as well as you can to my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums are down. Everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it. We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it, and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare, because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better health care, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful health care. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time. And I think we're going to win the House, okay? You'll see, but I think we're going to win the House. But come up with a better health care, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private health care. Far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care, people that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. They have 180 million plans, 180 million people, families.
This is
under
a new
what he
line,
wants
by the way,
to
that
do,
the
which
president's
will
been using
basically
about
be
how
socialized
Biden will
medicine.
get
He
rid
won't
of
even have a
health
choice.
care for
They want to
people
terminate
who have it.
180 million plans. We have done an incredible job on
And
health
it's the
care.
same attack we've heard before over and over again.
even better.
I don't know how effective it is, I guess.
Okay,
Let me
Vice
respond.
President Biden, yes, this is for you. Your health care plan calls for building on Obamacare. So my question is, what is your plan?
It seems strange
if
that
the
Trump
law
would
is
wheel
ruled
out that
unconstitutional
they're going to
by
have
the Supreme
Obamacare
Court?
just with
You have
pre-existing
2 minutes
conditions, when that was one of the big
uninterrupted.
accomplishments
What
of
I'm
the
gonna
ACA as
do
well.
is
I don't know if people
pass
identify
Obamacare
pre-existing
with public
conditions with
option.
Republicans or Democrats.
Become
It's kind of a
Biden
weird
care.
route to
Public
go down.
option is an option that says that
Mhm.
if you,
Well, I think
in
he's trying to
fact,
own
do
it,
not
it sounds
have the
like. He's
wherewithal
trying to
be-
take that
to qualify
out of it,
for
because
Medicaid,
obviously the polling
and
shows
you
that's
do
the
not have
most
the
popular part of
wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you
the ACA.
automatically are enrolled, providing competition for insurance companies. That's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now, by allowing the Medicare to negotiate drug prices with the insurance companies. Thirdly, the idea that I want to eliminate private insurance, the reason why I had such a fight with 20 candidates for the nomination was I support private insurance. That's why I did not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance under my plan, nor did they under Obamacare. They did not lose their insurance unless they chose they wanted to go to something else. Lastly, we're going to make sure we're in a situation that we actually protect pre-existing. There's no way he can protect pre-existing conditions. None, zero. You can't do it in the ether. He's been talking about this for a long time. He's never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to get the pre-existing condition plan the same time we get the infrastructure plan that we
should have said the tax
17,
returns.
18, 19, and 20. The fact
I thought he was going to too.
Yeah. I know you're getting anxious.
I thought he was going to say.
The fact is that he's
Would have been a
already
much better
cost the
line.
American people, because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and the economic spillover, 10 million people have lost their private insurance. And he wants to take away 22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 110 million people with pre-existing conditions. And all the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do?
I have a follow-up for you, Vice President Biden. It relates to something that President Trump said. He's accusing you of wanting socialized medicine. What do you say to people who have concerns that your health care plan, which includes a government insurance option, takes the country one step closer to a health care system run entirely by the government? What's your response
It's
to them?
ridiculous. It's like saying that, we're the idea that the fact that there's a public option that people can choose, that makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think health care is not a privilege, it's a right. Everyone should have the right to have affordable health care. And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by all the major labor unions, as well as a whole range of other people who, in fact, are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity to have health care for their children. How many of you home are worried and rolling around in bed tonight wondering what in God's name you're going to do if you get sick because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance, your company's gone under? We have to provide health insurance for people at an affordable rate, and that's what I do.
President Trump,
Excuse me, he was
your
there
response.
for 47 years. He didn't do it. He was now there as vice president for 8 years, and it's not like it was 25 years ago. It was 3 3/4. It was just a little while ago, right? Less than 4 years ago. He didn't do anything. He didn't do it. He wants socialized medicine, and it's not that he wants it. His vice president, I mean, she is more liberal than Bernie Sanders and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders wants it. The Democrats want it. You're going to have socialized medicine, just like he went with fracking. We're not going to have fracking. We're going to stop fracking. We're going to stop fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination, where he got very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania and he says, oh, we're going to have fracking. And you never asked that question. And by the way, so far, I respect very much the way you're handling this, I have to say.
By the way.
But somebody should ask the question.
You can ask
he goes for a year. There will be
We
no
have
fracking.
we do have a number of topics we're going to get to.
That's a big question.
We're going to get to.
It's the same thing with socialized
I have to
medicine.
respond.
Vice President, your response, please.
My
Biden wants to
response
jump in on
is
that.
people deserve to
Respond
have
to Frank.
affordable health care, period. Period, period, period. And the Biden care proposal will, in fact, provide for that affordable health care, lower premiums. What we're going to do is going to cost some money. It's going to cost over $750 billion over 10 years to do it. And they're going to have lower premiums. You can buy into the better plans, the cheaper plans, lower your premiums, deal with unexpected billing, and have your drug prices drop significantly. He keeps talking about it.
Surprised that the president keeps talking about getting rid of health care. Biden said what I wanted to say earlier, which is during the primary, that was the position he had to defend. He was the least popular candidate in the primary when it came to health care. On that stage, because he didn't support Medicare for all, and he wanted to keep a plan where you kept your own insurance.
Well, I don't know if he was the least popular. The polling on that is very mixed, depending on how you phrase the question. I think Biden's plan was more popular with more people. I think people like the idea of a public option, but everybody doesn't want to lose their private health insurance.
Let's let Vice President Biden respond.
It certainly was. His plan was more popular, though, with unions, because we know that unions rejected the idea of Medicare for all.
Because they'd already negotiated all of their health care. They didn't want to lose those negotiations. Yeah.
That we're in a situation
exactly. That's why I'm surprised. It's almost like there's this cue card left over from, had you run against Bernie, you would have used this. It just seems like a strange claim.
His plan to withhold the tax on Social Security. Social Security will be bankrupt by 2023 with no way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut Medicare. So I mean, the idea that Donald Trump is lecturing me on Social Security and Medicare? Come on.
He tried to get rid of, he tried to hurt Social Security years ago. Years ago. Go back and look at the records. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago.
All right, let's move on. I'm going to move on. Mr. President, I have to move on to the next question.
They said the stock market will boom if I'm elected. If he's elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay, let's move on to the next question very quickly.
Look, the idea that the stock market is booming is his only measure of what's happening. Where I come from in Scranton and Claymont, the people don't live off of the stock market. Just in the last three years during this crisis, the billionaires in this country made, according to the Wall Street, $700 billion more. $700 billion more, because that's his only measure. What happens to the ordinary people out there? What happens to them?
Let's talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We're going to move on.
401ks are through the roof.
We're going to move on.
Stock are through the roof.
All right.
And he doesn't come from Scranton. That's like he lived there for a short period of time before he even knew it.
We're going to move on to the next question.
And the people of Pennsylvania
Let me move on to my next question, gentlemen. As of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work. And as of tonight, 8 million more Americans have fallen into poverty, and more families are going hungry every day. Those hit hardest are women and people of color. They see Washington fighting over a relief bill. Mr. President, why haven't you been able to get them the help they need? 30 seconds here.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I think we're going to take over the House, because of her. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories on a date called November 3rd. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget, we've already approved 3 plans, and it's gone through, including the Democrats, in all fairness. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election because she thinks it helps her politically. I think it hurts her politically.
All right, Mr. Vice President.
The Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes. Why isn't he talking to his Republican friends?
Let me follow up with you, Vice President.
If we made a deal,
because let me
I wonder why he didn't say McConnell's name. Is that intentional?
You are the leader of the Democratic Party. Why have you not pushed the Democrats to get a deal for the American people?
Well, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed this act all the way back in the beginning of the summer. This is like it's not new. No one's passed anything since,
July 31st.
This HEROES Act has been sitting there. And look at what's happening. When I was in charge of the Recovery Act with $800 billion, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities that have to balance their budgets and states that have to balance their budgets. So then have to fire firefighters, teachers, first responders, law enforcement officers, so they can keep their cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have not done a thing for them. And Mitch McConnell said, let them go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt. Come on. What's the matter with these guys?
The bill that was passed in the House was a bailout of badly run, high crime, Democrat, all run by Democrats, cities and states.
That's
it was
a pretty
a way
big
of
pivot
getting
from
a
Trump.
lot of money.
From you guys didn't do anything to you guys are just bailing out people I don't like. I don't know about this one.
From our people's pockets to people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of everything for them. And what that does, and I'd love to do that, I'd love to help them, but what that does, everybody all over the world will start pouring into our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking care of them. This was a way of spending on things that had nothing to do with COVID, as per your question. But it was really a big bailout for badly run Democrat cities and states.
All right,
If I get elected, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to be an American president. I don't see red states and blue states. What I see is American, United States. And folks, every single state out there finds themselves in trouble. They're going to start laying off, whether they're red or blue, cops, firefighters, first responders, because teachers, because they have to balance their budget. And the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government to deficit spend to compensate for the United States of America.
I want to talk about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about struggling small businesses
take a swing at the police
owners these days. Do you think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage?
I did think it was an interesting point he made before, though, where he called them out as not really being from Scranton.
I do, because I think one of
the again, it goes back to that whole Pennsylvania thing, trying to separate him from Pennsylvania.
We should be bailing them out now, those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under. They're not going to be able to make it back. They passed a package that allows us to be able to call PPP. Money is supposed to go to help them do everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. Schools, how they can make classrooms smaller, how they can hire more teachers, how they can put ventilation systems in. They
but most
need
of the PPP
help.
got swallowed up by big companies, not by small businesses.
Schools need the help. But these guys will not help them. Is not giving them any of the money.
I think as a percentage of the money given out, I think that's true. But as the percentage of the total number of loans, I think a lot of loans went to small businesses. But I mean, like larger companies are always going to swallow up more of the overall money available just because of how large they are, right? The PPP allowed you to cover 2.5 times 1 month's worth of salaries, which means if you're a larger company, you're always going to qualify for more than a smaller company. So even though more money went to larger corporations, the overall total number of loans, more of those went to smaller businesses than larger ones.
And what's been proven to happen is when you
do unfortunately, the banks were the ones who got to decide and prioritize those loans. Unfortunately, a lot of the loans, the banks prioritize their bigger customers over small businesses too. So the fact that banks were allowed to even do that.
To an extent, but what I really
yeah, possibly. I mean, you build relationships with financial institutions. I mean, that's always like if you know a guy at the bank and you bank there for a long time, like you're always going to be given some kind of preference over clients that aren't as loyal or haven't been with you for as long time. I mean, that's a kind of a separate conversation. Maybe there should have been more money available for the PPP loans. Would have been an argument for that.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Exactly. Should have been more available.
Vice President Biden.
2 jobs, 1 job, be below poverty. People are making $6, $7, $8 an hour. These first responders, we all clap for as they come down the street because they've allowed us to make it. What's happening? They deserve a minimum wage of $15. Anything below that puts you below the poverty level. And there is no evidence that when you raise the minimum wage, businesses go out of business. That is simply not true.
We're going to talk about immigration. We're going to talk about immigration now, gentlemen, and we're going to talk about families within this context. Mr. President, your administration separated children from their parents at the border, at least 4,000 kids. You've since reversed your zero-tolerance policy, but the United States can't locate the parents of more than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through
But
merit.
how will you reunite these kids with their families,
Let me just tell you,
Mr. President?
they built cages. They used to say, I built the cages, and then they had a picture in a certain newspaper, and it was a picture of these horrible cages. And they said, look at these cages. President Trump built them. And then it was determined they were built in 2014. That was him.
Do you have a plan to reunite the kids?
Yes, we're working on it we're trying very hard. But a lot of these kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
Vice President Biden, let me bring you into this conversation. Quick response and then another question to you.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up
Kristen,
question.
they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
they
to that?
They did it. We changed.
Did not.
They built the cages. Who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what
Who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what we're talking about. What happened? Parents were ripped. Their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 sets of those parents, and those kids are alone.
Sure, but we didn't get these separating stories under the Obama administration, which is what Trump is dealing with right now, fortunately for him.
It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you about
I will say this. They went down. We brought reporters, everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
But some of them haven't been reunited
But just ask one question. Who built the cages? I'd love you to ask him that. Who built the cages?
Let me ask about your immigration policy, Mr. Vice President. The Obama administration did fail to deliver immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family detentions at the border before changing course. So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Because we made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And all of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy and they want to do that is they've gone to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River and it's illegal. And you say, oh no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
Kristen, he had 8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've changed without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president. He did nothing except build cages to keep children in.
Vice President Biden, your response.
The catch and release, you know what he's talking about there? If in fact you had a family came across and they were arrested, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing. They were released. And guess what? They showed up for a hearing. And this is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States and you make your case that I seek asylum based on the following premise, why I deserve it under American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
President Trump, your response,
so
30
important.
seconds, and then we'll move on.
It just shows that he has no understanding of immigration or the laws. Catch and release is a disaster. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in, a very bad person would come in. We would take their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back. Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe. They never come back. Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay, President Trump, let's give Vice President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the next section. Vice President Biden, your response.
Know the law, what he's telling you is simply
I think so far he's done pretty well on this issue.
Check it out.
Talk about meme-worthy. Only those with a very low IQ came back.
Let's move on to the next section.
What happens when you go off script?
Not know where in God's name they're going to be and lost their parents.
Go ahead.
All right. Let's talk about our next section, which is race in America. And I want to talk about the way Black and brown Americans experience race in this country. Part of that experience is something called the talk. It happens regardless of class and income. Parents who feel they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that they could be targeted, including by the police, for no reason other than the color of their skin. Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
I do. I do. You know, my daughter is a social worker, and she's written a lot about this. She has a graduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania in social work. And, you know, one of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to learn more about what was going on. I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts, for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. But a black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child, when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street, making sure that you, in fact, if you get pulled over, just yes, sir, no, sir, hands on top of the wheel, because you are, in fact, the victim, whether you're a person making child of a $300,000 a year person or someone who's on food stamps. The fact of the matter is there is institutional racism in America. And we have always said, we've never lived up to it, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal. Well, guess what? We have never, ever lived up to it, but we've always constantly been moving the needle further and further to inclusion, not exclusion. This is the first president to come along and says, that's the end of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access to opportunity to borrow money to start businesses. All the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear plan as to how to do those things, just to give people a shot. It's about accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence.
President Trump, same question to you, and let me remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
Yes, I do. And again, he's been in government 47 years. He never did a thing except in 1994 when he did such harm to the black community. And they were called, and he called them super predators. And he said that. He said it, super predators. And they have never lived that down. 1994.
She asked Trump specifically, if you were talking to these families, what would you say? And he still pivots to attack Biden on the 94 super predator thing.
Than Donald Trump.
Which wasn't Biden. I don't know if he thinks that him and Hillary are the same person or not. But
of Abraham Lincoln, possibly.
Yeah, it was a Hillary speech.
Of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done. Criminal justice reform. Obama and Joe didn't do it. I don't even think they tried because they had no chance at doing it. They might have wanted to do it, but if you had to see the arms I had to twist to get that done, it was not a pretty picture, and everybody knows it, including some very liberal people that cried in my office. They cried in the Oval Office. 2 weeks later, they're out saying, gee, we have to defeat him. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, a great senator from South Carolina. He came in with this incredible idea for opportunity zones. It's one of the most successful programs. People don't talk about it. Tremendous investment is being made. Biggest beneficiary, the black and Hispanic communities, and then historically black colleges and universities. After 3 years of coming to the office, I love some of those guys. They were great. They came into the office and they said, I said, what are you doing? After 3 years, I said, why do you keep coming back? Because we have no funding. I said, you don't have to come back every year. We have to come back because President Obama would never give them long-term funding. And I did. 10-year long-term funding. And I gave them more money than they asked for because they said, I think you need more. And I said, the only bad part about this is I may never see you again because I got very friendly with them and they like me and I like them. But I saved historically black colleges and universities.
Okay, and we're going to talk about both of your records, but your response to that, Vice President?
My response to that is I never, ever said what he accused me of saying. The fact of the matter is, in 2000, though, after the crime bill had been in the law for a while, this is a guy who said the problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in jail. There's not enough people in jail. And go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said it. Not enough people. He talked about marauding gangs, young gangs, and the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who in the Central Park five innocent black kids, he continued to push for making sure that they got the death penalty. None of them were guilty,
even after they were exonerated.
Of the crimes they were suggested. Look, and talk about
that's
granted,
big time throwback.
Let 20 people. He commuted 20 people's sentences. We commuted over 1,000 people's sentences. Over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that, in fact, initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be doing, there should be no minimum mandatories in the law. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their state laws to eliminate minimum mandatories and set up drug courts. No one should be going to jail because they have a drug problem. They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail. We should fundamentally change the system, and that's what I'm going to do.
But why didn't he do it 4 years ago? Why didn't you do that 4 years ago, even less than that? Why didn't you do it? You were vice president. You keep talking about all these things you're going to do and you're going to do this, but you were there just a short time ago and you guys did nothing.
We did.
You know, Joe, I ran because of you. I ran because of Barack Obama, because you did a poor job. If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run. I would have never run. I ran because of you. I'm looking at you now. You're a politician. I ran because of you.
All right, Vice President Biden, your response to that, and then I do have some questions for both of you.
Second time, by the way, he's referred to him as a politician.
I hope he does look at me, because what's happening here is, you know who I am. You know who he is. You know his character. You know my character. You know our reputations for honor and telling the truth. I am anxious to have this race. I am anxious to see this take place. The character of the country is on the ballot. Our character is on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some follow-up. Please respond, and then we're going to have follow-up
questions. If this stuff is true about Russia, Ukraine, China, other countries, Iraq, if this is true, then he's a corrupt politician. So don't give me the stuff about how you're this innocent
This populist
baby.
rhetoric of I'm not a politician, you're a politician was really effective in 2016 when we wanted a populist, but unfortunately after 4 years of Trump, it doesn't seem like he was able to deliver on any of the wide promises he had. So I don't think this is as effective 4 years later, especially sitting in the middle of this coronavirus pandemic.
It certainly lands differently.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it lands differently, but it's interesting that this has not been used in the past couple of weeks to now use it tonight. Politician, and then he went to it, corrupt politician.
Former heads of the CIA, both parties say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
That's exactly what.
Is this where you're going? This is where he's going. The laptop is Russia.
Gentlemen, I want to stay on the issue of race.
You have to be kidding. Here we go again with Russia.
We're going to continue on the issue of race. Mr. President, you've described the Black Lives Matter movement as a symbol of hate. You've shared a video of a man chanting white power to millions of your supporters. You've said that black professional athletes exercising their First Amendment rights should be fired. What do you say to Americans who say that kind of language from a president is contributing to a climate of hate and racial strife?
Well, you have to understand, the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I said, that's a horrible thing. And they were marching down the street. And that was my first glimpse of Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a terrible thing. As far as my relationships with all people, I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
Well, what do you say to Americans who are concerned by that rhetoric?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I took care of black colleges and universities. I don't know what to say. They can say anything. They can say anything. It makes me sad because I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so dark, but I don't care who's in the audience. I'm the least racist person in this room.
Okay, Vice President Biden, let me ask you very quickly, and then I have a follow-up question for you.
Abraham Lincoln here is one of the most racist presidents we've had in modern history. He pours fuel on every single racist fire. Every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying he's going to get rid of those Mexican rapists. He's banned Muslims because they're Muslims. He has moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys. Last time we were on stage here, he said, I told them to stand down and stand ready. Come on. This guy is a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have a follow-up.
He made a reference to Abraham Lincoln. Where did that come in? I mean,
you said you're Abraham Lincoln.
No, where did that?
Malarkey.
No. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community.
And I'm saying,
I didn't say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community. Now, you have done nothing other than the crime bill, which put tens of thousands of black men, mostly, in jail.
All right, let me
you know
ask
They remember it because if you look at what's happening with the voting right now,
let me ask
they
Vice
remember
President
that
Biden
you treated them very, very badly. Just take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within this context.
Surprised he has not brought up Ice Cube and the platinum plan that he's working on.
Of tens of thousands of young black
Surprised
men.
he has not brought that up.
Yeah, especially because that was a big news item a few days ago, I think.
Fathers, their uncles.
Actually, I'm thinking of 50 Cent, actually, more as well, yeah.
50 Cent just happened to, apparently Ice Cube had reached out to both campaigns. The Biden campaign told him they talked to him after the election, and the Trump campaign got with him and said, we'll start working with you now on it. So he said, hey, I'll work with anyone, right?
Yeah.
But you're right, and 50 Cent just came out in support of Trump as well.
Arguing that, in fact, we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending money on. That's why I set up drug courts, which were never funded by our Republican friends. They should not be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going into treatment. That's what we've been trying to do. That's what I'm going to get done, because I think the American people have now seen that, in fact, it was a mistake to pass those laws relating to drug. But they were not in the crime bill.
But why didn't he get it done? See, it's all talk, no action with these politicians. Why didn't he get it done? That's what I'm going to do when I become president. You were vice president along with Obama as your president, your leader, for 8 years. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years to get it done. Now you're saying you're going to get it done because you're all talk and no action, Jim.
We got a lot of it done. We released 38,000. We got 38,000 prisoners left from the.
You got nothing done.
38,000 prisoners were released from federal prison. There were over 1,000 people who were given clemency. In fact, we're the ones that put in the legislation saying we could look at pattern and practice of police departments and what they were doing, how they were conducting themselves. I could go on, but we began the process. We lost an election. That's why I'm running to win back that election and change his terrible policy.
I just asked one question. Why didn't you do it in the 8 years, a short time ago? Why didn't you do it? You just said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. You put tens of thousands of mostly black young men in prison.
What if they're going to bring up the Republican House or Senate?
Undo that. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years with Obama. You know why, Joe? Because you're all talk and no action.
All right, Vice President Biden, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress. That's the answer.
That's it.
Okay.
You
should have given a little bit more there, but.
We're going to move on to our next section.
Like I did with criminal justice reform. I had to talk Democrats into it.
Gentlemen,
interesting that Trump keeps using the phrase young black men. He keeps saying that over and over. There's new polling that shows that more black men, not a lot obviously, but more young black men are actually moving toward Trump. And we were mentioning right now about 50 Cent and Ice Cube, but there are more moving towards him now. So I noticed tonight he's mentioned that a number of times, black men almost kind of trying to shore up that there's animosity there.
So we have the Trillion Trees program. We have so many different programs. I do love the environment, but what I want is the cleanest, crystal clear water, the cleanest air. We have the best, lowest number in carbon emissions, which is a big standard that I notice Obama goes with all the time. Not Joe. I haven't heard Joe use the term because I'm not sure he knows what it represents or means, but I have heard Obama use it. And we have the best carbon emission numbers that we've had in 35 years under this administration. We are working so well with industry, but here's what we can't do. Look at China, how filthy it is. Look at Russia. Look at India. It's filthy. The air is filthy. The Paris Accord, I took us out because we were going to have to spend trillions of dollars, and we were treated very unfairly. When they put us in there, they did us a great disservice. They were going to take away our businesses. I will not sacrifice tens of millions of jobs, thousands and thousands of companies because of the Paris Accord. It was so unfair. China doesn't kick in until 2030. Russia goes back to a low standard, and we kicked in right away. It would have destroyed our businesses. So, you ready? We have done an incredible job environmentally. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and the best carbon emission standards that we've seen in many, many years.
Vice President
and we
Biden.
haven't destroyed our industries.
Vice President Biden, 2 minutes to you, uninterrupted.
Climate change and climate warming, the global warming, is an existential threat to humanity. We have a moral obligation to deal with it. And we're told by all the leading scientists in the world we don't have much time. We're going to pass the point of no return within the next 8 to 10 years. 4 more years of this man eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up the climate, to limit limit emissions, will put us in a position where we're going to be in real trouble. Here's where we have a great opportunity. I was able to get both all the environmental organizations as well as labor, the people worried about jobs, to support my climate plan. Because what it does, it will create millions of new good-paying jobs. We're going to invest in, for example, 50,000 charging stations on our highways so that we can own the electric car market of the future. In the meantime, China is doing that. We're going to be in a position where we're going to see to it that we're going to take 4 million existing buildings and 2 million existing homes and retrofit them so they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the process and creating significant number of jobs. And by the way, the whole idea of what this is all going to do, it's going to create millions of jobs, and it's going to clean the environment. Our health and our jobs are at stake. That's what's happening. And what right now, by the way, Wall Street firms indicated that my plan will in fact create 18.6 million jobs, 7 million more than his. This is from Wall Street. And I'll create $1 trillion more in economic growth than his proposal does. Not on climate, just on the economy.
President Trump, your
They came out and said very strongly, $6,500 will be taken away from families under his plan, that his plan is an economic disaster. If you look at what he wants to do, if you look at his plan, his environmental plan, you know who developed it? AOC plus 3. They know nothing about the climate. I mean, she's got a good line of stuff, but she knows nothing about the climate. And they're all hopping through hoops for AOC plus 3. Look, their real plan costs $100 trillion. If we had the best year in the history,
I guess so. I haven't heard it before.
The squad, yeah, okay, interesting.
He actually made Biden. He actually cracked Biden up with it.
That. When he says buildings, they want to take buildings down because they want to make bigger windows into smaller windows. As far as they're concerned, if you had no window, it would be a lovely thing. This is the craziest plan that anybody has ever seen. And this wasn't done by smart people. This wasn't done by anybody. Frankly, I don't even know how it can be good politically. Right. They want to spend $100 trillion. That's their real number. He's trying to say it was 6. It's $100 trillion. They want to knock down buildings and build new buildings with little, tiny, small windows. I mean, and many other things.
Okay.
And many other things.
Let me have the Vice President respond, and we're running out of time, and we have a lot more questions to get to. So let's hear from the Vice President. I have a number more questions.
I don't know where he comes from. I don't know where he comes up with these numbers. $100 trillion. Give me a break. This plan was endorsed by every major environmental group and every labor group. Because they know the future lies. The future lies in us being able to breathe, and they know there are good jobs in getting us there. And by the way, the fastest growing industry in America are is the electric, solar energy and wind. He thinks wind causes cancer, windmills. It's the fastest growing jobs, and they pay good prevailing wages, 45, 50 bucks an hour. We can grow and we can be cleaner if we go the route I'm proposing.
President Trump, please respond, and then I have some follow-up.
We are energy independent for the first time. We don't need all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy. We are energy independent. I know more about wind than you do. It's extremely expensive, kills all the birds. It's very intermittent. It's got a lot of problems. And they happen to make the windmills in both Germany and China. And the fumes coming up, if you're a believer in carbon emission, the fumes coming up to make these massive windmills is more than anything that we're talking about with natural gas, which is very clean. One other thing.
Find me a scientist
solar.
who said that.
I love solar, but solar doesn't quite have it yet. It's not powerful yet to really run our big, beautiful factories that we need to compete with the world. So it's all a pipe dream. But you know what we'll do? We're going to have the greatest economy in the world. But if you want to kill the economy, get rid of your oil industry. You want, and what about fracking?
All right, let me allow Vice President Biden to respond.
I never said I oppose fracking.
You said it on tape.
I did show the tape. Put it on your website.
Put it on.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is he's flat lying.
Would you rule out banning fracking?
I do rule out banning fracking because the answer, we need other industries to transition to get to ultimately a complete zero emissions by 2025. What I will do with fracking over time is make sure that we can capture the emissions from the fracking, capture the emissions from gas. We can do that, and we can do that by investing money in doing it. But it's a transition to that.
I have one more question in this pod, and then
He was against fracking. He said it. I will show that to you tomorrow. I am against fracking. Until he got the nomination, went to Pennsylvania. Then he said, but you know what, Pennsylvania? He'll be against it very soon because his party is totally against it.
Fracking on federal land, I said. No fracking or oil on federal land.
Let me ask this final question in this section, and then I want to move on to our final section. President Trump, people of color are much more likely to live near oil refineries and chemical plants. In Texas, there are families who worry the plants near them are making them sick. Your administration has rolled back regulations on these kinds of facilities. Why should these families give you another 4 years in office?
The families that we're talking about are employed heavily, and they're making a lot of money, more money than they've ever made. If you look at the kind of numbers that we produce for Hispanic, for Black, for Asian, it's 9 times greater, the percentage gain, than it was in 3 years, than it was under 8 years of the two of them, to put it nicely. 9 times more. Now, somebody lives, I have not heard the numbers or the statistics that you're saying, but they're making.
They both sound like they're getting tired. They're slurring a lot.
Yeah, Trump is normally not like fumbling words like this. I noticed that he's trying to incorporate more numbers, and when he tries to do that, he falls apart a little bit. I'm not sure what he just said. 8 years more than, or in 3 years we did more than in 8 years. The two of them. Yeah, I don't know. That was a little.
And now it's very vibrant again. And everybody has very inexpensive gas.
You're right. When he does numbers, and Biden keeps freezing when he gets to names. Couldn't remember Kim Jong-un's name twice.
They call fence lines. He doesn't understand this. They live near chemical plants that, in fact, pollute. Chemical plants and oil plants and refineries that pollute. I used to live near that when I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware. And the more oil refineries in Marcus Hook and the Delaware River than there is any place, including in Houston at the time. When my mom get in the car and when there was first frost to drive me to school, turning the windshield wiper, there'd be oil slick in the window. That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer. The fact is, those frontline communities, it doesn't matter what you're paying them. It matters how you keep them safe. What do? And you impose restrictions on the pollutants the pollutants coming out of those fence line communities.
Okay, I have one final question.
Would he close down the oil industry?
It falls.
Would you close down the oil industry?
By the way, I would transition from the oil industry, yes.
Oh,
I would
that's
transition.
A big statement.
It is a big statement.
That's a
because
big statement.
I would stop.
Why would you do that?
Because the oil industry pollutes significantly.
I see.
Here's the deal. But
that's
you
a
can't
big
do
statement.
That. Well, if you let me finish the statement, because it has to be replaced by renewable energy over time. over time. And I'd stop giving to the oil industry. I'd stop giving them federal subsidies. He won't give federal subsidies to the gas, excuse me, to solar and wind.
Yeah.
Why are we giving it to oil industry?
We actually do give it to solar and wind.
We
And
have
that's
one
maybe the
final
biggest
question.
statement in terms of business. That's the biggest statement.
Okay.
Because
We have
basically
one
what he's
final
saying
question,
is he is
Mr.
going to
President.
destroy the oil industry. Will you remember that, Texas? Will you remember that, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma?
Vice President Biden, let me give you 10 seconds to respond, and then
Ohio.
I have to get to the final question. Vice President Biden.
He takes everything out of context. But the point is, look, we have to move toward a net zero emissions. The first place to do that by the year 2035 is in energy production, by 2050 totally.
All right. One
Is he
final
gonna get
question
China
both
to do
of you.
it?
No, we're finished with
Is
this.
he
We
going
have
to
to
get
move
China
on to
to
our
do it?
final question. We
No,
have to
I'm
move
going
on
to
to our final
rejoin Paris
question.
Accord and make China abide by what they agreed to.
All right, this is about leadership, gentlemen. And this first question does go to you, President
He's trying to
Trump.
get to this final question.
Imagine this is your inauguration day. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you? You'll each have 1 minute, starting with you, Mr.
We have to make our country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it, and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs in a short period of time, et cetera. But I will tell you, go back. Before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call me. They wanted to get together. We had the best black unemployment numbers in the history of our country. Hispanic, women, Asian, people with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success. But I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes, and he wants to put new regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen. Your 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
All right. Vice President Biden, same question to you. What will you say during your inaugural address to Americans who did not vote for you?
I will say, I'm an American president. I represent all of you, whether you voted for me or against me. And I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunities to make things better. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. And at the same time, we can make sure that our economy is being run and moved and motivated by clean energy, creating millions of new jobs. And that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say, as I said at the beginning, what is on the ballot here is the character of this country: decency, honor, respect, treating people with dignity, making sure that everyone has an even chance. And I'm going to make sure you get that. You haven't been getting it the last 4 years.
All right. I want to thank you both for a very robust hour and a half, a fantastic debate. Really appreciate it. President Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden, thank you to Belmont University for hosting us tonight. And most importantly, thank you to those watching tonight. Election Day is November 3rd. Don't forget to vote. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you.
One thing that Biden did really well here that he did in the first debate is talking to America, right? Speaking to the camera or whatever. I feel like Trump had a few opportunities to do that tonight, and he just wouldn't answer the question. Like in this final question, what would you say if you won during your State of the Union or during your inauguration address? And he's like, if you voted for Biden, you suck. Like that was your chance to give a nice impassioned speech to the camera and to tell America, what Biden is doing, pontificating on, his character and everything. Man, Trump, I don't know if Trump did that at all tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fairly interesting. It almost looked like, by the way, as we're watching these final shots here with the spouses come out, there was a lot said in the past about, or in the first debate, about the way they came out to each other and the fact that Joe Biden embraces her husband and Melania did not. So I noticed that Melania got to that stage faster tonight. And so they had worked on that. I think you're right when you say that Trump really he doesn't address the American people. He didn't do it throughout this debate. He never really took the time to do it. Biden, you could tell, his team had crafted moments that seemed to trigger in his mind of when to do that. He seemed to respond to those moments. And I would say overall, all in all,
Biden did pretty well as far as pivoting. You could tell when there were kind of these predetermined moments to pivot. Did a pretty good job of pivoting when he needed to and not getting bogged down. Trump, for his part, I think did a pretty good job of swinging when he needed to, but I don't think all of those punches landed the way that he thought they would. And he seemed at moments, at least to me, to be a little lost about where to go next. It would take him some time to figure out how to kind of go to that next line of attack.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I felt like I think Biden had way better prepared answers tonight. It feels like Biden tends to flounder, especially when he's able to be interrupted by Trump. But I feel like Biden had a lot more prepared, like it almost, not to sound paranoid, not saying that he had the answers in advance, but it sounded like he did a lot more preparation and had better prepared answers for more likely questions. So being able to instantly come back and talk about catch and release, for instance, or being able to talk a little bit more specifically about certain policies. Although we didn't really get into much policy conversation today. Yeah, I don't know. I felt like Biden sounded sharper tonight than he normally was. And I felt like Trump sounded a bit more dull tonight than he normally is. Usually Trump, at the very least, whether you love him or hate him, Trump is usually a good speaker and is usually very quick to attack over and over and over and over again. But I felt like Trump was floundering in a lot of different spots here when I normally wouldn't expect him to do that. I don't know if I don't know if microphone, they must have been muted during responses, because even though sometimes they were talking back to each other, the early part of this debate sounded very formal. There was like very little interrupting or back and forth.
It almost felt like they didn't want to be muted in the beginning. As it went on, they figured out they weren't going to be muted as much. They could have more interaction than maybe they thought they could. I do agree, though, Trump did something interesting with his voice tonight, which was that he seemed to, as he would talk, maybe because he felt he was overly criticized for being aggressive, he would shift over to this softer tone and almost whisper when he would start to speak. And I noticed he did it especially in that second, not the final question, but the second to last question, when they were talking about energy and oil, and he shifted. He was getting loud. He was getting aggressive, saying, are you going to get rid of it? That's a big deal. That's a big deal. And then he shifted and went with this very soft voice. Did you hear that, Texas? Did you hear that, Ohio? And it was a very strange thing. So I don't know who coached him and told him in advance, hey, you need to have this softer sound. I don't think it really works for him. It almost sounds, to me, it sounded a little creepy at times because he had kind of a whisper in there. But I do think he was trying very hard to not come off too aggressive, which is fairly interesting because I would say when he debated Hillary Clinton, you would think that he would have been advised to not be too aggressive. And I feel like he was less aggressive tonight than he was in those debates with Clinton.
Yeah, although something that he started to do more too, I'm reading through, I think Frank Luntz, I don't have the tweets up, but there's a guy that does like undecided voter focus groups, and I was kind of like reading through what a lot of the undecided people say, is they're the ones that a lot of people look to in these elections to see, which way they'll go. And one thing that seemed to not be going well for a couple of them is, one, they really don't like the lack of actual policy discussion. So when I say policy discussion, I don't mean like what is the specific, like how are we going to get the funding for blah, 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 but more just like what are we going to do insofar as like COVID-19 goes? Like what does an actual reopen look like? Are we talking like in 2 weeks, everybody will be in masks and then schools will open? Like that type of specific policy hasn't really been talked about much. Like how are you actually going to help people? And I think a lot of people are looking towards, those kinds of answers. And the second thing that doesn't seem to play well is Trump is kind of victimizing himself a lot. And I feel like people don't like that type of victimization, or rather the undecided voters in these panels are saying that they don't really like that victimization thing. I think that Biden surprisingly looked pretty strong when Trump brought up the immigration record, I think. And Biden very quickly just said, yeah, we made a mistake, and then moved on right past it, rather than spending a lot of time trying to defend maybe not the greatest approach to immigration. A lot of people called Obama the deporter in chief and pointed out that they were pretty harsh on immigration when it came to Mexican immigrants. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do think that it was interesting to see the way that Trump did go on the attack over the cages issue, and Biden wouldn't respond to him. I think was probably one of Trump's stronger moments of the night in terms of continuing to press that without getting too crazy. We also want to bring in more of our panel, as we've been doing this tonight. Stephen Bunnell's already with us, but Lance from We Are Search TV and Nick Oakes is with us, joining the conversation. Guys, thanks for being here, and I know you guys have been watching it as well. I guess we could pick up from there with you guys. Lance, we'll start with you. That discussion specifically about the issue of immigration, where, as I was saying, I think Trump did a good job of repeatedly pressing Biden on the issue of the cages. Who was the one who introduced cages? Who was the one? And Biden, because he would not respond to it, to me anyways, it came off as a pretty strong moment for Trump, and it seemed like a weak moment for Biden. How did you see it?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Is this okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not entirely sure what kind of arc Donald Trump was going for here. It kind of seems like he was pulling the Mel Gibson. So he started out saying some pretty inflammatory things very loudly in that first debate. That didn't go over too well. And then he tried, I guess, behind the scenes in some private phone calls, he came off as being a little bit more maybe bombastic or anti-Semitic. And then it seemed by the time he had reached this third debate, they were ready to give him an Academy Award, but the format just didn't work for him. So that would probably be the best thing I could do in terms of an analogy on that situation.
Nick, how did you view that? I mean, to me, it appeared like, as I said, that we were seeing a pretty strong debate about immigration. Catch and release came up. Biden described it in one way. Trump described it in a totally different way. If you're not familiar with the border, I am. I grew up on the border and covered it for 10 years as a journalist. A lot of people, I think, across America don't really know what the situation is and walked away from that part of the conversation not sure what catch and release actually is.
He should have stressed that more. And I think Trump is making a mistake generally by not hitting the immigration issue like he did in 2016. It's noticeably more absent from the discussion coming from him because it's a strong issue for Trump. It's what his base loves and elected him for. And it's the whole thing with the kids in the cages. He's got strong talking points on it. It just doesn't get brought up enough. And for the same criticisms are always going to come. But I don't see it as working like it did. It's true that Obama did start the cage thing. And family separation it's an obvious question. What crime exists that doesn't involve a family getting separated when there's an arrest made, whether it's drug driving or what? We have to have an enforceable border. And if people are going to bring kids along, which often don't belong to them, that's a huge problem that needs to be addressed.
Let's jump over to the issue of that when we talk about a presidential election, it is a national election, but in fact, it's actually, 50 state elections is what's actually taking place, right? And so based on how the election breaks down, Stephen, that's really what we're talking about. And so every state has its own issues, obviously. The one thing that tonight, you and I talked about this during the actual debate, was this issue of fracking as it came up, right? And the debate over whether or not Joe Biden has ever said that he would ban fracking. He has said it many times. There's actually a number of them. I actually asked our producer while we were on, can you find that? Because there's a lot of those quotes out there, and they were able to just Google it and find it within a matter of seconds. Here it is. Biden has said it. That is so specific to one place. That is almost an issue for only one state, which is the state of Pennsylvania. That's the state that question was geared toward. Over the next week or 2 weeks, depending on how media in Pennsylvania play that clip, does Biden regret having said that? And does that clip, do you think, make the rounds through media in Pennsylvania saying he said that he didn't say it, he was emphatic that he didn't say it, here he is saying it multiple times during the primary?
I would have to go back and look. My understanding is the last time Biden said he considered banning fracking was like back in January. This was a long time ago. I know that Biden has said that he wants to phase it out, I think similarly to oil. But I mean, I don't think that's a very controversial point. I mean, we need to move towards some sort of zero carbon emissions in the future. We need to move towards green energy, whether we like it or not. It's just something that has to happen. It's a matter of national security and a matter of, making the living conditions for humanity sustainable into the future. So it's going to come down, I guess, to how much people want to play a clip and play with the words and play with the semantics on whether or not you honestly think Biden is just going to end all of fracking immediately. I think any reasonable American doesn't believe that that's going to happen. It would be a disaster for not just this particular states that have fracking, but for America as a whole. I think that the idea to kind of phase out these sorts of dirty energies, compared to green energies, I don't think are that controversial, assuming they're done in a responsible way. And I'm pretty sure that most labor organizations right now support Biden's plans when it comes to phasing these energies out as well. So I don't think he's going to get as much hit for this as Trump seems to think he will.
Does it, Lance, it ultimately become a campaign ad that they target specifically, do you think, toward Pennsylvania over and over again? Biden says, I never said it, but he said it, and he said it multiple times. Is this that, I guess, coupled now with the other thing that came up tonight, which Trump really jumped on at the end there? You could almost see him salivate over the idea of, you want to get rid of oil? And so he specifically brought up Texas, where right now, according to the polling, at least if you believe the polls, Texas is in play It's more so in play than it's been in any national election in a very long time, or presidential election, I should say. And he mentioned Ohio as well. Youngstown, Ohio, obviously has a big oil industry there. So is that where that focus goes? Is to trying to micro-target states, do you think, on those energy issue and job issues?
Well, I mean, if that was the case, I don't understand why Trump doesn't, why Biden himself doesn't pivot on this. He could easily reframe the question as to why aren't we talking about the California wildfires? I mean, he does talk about the bleach, and I think that was a really good point to try and nail that home. But I mean, we have a saying in Canada, the lower you get on the beaver, the softer the fur becomes. And I think that becomes a little bit prescient when it comes to something like this, because at the end of the day, you could easily spin this around on Donald Trump. You could push this towards him and say, well, you're saying that the trees are basically kindling, they light up really easily in fires and stuff like that. This is the kind of stuff that would resonate more because the state is actually on fire. Like, that is something that's going to be more pertinent to people's everyday lives than, say, just talking about how, I don't know, whether or not fracking will apply to them.
Well, and certainly, Nick, when we're talking about in those specific states, it applies to the livelihood of people working in those states. If we're talking again about fracking, as Stephen mentioned, I mean, there are people in those states, their livelihood is dependent on that. The oil issue, I could see you trying to make a play for that in Texas. I could see making the play for it in Ohio. But quite candidly, I mean, people who are big oil people in Texas or even really supportive of the oil industry, aren't those probably Trump voters anyways? I mean, are you just at that point preaching to the choir?
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's in essence what Biden is trying to do. He's trying to reach a little bit across the aisle, right? I mean, otherwise he would probably try to take a stronger stance on fracking, I would assume. It's not a very popular, I would say, either campaign play or one that's even really resonating with Democrats as a whole.
Yeah. In general, guys, I guess, Nick, let's talk about some of the other issues here. North Korea was an interesting one where they debated back and forth about Trump essentially saying, hey, if Hillary had been president, we would have been at war with North Korea. You guys couldn't do anything with North Korea. Biden couldn't remember Kim Jong-un's name. At least he seemed to stumble over it every time he tried to get to it and would just go around it. Was that at all? It was the only kind of foreign policy question we really had for the whole night. Was that a win for Trump? Or do you think the average person at home just doesn't care? North Korea is so far away. The idea of war with another country is just kind of in the back of people's minds. And it's almost white noise to people tonight.
I don't think people are worried about war with North Korea, and I don't really think they should be. This sort of idea that Trump is secretly sympathetic to North Korean communists is also ridiculous, and I don't think resonates with either side if they're being honest with themselves. As far as foreign policy, Trump ran on, what I would call an anti-war stance, at least compared to where we've been as a country in the last 10 years or so. And that's one of the reasons I voted for him. People like that. People don't want any more wars. They're more concerned with places like Iran, probably, and maybe Syria. But these are all places we don't want to be, North Korea included. And I think that should be stressed more. But it's not going to be a major thing going forward, North Korea. It just kind of came up.
And Nick, let me stick with you for a minute. So no one really wins or loses debates anymore, it doesn't seem like. I don't think that's really even a legitimate way of looking at a debate, who won, who lost. I guess the real question is, did anything happen tonight, do you think, that may have shifted voters one way or the other for either of these guys? Did they pull independents on either side, do you think?
Well, who are these undecided voters? How can they still exist? Whenever they have them on the major networks, they seem to be very decided. It comes out in retrospect. But apparently they're here. And, if they are, what's this election going to be decided on? It's not normal issues. It's not taxes or whatever. You've got Joe Biden out there talking about sex-changing 8-year-olds. Like, this is new territory. People care about where the country's going, where the culture's going, because it has really changed rapidly, and you want to boil it down to the big phrases of law and order. People, yes, he did. There was in his town hall a woman who had an 8-year-old transgender son or daughter, whatever it was. She asked what he thought, and he said that's great. We cannot discriminate against 8-year-olds who want a sex change.
So if that is what he said, that still is not the same as you saying that he just said that he wants 8-year-olds to have sex changes. Those are two radically different things.
Is it? I think that he came out pretty forcefully for it's okay to change your 8-year-old sex. That's what she did, and he supported it. She asked him directly. And people don't like that sort of thing. That's what I'm talking about. These are bigger issues than even healthcare, I think. But
I think it is.
What pushes people either way.
I think it's absolutely insane to say that people are watching news conferences on trans issues. As much as trans issues are important to me, I don't think that's going to be anywhere near the deciding factor in this election. I think this election is going to be a referendum, unfortunately, on how the economy is doing with the COVID. I'm sorry, say that again?
Go ahead, Stephen. Because we can only go one at a time, otherwise y'all blurs together.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
Steven,
Sometimes
Nick, you can respond to it.
There's like a 2-second delay, so if I ever speak over someone, it's just yeah. I mean, this election is just absolutely going to be a referendum on COVID-19. It's like the COVID-19 and more broadly the economy and how COVID-19 has affected the economy. I think that the average American is far more concerned about when they can go back to work rather than when an 8-year-old can or cannot, defend them being trans. I don't think the average American cares about these issues that much. Maybe if we were doing much better economically, or maybe if we didn't have, almost 250,000 people dead to a coronavirus that Trump continues to not take responsibility for. I just can't see people voting based on something Biden said about trans people. I have a hard time believing that.
But Nick, you seem to believe that it's social issues that then would be deciding this race. You don't think it's more in line with coronavirus, lockdowns, how long it goes on? Does Trump doesn't seem to want to pick a side of where he falls, like on the mask issue. He'll be like, oh yeah, I'm for it, but we shouldn't let it run our lives. He's not really staking out a very strong position. Is that a mistake?
He's playing politics with that, obviously, and you're right. He's not taking a definite side there, and because people are scared of corona. Now, Trump brought up the whole 99% of people who get it don't die, and it really is dangerous to people with other health conditions. That's the science. But generally, people don't react that well to that talking point that I just gave. Trump gave it, and then he's again like, it is something to worry about, all this stuff. He's back and forth on it. People are back and forth on it, and that's why it's so hard to predict. People are worried about it. Republicans less so, certainly, but it's a tough issue for Trump, and I don't think he's really coming out on top of it, to be honest. He needs to stress the blue states are locked down with a higher rate of the virus despite those lockdowns than the red states where life continues more normally, that people do like to live as they have. And that's what he's got to focus on.
Just in regards to the coronavirus stuff, just real quick, that's just absolutely not true. You can draw an exact line 2 weeks after a lot of these red states started to reopen, and you can see the cases spiking up as they continue to disregard those lockdown measures. That's why you've had states like Florida going back and forth on whether or not they want to be locked down. It's just patently not true that the lockdowns haven't helped at least a little bit. Trump wants to point to New York and how horrible the state's doing because they've had tiny spikes in cases. New York was one of the most hit states in the world. It's one of the most hit regions in the world with the coronavirus, and they did a massive job in bringing that under control. And even if they have had a small climb in cases, they've done a really good job. The entire northeast region of the United States, a lot of those blue states have done a very good job of keeping that under control. A lot of the red states that opened earlier, Florida, Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, all these states started to open up, started to see these massive spikes in cases. This idea that lockdowns do nothing or didn't help anybody is just complete and total delusional fantasy.
Not to mention other countries, right? You could look to the examples of other countries that did far better than the United States did across the board. And the reason for that there's a handful of contributing factors. But one of the big ones happened to be the fact that, yes, they effectively locked down and then supported their populace by giving them enough money to survive in that situation.
Oh, like Sweden with their no lockdowns and lowest numbers. Say the lockdowns are somewhat effective.
They didn't have the lowest numbers.
Sweden's numbers were on par with the United States. Just as somebody that I was just in Sweden for a month ago, you can go look at their numbers. Their death toll is far higher than any other Scandinavian nation. That is just patently not true. Their numbers were horrible compared to anybody. So Norway, Finland, Switzerland, Denmark.
I can speak on behalf of Canada, or you can look towards other places like Vietnam, for example. New Zealand.
I'm sure that
there's another one.
Right. If the lockdowns are somewhat effective, you're still not stopping the virus. You're slowing it down, right? It's a virus. It's going to run its course. That's what these things do. Again, that's the scientists. I don't make this stuff up. I do default to what the scientists say. So the idea is that we're just going to suffocate ourselves economically for how long? Years? 2 years? 3 years? And then have the same net effect of the virus in the end. That's concerning to me, and that's concerning to other people too.
So the same net effect in the end is just patently not true. Again, if we look at countries that have been more locked down, like look at the Southeast Asian region, whether you're talking about Vietnam, whether you're talking about South Korea, there are places that have locked down very responsibly. Look at New Zealand. There are places that have locked down that have done a really good job at controlling the spread of the virus. And though they've suffered some economic harm, they haven't had the same loss of life as us. And they've continued to support their citizens with the type of stimulus that America cannot pass because the legislation that has been passed months ago, and the House has died in the Senate floor because McConnell will not allow it to be heard, to be voted on. So, I mean, like, this idea that we just can't do anything, and the fact that you bring up the scientists, no scientist is saying we should just let the virus burn through the country. I don't think any scientist has said anything like that at all. The idea is to wait until we either have a vaccine or until the cases are brought low enough that our hospitals aren't overflowing. We're sending people off to county hospitals to die.
So let me just jump in.
We have to live in a normal life.
Real quick. Let me just bring this back for a second, because we could have a whole debate show specifically about coronavirus. WHO just came out saying lockdowns around the world have doubled world poverty, right? So there's a whole lot of information out there that we could be debating. But going back to the election and specifically to this debate tonight, you had two candidates who were, the first question was about coronavirus and COVID and what do you do about it? And they both laid out plans, and neither of them is able, because obviously no one really knows, but neither of them is able to give clarity to how long will lockdowns continue, how will you deal with businesses. There was back and forth about some of this, but interestingly, again, I still want to make the point, the president focused on 3 states in particular. He focused on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and North Carolina as being states that have had strict lockdowns. And you can tell he was trying to appeal specifically, Lance, to the voters in those states who would be angry about lockdowns in order to try to say, hey, we're the answer to solving this. But I did not hear an exit strategy from COVID, for lack of a better term, from either of these candidates tonight.
And so, sorry, you're asking in relation to what exactly could they do at a state level, or should people as voters be excited about that?
As a presidential level, from a presidential level, they're both kind of talking about pie in the sky ideas to deal with it. The president says he's going to have a vaccine. He's not going to have a vaccine in a few weeks. That's just simply not true. But it won't matter because the election will be over by then. And then he can say, well, it took longer than we thought. It's not going to happen in a few weeks. But the bigger question is, if people are hanging this election, as Stephen said, on COVID, and how does this affect my life, how do you come out of this debate feeling about one candidate or the other? Do you feel that somebody has a better plan than anyone else?
Well, I mean, I can't speak. I mean, one of the 2 Americans on the panel could correct me on this. I don't think you have the power to do it on a federal level where you could actually implement a plan where everyone would have to either stay at home or something to that. I think you have to do it at a state level, right?
Yeah, it's arguable whether you have the powers.
It can't be an executive order that locks down the country. But we're also even beyond that, aren't we, Stephen? I mean, we're beyond the point where I think the population would accept continuing this for another year. We're, 9 months, it feels like, into this process. And if Biden is elected and does become president, he doesn't take office until the end of January 2021. And now we're going to have mandates instituted and continued mask wearing. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time and it sucks, but I mean, we have to do what we have to do. You've seen a lot of European countries try to reopen, and now you're seeing a lot of these European countries, I think in Spain and Italy and Germany and Sweden, who are starting to consider locking down more aggressively again as their cases start to spike. Nobody wants to be locked down. Democrats don't want the economy to be locked down any more or less than the Republicans want things to be locked down. But more importantly than being locked down, we don't want to hear news stories about teachers dying because kids go to school and they infect everybody, including teachers, who are some of our poorest paid people, but some of our most important people in society dying to this coronavirus. I mean, if we're looking at lockdowns being a referendum, or this election being a referendum on lockdowns being effective, I mean, Pennsylvania right now is +5 for Biden. Michigan is +8 for Biden. North Carolina is almost 2 points for Biden. It doesn't seem like these states are massively opposed to Biden coming in and continuing the lockdown if that's what's needed to keep America and America's teachers and America's old people and even America's children safe.
Nick?
People are sick of the ritual. They know that when you walk into a restaurant, you got to keep your little face mask on for 10 seconds till you get to the table. Then you sit down and live your normal life, and you put it back on to go. It's a ritual. It doesn't do anything. And a lot of
it's better than dying. I'd rather do a ritual than die. I gotta be honest. Between the two, I'd be like ritual, death. I mean, is
COVID nocturnal? There is some element of this that is over the top, and people realize it. Whether you believe in lockdowns or not, or taking appropriate measures, it's gone way over the top, and people are realizing that. There's nothing wrong with taking sensible measures to protect yourself from a virus. That's good. But it's gone to people just jogging with masks on, and some people are recognizing that this has become ridiculous.
Again, I think you have to look to other countries that have handled this and what they've done. And I think there's almost a universality to this. Like, I mean, science doesn't get to pick and choose between what is going to be effective or not effective. It's basically very hard line. The countries that have done well in this is because A, they have locked down, and B, they've helped their citizens out, right? I can turn towards countries like myself in Canada and even parts of Europe as well that have done systems where not only did they allow you to live at home, but they also supported you through that. Because if you don't, people, they have to pay their rent. If they don't pay their rent, they're going to be evicted. If they get evicted, they're going to get on the street and they'll spread COVID more. You have to help support your citizens while at the same time, yes, to reduce the numbers of infections, you have to lock things down.
But in the midst of what we're seeing right now, we haven't had another stimulus package since it expired July 31st. And if we don't have that through the election, it doesn't look like any deal is going to get done before the election. I mean, listen, set aside the Republican-Democrat thing. Is that not just an absolute, refusal to do your job? If you're a member of Congress, if you're an elected representative in this country and you've left workers hanging the way that you have, if you have left small businesses hanging the way that you have for months, I mean, in my opinion, you should all be fired. You should all be out of a job when you can't get together, whether it's politics, whether it's disagreements on small things. There are so many people hurting as a result of the failure to act here, Stephen, by both Republicans and Democrats who are in Washington right now. They're all acting impotent, and nobody seems to want to move anything forward. And we can cast blame in lots of places. The bottom line is your one job is to represent the people, and it does not feel like that's being done.
That's absolutely not true. We have a bicameral legislature in the United States divided in two parts. We have the House of Representatives and we have the Senate. The House has put a bill up to the Senate, and McConnell will not hear it. I disagree that there are a lot of places to lay blame at for us not having stimulus. There is one place to lay blame, and it is in the Republican-controlled Senate. If you want to know why there isn't any stimulus passed, that is a great question to ask. The question needs to be directed at the Senate Republican leader, Mitch McConnell.
Nick, is
also,
that true?
Who's getting stimulated in these bills? Sorry, one of my questions is who's getting stimulated in these bills? Because it seems to be like there was a one-time payment to Americans for $1,200, $1,500, but the majority of them have been repeatedly they're going to be large donations to not donations, but large subsidies given to corporations, stuff of this nature. But are the individual Americans actually getting any kind of additional payment?
Right, and so far they haven't. The majority of the money has gone to big corporations and airlines. Go ahead, Nick.
Right. No, the people are recognizing that. The Democrats have been worse than the Republicans, in my opinion. The Republicans haven't been great at all. There's truth to that, of course. And you're right. There's been a massive transfer of wealth to these giant corporations. Well, every mom and pop in the country is shut down. I don't know how many businesses I know about that have just failed. I live in the most locked down state in America. I'm here in Hawaii. And let me tell you, it is a really bad situation. I'm seeing people's lifelong work and dreams just crumble every day. Every day is something new. Somebody else is suffering. And that's a huge problem. They absolutely feel that no one's in government has their back, which is pretty true. It's also the bluest state in America, and that's made things a lot worse. There are red states where the restrictions are not nearly so stringent, and people are able to live.
The comment Stephen made a comment earlier, Nick, that I just wanted you to weigh in on too. He mentioned that Democrats don't want lockdowns any more than Republicans do. But I think if you look at states, whether they want them or not, those lockdowns certainly seem more strict in those blue states than in the red states. You're in a blue state right now, you said.
Democrats do want lockdowns more than Republicans do. They're more worried about COVID than Republicans are on average. You can just talk to them and tell this. You don't need a study for it. And a lot of people who are financially comfortable or taking care of unemployment, whichever it may be, are a lot more able to sit out this lockdown than people who own a business or have a job that they have to depend on still, who are really suffering. And it's that portion of the population is unfortunately willing to watch the other portion of the population absolutely suffer and wither on the vine in front of them because they're a little bit nervous about COVID. And we have to have a balance here. I understand these are scary times. I get it, but there's other things out there that are destroying lives than this disease.
I wholly push back on this. Politicians are failing us. If you think it's both sides, why was Pelosi able to throw a $2 trillion stimulus to the Republican Senate and McConnell responded saying $500 billion is the highest I'm willing to go? Even Trump didn't agree with McConnell on this stimulus. I don't know how you can possibly blame both sides for this when McConnell and the Senate Republicans are clearly holding the country hostage and refusing to pass a stimulus that we need to survive these lockdowns until Trump's own vaccine is delivered to us sometime early next year.
I know
Well,
money
the
is just
argument
pretend
is
now.
that. Go ahead.
The worst is yet to come financially, right? We are just sinking into this hole where, I look at the graphs and the working class is just dipping so far below the standard of living that went down in 2008 and all these other crises. It's not even close. Like, we're in a really bad spot and it's getting worse. And I'm sorry, but the deficit is real. We act like money is just this thing we can throw, but we don't have it. And at the same time, we're talking about, we're going to have health care for all, and we're going to have health care for illegal immigrants too. And this is all fantasy. We have to look at some real solutions here. And yet, the government is the one keeping me from going to work. I feel that the government does unleash some money for that, but we don't have a lot of good answers here. And I don't blame Mitch McConnell for being a little bit cautious with the money.
This is absolutely not true. The austerity measures are not supported by anybody. When we say the deficit is real, what does that mean? The Federal Reserve has the job of watching unemployment and inflation. And you can look at the CPI, you can look at the PPP, you can look at the inflation of the USD versus any other currency. The idea that we're inflating our currency or the idea that printing too much money is hurting us right now is patently not true. I don't understand how you could think about talking to a working class American that is out of a job or doesn't have a place to work because they're shutting down and say, well, hold on, there's a big clock outside the Federal Reserve that's ticking a little bit too high, so we can't actually give you the money that you need to buy food for your family. That is insane to me. If we need to print a little bit of money to get out of this, we don't have any of the ill effects that people keep saying we're supposed to suffer right now. I don't know why we wouldn't go ahead and do it.
Oh, we are going to do it. That's what's going to happen. I think it's going to make things harder down the road. But I have to agree with you somewhat. What choice do we have? That's why I said there's no good answers. It's Trump wants to spend the money. He wants to spend a lot of money, and it's good for his reelection. It might be good for the country. It's certainly good for us right now. We need it right now. But where this is going worries me.
I'm just out of curiosity. Would you say that then work is freedom?
Work is freedom. I prefer to work. I feel pretty free.
Was there more to that question?
No, that was all.
Okay.
So, big picture, overall, we have 2 weeks until the election. About 47 million Americans have already voted so far in early voting. And as we move toward Election Day over the next 2 weeks, what do you think is going to happen that could either move the needle for either of these guys in the direction? Or do you think at this point, and one of you said, and I apologize, I forget who said it, it might have been you, Nick, who said that the idea that there's a lot of people with their minds not made up, you don't believe, that you think pretty much everyone knows where they're going. Is anything going to change that in the next 2 weeks? We can start with Nick and we'll go around.
Well, there's another round of riots, there's another police shooting or something that really, sets people off. That's going to move the needle a bit. The COVID thing is so settled in. People are either scared or wanting to get back to regular life. I think people have made up their minds on that issue. No, I think what's set is set. I think that the early voting numbers are looking positive toward Trump, but this is 2020, and I will predict nothing.
Real quick, why do you think they're positive towards Trump?
Just from what I've seen, there's been some good indications from states like Michigan and Texas that the Democrats are supposed to be so far ahead in the early write-in voting because they're the ones not going to the polls to avoid COVID and whatnot. And it's not quite what they expected, but we'll see if I'm correct on that as Election Day rolls around.
And that's based on exit polling? Is that what you're saying? What's that based on?
Yes. Yeah, exit polling.
Lance, obviously, you, as you said, you're not here in the. Are you in Canada? Is that where you are right now?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a foreign dignitary.
So looking at this from north of the border, as you see what's going on here, how are Canadians, real quick, responding to it and kind of viewing the election in terms of what happens between the U.S. and Canada over the next 4 years? How are they viewing it?
I think right now, the overwhelming sentiment in Canada, I think, is close to 80 to 85% is polling that they do not want Trump to win. I think for pretty self-evident reasons. Obviously, we're terrified. We're terrified for all of our brothers and sisters to the south who are undergoing what seems to be some kind of strange social experiment. It feels like a petri dish sometimes in the fact that, like, I don't understand how Donald Trump has been getting away with just trying to do some weird herd mentality. Let's, not give every single American a living wage while they may or may not get evicted in the short term. I personally do want to see something done immediately in order to help ameliorate the conditions for just average working Americans. That would be what I would hope to see.
All right, Stephen, what do you see happening over the next 2 weeks, especially with early voting underway right now?
Yeah, I mean, if the polling continues to hold up, if the voting continues to go the way that it does, it's possible that the Democrats walk away with the executive branch in both halves of Congress. But it's also possible that somehow there is a roadmap where Trump wins and the Republicans hold on to the Senate. So who knows? I think everybody is very scared after the last election cycle, to the 2016 one rather, to make any strong predictions. I feel pretty confident right now that Biden and the Democrats are going to walk away with this, but we'll see what happens.
I've heard you say in the past, Stephen, if you believe this idea that the polling's not right. The polling was pretty wrong in 2016. Do you think the polling is correct this time around? And if so, why?
I think the polling was very close to being dead on in 2016. I think the polling was very good in 2018, and I think the polling has been very good now. I think people mix up polls and projections. I think a lot of the projections were a tad off in 2016. Famously, I think it was either the New York Times or the Washington, it might have been the Huffington Post of the 99% projection for Hillary to win. The polling itself was pretty close in most places. There were a couple of big blunders. I remember Michigan was a big blunder between Hillary and Bernie. But for the most part, I think most of the polling is pretty dead on. The margins this time are far wider for Biden than they were last election cycle for Hillary. A lot of people think that that last election cycle, Trump blew it out of the water. But I mean, 80,000 votes in different areas could have swung that election massively for Hillary. So, I mean, I think the polls for the most part get the job done pretty well. We saw it through the primary season. The polls got the job done pretty well. They lined up pretty well with how the voting turned out. And I guess we'll see this election cycle, whether or not the polls continue to be about as right as I think they have been.
Yeah, let me ask you one more, and then I'll go back to Nick. Obviously, you guys each have your own view. Clearly, Stephen, you're in the Biden camp in terms of who you would prefer to see as president. But setting Trump aside, so not the he'd be better than, do you believe that Joe Biden will be a good president if he's elected?
Joe Biden offers one of the most progressive platforms that have ever been seen in American history. I'm really excited for Joe Biden's position on healthcare. I think moving us further to the left on healthcare I think that we are embarrassingly behind the rest of the world there. We should be debating whether or not we should be single payer or multi-payer, not whether or not we should even have a public option. So I'm excited to see us move to the left on healthcare. I'm excited to see us expand benefits to families, whether that means maternity or even paternity leave, or some type of guaranteed sick leave. I'm excited to see potentially boosting the minimum wage or strengths for labor unions. There's a whole bunch of policies, domestic and foreign, that I'm really excited to see under Joe Biden. So yeah, I mean, I think that all in all, I'm excited for a Biden presidency, not just because it's a rejection of all the insanity of Trump, but hopefully it sets us back on the path of bringing America more in line, at least economically, with other European countries that we should be comparable to.
And Nick, I'd ask you the same question. Not so much better than Biden, but if Trump gets another 4 years in office, why do you think that would be good? Do you believe he will be a good president for those 4 years, and why?
Well, yeah, I'm looking forward to the next 4 years with Trump. I mean, why do so many right-wing people hate Obama so much? Not because of his first term, because of his second. That's when presidents get things done. And I think that Trump has not gotten everything done that I would have liked him to so far. But I really do hold out hope that once he's reelected, it's going to be Trump unleashed, and he's going to really come through. He's going to free up the internet for free speech again. We're going to really see that wall come together, and I think it's going to be just a fantastic next 4 years.
Well, Nick, Lance, Stephen, guys, thanks so much for hanging out tonight and doing this debate with us. By the way, our producers are letting me know that looking at the way that Twitter seems to be coming down tonight, both sides, Biden's camp, Trump's camp, think that they won the debate. Huge surprise there. Very shocking stuff. Breaking news. The candidates think they won. Look, the bottom line is set the campaigns aside, set the pollsters aside and the pundits aside, because they all believe that they know. But ultimately, it comes down to you, the American voter. You're the one who actually gets to decide, and you'll do that officially less than 2 weeks from now, when the official election happens. Election day, November 3rd, on its way in a short time from now. We'll continue to follow it, of course, and we'll be with you through that whole process. But for tonight, that is our coverage. Thanks for being with us. Again, I'm Ben Swann. Glad that you were with us for our debate coverage through RT, and we will see you again very soon. Have a great night.
Okay. Good one. I messaged XQC. I don't know if he's still up or not. Guys, I don't think it works. I don't think it's very effective to attack people on like every single little thing. Like, oh, show me your tattoo. Like, bro, like, show me your tattoo. Like, I don't think that would. I think you would look like a moron if I were to do that. So that's. I'm not gonna like go after every little fucking thing I see on somebody. Okay. Oh, XQC's playing Minecraft. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I don't think just attacking people over and over again. I think it looks good. Can you focus your camera on something? I think my camera is focused. I switched to my webcam for a little bit, so the webcam looks worse. I don't think it's that the webcam is out of focus. It's just that it's a webcam. It's not going to look as good as my... Like this is just a webcam. It's not going to have the same resolution or clarity as like my camera. The webcam shakes like crazy. Oh shit, if I hit anything with my chair, it'll probably shake. Holy fuck, that debate. Jesus Christ. I don't like the guy talking over it. It was annoying me too, but you guys are all screaming in chat. Like, there's nothing I can do about it. The talking over it constantly was pretty annoying. But the, damn dude, Biden felt like he had all the fucking answers tonight. Dude, if some conspiracy came out and he was given the questions in advance, I wouldn't even be surprised. Like, Jesus fuck. In terms of just being able to speak well, I feel like Biden did a much better job tonight than what he has in the past. You're just not seeing a competent person speaking to the American people? Maybe. Can you go over the Obama kids in cages claim? It's a lot more nuanced than people think. Well, I'm pretty sure that Obama's immigration policy was pretty harsh. I think they tried to crack down on it a lot. So in terms of the cages being built by Obama, that's probably true to some extent. But I mean, like, we didn't get the same stories about, you know, like families being separated at the border that we've gotten under Trump. That's just not true. I think Trump victimizing himself a lot. I think I don't think that's a good look for him. But oh shit. Let me start playing the donation. Sorry, because a lot of this shit is paused for a long time. There's gonna be a lot of these coming through. I think XCC is busy now.
Dan
so
better hope none of his software devs lose their work laptops. I guess micro Dan open source man.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. All of these play, okay? Frank Luntz interviewing undecided voters. Oh, yeah, we can listen to this.
Make a PC repair shop in Bel Air near where all the musicians live. Give them complimentary coffee in their visit laced with rice. In 6 months later you have a monopoly on the music industry in the US and become a trillionaire. Keck. Maybe cases regarding buying abandoned storage units.
You gnome fuck!
Yee. Dan owns the copyright to the micropenis since he has the smallest on the planet. I am the beast who grows the wheat. I make bread to eat it with meat. Yo, Destiny, is that the TikTok lighting in your background? Poggers. Looking to transform your room into that vaporwave aesthetic? Check out Stardust L.E.Ds. Dank memes.
You gnome fuck!
He. How TF we supposed to believe that Hunter Biden dropped a laptop off for repairs on the opposite side of the country from where he lives?
Thank you, Steven!
/raid. That's tiny. You gnome fuck!
Borat 2? Is really gonna ruin Rudy's MMR
Also, follow me on Twitter, okay?
I love this stream. Steven isn't interrupting every 30 seconds like some other streamers are prone to.
True.
/raid. That's tiny.
They would call them for a socialist though.
How much do you think Biden crushing the Hunter Biden stuff will impact Trump's chances to close the race? Wasn't this stuff supposed to be the level of Hillary's emails for the Trump campaign? Yeah, but the Hunter Biden stuff is so much weaker. I don't think it's gonna play as well.
Debate Chomsky, you owe that debate to get to Shapiro. I've heard multiple weeks of pro-Trump because Shapiro is winning rhetorically.
Okay. The that Trump IQ line was really fucking weird. I don't know what the fuck he was doing with that, or where he was going with that.
You gnome fuck!
Imagine being white Peplaff. Destiny, can you aegis everyone you nuked from the re-mega nuke earlier? We're collectively sorry.
Don't those only last like 10 minutes?
You gnome fuck!
Ooh. I know you like to meme about Teresa. You've got a dump truck back there too. Kuma.
Thank you, Steven!
Two?
Aggressive, and I feel like he was less aggressive tonight than he was in those debates with Clinton.
Yeah. You're planning on watching the undecided voter meme? Yeah. I'm gonna pause these donations again, okay? Wait. Or yeah, I'm pausing now. Well, this one go.
Both my conservative and lefty friends said that Trump crushed Biden. I just don't get it. I get the conservative, but why even the leftists? I hope it's just my friends.
Lefties are just brain dead. You can't do much with them. Dude, if you go through Kyle Kalinski's Twitter tonight, it is literally indistinguishable from like any fucking conservative. It's insane. Just holy fuck. But I mean, to lefties, like, Biden will never be pure enough for them. And yeah, it is what it is. There's nothing really you can say about it. Yeah, Kyle's like literally running game for Trump right now. Like, it's unreal. Okay, let's see.
The person who controls the purse strings.
Okay, let's get 2 more surprises out of you. Who wants to go next?
Donald Trump.
Go ahead.
No, go on. Ladies first.
Thank you. I think anyone running for office has to win the people over with their ideas, but they also have to do something else. They have to tell you what they plan to do, and they have to tell you how they're going to do it. And I've been waiting to hear how Joe Biden's going to do all this. And he just doesn't have any answers. And I thought tonight he would have the plans on how he's going to do all these big things he wants to do. And there
Lack of
was nothing
specifics.
there.
Mm-hmm.
So you were actually surprised by what you didn't hear as opposed to what you did hear.
Yeah.
I see a whole
And I've
bunch.
always said about politicians, it's not so much what they say as what they don't say.
Jennifer, you're nodding your head. Was it about what you didn't hear?
Yes, I was absolutely looking for specifics. I wanted to hear, especially from Joe Biden, information about what he actually plans to do for people. We have major issues in this country, and I didn't hear anything. And all I heard was a lot of flip-flopping on a lot of issues. I don't know his position on fracking. I don't know his position on oil now, of all things. His position just kept on flip-flopping, and now I don't know what he stands for, and that makes me uncomfortable.
And Jill, I'm going to go to you, but before you speak, Mark Fisher from the Washington Post, if you are there, we're going to bring you on to ask a question. So please unmute yourself if you're still watching. Jill, what surprised you about tonight?
I think I was looking for Donald Trump to act more presidential, because in the past debates, his personality was so abrasive that it really turned on his personality. And it was almost like a question of, okay, we might like his policies, but his personality is so abrasive. I cannot vote for this man. I can't in good conscience vote for him. And the fact that he was able to be more presidential, I think, opened up my view to looking at both of their policies instead of it being about personality.
Did it change your vote? I got to ask you because of what you just said. Did your preference change? And I know that you're all undecideds, and I pushed you before you came in here to tell me if you had to choose. Is your choice as of right now after the debate any different than what it was 2 hours ago?
I am leaning more towards Trump now. However, I still don't feel like I have good answers on the race issues, and that's a very, very important issue to me in this country right now.
Are you closer to considering Trump now than you were when you walked into this debate?
Yes.
Because of how he performed?
Interesting.
Yes, and I thought that he outperformed Vice President Biden on many of the issues. He was more articulate and provided more, I guess, substance.
I feel like it was the total opposite, but I think the polling might align with her a bit. Like, I think somebody can link some more polls in chat.
Appeared more energetic. President Trump appeared simply more energetic, despite having the COVID and everything. He just simply looked more energetic. That's not to say Vice President Biden isn't energetic, but it's just something about Trump's personality that projects energy.
Frank, if I may, I feel I'm coming from the opposite end of the spectrum. I feel that President Trump has, to an extent, been a caricature of politicians, and this debate showed me that he has the capacity of being a level-headed, reserved, and respectful, head of state. So that for me is made me look at President Trump through a different lens.
Was it the low IQ comment, or they can't see them in the dark comment, or what?
I was looking
which
for
comment?
substance from Biden. I haven't heard it, and I wanted something tonight, and I got nothing. I got a lot of platitudes. I got a lot of talking, and again, just on the fracking issue. Since I'm in Western Pennsylvania, fracking is a big thing. And there's a lot of money involved in fracking. I have cheap gas bills because of fracking. And I remember what it used to be in the 70s and 80s when I was growing up, and $300-$400 gas bills in a winter. Now I have a $100 gas bill in a winter. I can't say. And he said, "Well, I'm not going to." Well, I heard, and I wrote that in a chat. I said, "Here we go. Someone write this down," because he said that. And if he gets elected, he's going to do something totally different and doesn't care about what he said. And that's the thing about.
So I can just pause this. Fuck, I don't give a fuck. So one thing that you guys have to keep in mind when we talk about things like climate change, right? A lot of people, I remember when I fought with that Ryan over this, the fucking Intercept guy. People are always very quick to say like, "Oh, climate change is really important to the average American." But no, climate change is a very bougie middle class issue. You know, now it might affect poor people, but poor people care more at the end of the day about like their energy bills than whether or not they're making some arbitrary contribution to the net total difference in carbon in the world, right? That, like what that guy just said is a very good point in terms of like what does a working class person notice? Well, if the bills last year for energy were $60 and before that 50 and before that 40 and before that 30 and now they're approaching 100, that's the type of thing that a working class person notices. They don't care if they're making some vague contribution towards the climate of the entire planet or whatever. It's very, very, very important that if we're going to talk about moving into like a carbon neutral or methane neutral or whatever type of gas neutral future, you know, some sort of energy independent model where we're on green energy, you have to be heavily subsidizing this by the government. You can't have poor people or working class people like regressively paying the costs of these increases in energy. And the increase in energy isn't just in your bill as well for your gas or electric bill. It's also going to come in the form of paying more for goods and services. Your food is going to be more expensive. Things you buy at the store are going to be more expensive because the vehicles used to transport these things are going to cost more as well. Green energy is awesome, but it's still very fucking expensive, and that has to be accounted for. Oh, trash, sorry. And that has to be accounted for when you're talking about enacting government policy.
Ask another question in a bit. Mark Fisher, Washington Post. What would you like to know from this group?
Great. Thank you very much, Frank, and really appreciate all of you spending this evening with us. Vice President Biden tonight, as he has in the past, talked about this election as kind of a test of character, presenting himself as a more maybe moral character than the president.
Do you think Biden saying he'd want to transition out of the oil industry will significantly bad red turning state? You mean will be significantly bad for turning red states? Oh, I don't know. I mean, like right now, like, so if we bring up the RCP averages on, like, these are the big swing states that we're looking at right now. Like all of these are leaning fairly heavily Biden. You know, like North Carolina's close, 1.8. Florida's pretty close, 2.1. But every other state is like pretty, like 3 points or more swinging for Biden. You know, some of these 4 points, 5, 6, 7, 8 points almost. So yeah, I don't know. The oil comment was pretty scary. I think Biden needs to be very careful when you dance around that. We're going to get rid of oil. Well, hold on. When I say get rid of oil, I mean we're going to slowly transition over time, and we're going to support the workers that worked in those oil fields, because a lot of labor unions. What is the AFL-CIO? Is that the largest? This federation of unions, a lot of these guys have been very hesitant about certain green energy programs because they don't want to see all of their jobs just disappear forever without any sort of replacement. So you have to be appeasing these labor unions when you talk about moving towards these type of green energy models, because the average fossil fuel worker isn't just going to sit by and watch their job get trashed as the rest of America moves on and leaves them behind.
Does that issue matter to you? And did either of them say anything tonight that was important to you about the soul of the country, which is something that Biden talks about a lot, that the president maybe talked about last campaign, but not this time?
Who wants to answer that?
I'll answer.
Come on, y'all. Paulette, go ahead.
No human being is perfect. None of us are perfect. It's a degree. I mean, molesting children, as far as, divorcing your wife or cheating on your wife. I don't know. Those are all moral judgments. I think the real character in someone holding office is what did they do for the people that they represent.
So I want to ask you by show of hands, if you had to choose just on the issue of character, only on the issue of character, and you had to choose between Trump and Biden, who believes that Donald Trump has the better character? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who believes Joe Biden has the better character? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're missing 3 of you.
That's astounding. The better character for Trump, just with everything. Even if you say that, like for my mom, for instance, I think my mom says like, "Oh, boys make dumb mistakes, Stevie, but we're not here to pick the Pope or whatever." My mom will say something like that. I'm so curious, like what an average American thinks in terms of Trump being a high character person. That's just insane to me.
So you guys choose Joe Biden for better character. Let's get a couple other responses to Mark's question. Was it good to hide his character?
I think he has character in the aspect that he's never been in a hot seat as much as Donald Trump has been. He can talk the talk. He can complain about COVID. He can point the fingers, but he's never been in that position where he has to make decisions. So
before Trump was in the hot seat, to be clear, Trump got famous politically in the beginning because he was talking about the fact that Barack Obama was from Kenya before he was in any kind of hot seat, just as an FYI. Also, Biden has been a senator for many, many, many a year as well, but he was also the vice president for 8 years as well. Okay.
Yeah, it's when you're sitting on the sidelines or that armchair quarterback on Monday morning, the would you, coulda, shoulda. That's what I see Biden as, and he has that ability to say, "Well, you get me, you get a better choice." I don't know. I just can't see that yet.
Tasha, Tasha, you're going next.
Joe Biden hasn't actually sold me on what I'm looking for. I don't have answers that I actually came here for on healthcare reform.
I want to know about character. I want to know about character.
Morally, I can't say that he is what I thought he would be.
In what way?
I'm looking for it to be a solid character. I'm not saying that. It's questionable. He's wavering.
Holly? Was it appropriate for Joe Biden to draw a character comparison between himself and Donald Trump?
I mean, I definitely think it's fair. For me, character has been one of the biggest holdups, one of my biggest hesitations in casting a vote. I support a lot of Trump's policies. I agree with a lot of what he's done, but I just really struggle. I don't know how I could in good conscience vote for somebody who speaks the way he speaks and says the things he says. On the other hand, Joe Biden seems much more moral, and although that's a little bit questionable, but he seems much more moral and much more honest, but I don't necessarily agree with his policies. So it's a choice between character and policy.
Okay, Mark, I want to make the point to you that is exactly what I concluded before the debate started, and that this is what I see. I'm going to offer this as a conclusion, then you're going to react and say whether I got it or don't have it. That you look at Joe Biden as being a more decent person, but he's not coming clean on where he stands. You look at Donald Trump and you know where he stands, but you don't like the way he talks. You don't like the way he communicates, and that's your problem with Trump. So you got doubts about Biden's policies. You got doubts about Trump's behavior. Is that a fair conclusion for how you? And I'm looking at a lot of heads nodding. Jill, your reaction to that?
Yeah, 100%. I've cringed over the past 3.5+ years over President Trump's tweets and how he has treated people and just not been decent and not been presidential. And I feel like that has hurt our country on the world stage. And so that's super disappointing. And that has been, for me, the question of whether I could vote for him when I agree with many of the policies. And I'm just not sure where Joe Biden again stands on many of his policies. Are we going to head towards socialism as a country? You know, for the people on the two coasts, or New York and California, I should say, like maybe we see as people in more the Midwest or to the South don't want socialism. We don't want socialism. And so if we're heading in that direction, especially with Vice President Harris, I don't want to do that. But I don't know if I could vote for President Trump when he is such a nasty person sometimes.
Okay, Keith, you're going to get the last comment on this. And if, Danny, if you can get Francesca Chambers with McClatchy, if she's still there, let's bring her on. Keith, go ahead.
When it comes to character, I think it's a very important question because while President Trump is articulate, excuse me, I apologize. Joe Biden is articulate. He also flipped, he's been on both sides of every issue. He's flipped for fracking, he's anti-fracking, now he's oddly against oil. With President Trump, you get the exact, he hasn't really varied too much in terms of where he stands. You know exactly what you're getting with Donald Trump. He's not going to say it the best way, but in terms of character.
It's funny because during the debate, Biden actually brought up a specific point. Trump flip-flops so hard. In the beginning, Trump was talking about how, Xi has given us great messaging on the coronavirus. He's done it. We love China. China's done a great job. We're going to be over this on Easter. And now it's the Chinese virus. China sent this virus as a plague upon us. China is destroying America. Trump has flip-flopped back and forth on so many different issues. It's astounding to me that people don't see that or understand that. But okay.
You know where one person stands. And for me, that character is a little more important.
Okay, Francesca Chambers, if you would unmute yourself, and we'd also like to see you. You're from McClatchy, and I want to give you a shot to ask our group a question.
I'll just unmute. Thanks, Frank. Appreciate it. You guys have all talked about the emails tonight, and Hunter Biden and the emails, and wanting to hear more about that. I'm just curious as to whether or not that's affecting your decision.
Yes.
That's actually a deciding issue for you in this election at this point. Thanks.
Okay, let's do a show of hands. Hold on, we're going to do a show of hands first. Who says that it is the deciding issue for you? The deciding issue. One person. Who says John, is it a deciding issue for you? The deciding issue?
Yeah, I'd like to know. I mean, we talk about all these things about lying and cheating and stuff. Here's something that popped up. Is it truth or is it not truth? I want to know.
The fact that he doesn't want to answer it scares me, and that's why it's one of my biggest deciding issues. That and fracking. It's a simple question, and he's been avoiding it, and I don't know why. And now it's always been a different answer. Well, that doesn't exist. And then he mentioned his other son, and obviously in the last debate he was talking about obviously Hunter. The answer always changes. I want an answer on it. And also what scares me is that the media refuses to talk about it. You get shut down on Facebook and Twitter if you even see the link or something. That's scary to me, and I think it deserves an answer.
Yeah, so to be clear, you can discuss it on Twitter and Facebook. You just can't link to actual leaked material because that was against their policies. I think Twitter has since updated their policies, but that was the reason why it was removed before, because they have a hacked materials policy where you cannot share images of materials that you've obtained illicitly.
The question is what?
Also, it's insane to me that people will look at this Hunter Biden stuff that's a huge nothing burger, but completely turn the other eye on people like Kushner or the $400+ million that Trump owes. or like any of these other pretty crazy that like the Ukraine impeachment. Like these people just don't care about any of this, I guess.
Why isn't the media doing this? We have 12 days to make a decision, and this is a very important topic, and nobody seems interested in it.
I find it scary.
If it were Trump, they would be all over it. The media would be all over this. That is what is concerning as well. And I would say the other thing that is concerning, even though this is not a big issue for me, is that for a man who's saying he wants to bring back the soul of America and is relying on his character for votes, this is something that would make the normal, reasonable person question his character.
And we don't want to be drugged through 3.5 more years of the same stuff.
And this man is being accused of using his drug-addicted son to be a bagman with shady characters all over the world. I mean, you would think you'd want to address that.
I totally agree with Paulette. That is definitely a thing for me. Like,
wait, what? Hold on.
I totally agree with Paulette.
Son to be a bagman. This man is being.
And we don't want to be drugged through 3.5 more years of the same stuff.
And this man is being accused of using his drug-addicted son to be a bagman with shady characters all over the world. I mean, you would think you'd want to address that.
I totally agree with Paulette. That is definitely a thing for me. Like, it's a yes or no, and to me, it could be pretty cut and dry. Because as a
We
parent,
said no over and over again, though. I'm sorry. I know these are undecided voters. They're giving us our yeah. Destiny, I lost a little bit of respect for you every time you do some disingenuous cop marrying like that. Oh, comparing like that. Is changing the narrative around something you have little control the same as changing your stance? Changing the narrative around something you have little control over the same as changing your stance. So Trump has not changed his stance. Trump is just like, the problem is, here's an example of changing your stance on something in an intelligent way, okay? So in the beginning, I believe that a lot of people didn't have the clearest of evidence about masks, whether or not they were effective. They were with SARS-CoV-1. They were with like MERS-related stuff. And I think like the swine flu. We didn't know 100%. They didn't want to ham up a lot of fear. They didn't want people to run out and buy all the fucking N95 masks and fuck over healthcare workers. So they said in the beginning that we're not recommending it. They never said masks weren't effective. They just said they only recommended them for caretakers. Now, eventually, as time went on and we found that even cloth masks were effective, people changed their stance. We're like, okay, yeah, cloth masks are effective. That's fine. That's way different than Trump saying, it's not a big deal. We have no cases. It's going to be over in a month. It'll be gone by Easter. This thing is a blip on the radar. This thing is blah, 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 blah. It's not a big deal. China's doing great. And then eventually, like, completely and totally 180 on almost every single thing you've said. Pushing fake drugs like hydroxychloroquine, saying that, like, masks are dumb and making fun of people that wear them. Like this type of rhetoric over and over again, that's not evolving your position or changing it over time as you gather more information. That's just being a hypocritical piece of shit that's just saying shit that is, politically popular or whatever. Summer will kill the virus, yeah.
I understand you can raise your children a certain way. That does not mean that you're going to carry themselves a certain way.
But you never stop caring about them. If you have that kind of money and connections, when you get them in the best rehab,
I would definitely get them help or put yourself on reform.
Here's my friend, a shady character from, I don't know, Uzbekistan or something out in the middle of the desert, with bags of money. I mean, my gosh, who put their kid in a situation like that?
Right.
The press needs to do its job.
Stephen, does the emails matter to you?
Well, it matters to a small extent in some way because the whole thing is just so peculiar to me. I heard a little bit indirectly that something was in the New York Post last week maybe, or just a few days ago. I think the thing that was more alarming was this presentation tonight, and it was only carried, as I understand, by one of the cable channels. None of the others carry it. Maybe they'll pick up on it, but it sounds like a complete dichotomy, completely the reversal of Joe Biden's image that he's been cultivating as, the person with greater morality than anybody. And like you say, it takes advantage of his son who's had many issues too. That's sad. It really is sad to see that it's reduced to this kind of level. But again, it's like 6 1 half does the other. You want someone that's taking potentially a bribe from a foreign government, but
if you think about it, Destiny, panic would have ended us. The White House bought time, albeit dishonestly. Most folks would be too butthurt to agree with this course of action. The problem is that, like, in order for me to say that you're right, I have to accept, like, conflicting realities. So here's the first thing that I just can't accept. I don't think it would have destroyed us. I think that if we would have known everything in the beginning, I think we could have handled it. We already had a massive panic. Believe it or not, we did have a massive panic. Remember when people were worried that stores were going to be out of food, when we were buying up 50 million things of toilet paper, 50 million fucking masks. So we already did it. So avoiding the panic, that didn't even work well, okay? So one, we didn't avoid the panic. But two, I don't think we would have had a massive panic. Other countries alerted their population, did everything they could immediately, and they handled it. There were no mass panics. Unless you believe that Americans are exceptionally stupid or exceptionally prone to panic, that's not true. And two, even if I did accept, I can't even get past that first part. I can't, honestly. It's like diverging worlds. I would have to accept contradictory things to even believe this true. But even if I did somehow make it past that contradiction, okay? Even if we do ignore the fact that, yeah, that we got through the swine flu, that we got through the bird flu, that we got through Ebola, that we got through, any other random fucking health scare, right? Even if I ignore all of that, the second thing is, let's say that Trump was doing that. He wanted to buy time. What was he buying time for? Because there was, what was it, January, February, March. I think it was early February we banned travel from China, and then like halfway through March we banned it from Europe. It was about a month and a half on the timeline there. Even if we were just trying to buy time, what did we buy time for? Trump wasn't getting PPE ready. We weren't getting testing ready. We weren't getting contact tracing ready. We weren't creating a top-down unified approach for the states to handle opening and closing things like non-essential jobs or schools or federal anything. Like, none of that happened. So when you say that, like, oh, I was just giving us time to prepare, okay, cool. Well, here we are. What'd you prepare? Oh, fuck. Nothing. Like, it doesn't really work. So, no, I reject that. Bullshit. Sorry.
That sounds like the same thing that we heard about, was it Ukraine, with Donald Trump, too? I mean, all of this it's just another confusing situation.
And show of hands, who says it's not an issue and you're annoyed that we're wasting time on it? James and Kita. Kita, tell me why it's not an issue.
Look, all politicians lie. I mean, some of them are very honest and truthful, but most of the time politicians lie. It's those that cover the lies and does it well. But at the
Keep in mind that in the United States, if you're European and you're still awake and you're watching this, for the United States, we have fundamentally a massive distrust of government and bureaucracy. It's a little bit different than the relationship that some Europeans have with their governments, although it's not necessarily the same. But like most Americans, like think that government is like a spooky bad thing, which is a little bit different than the average or general view of like a European of government. Although not to say that every European loves all the government as well, but that's like an average view like an American will have about government.
end of the day, somebody will find out the truth. So I mean, in my stance, I mean, it really doesn't matter because politicians are in it to lie to the American people anyway. So.
And James, why don't you think it's an issue?
Well, I feel like I was going through what everybody here in the panel was going through at some point. And I mean, back in 2016, I was telling my family, don't vote for Hillary Clinton. I surrendered everything to vote for Trump and supported him.
Why does this view arise in Americans? Like, why are they so uniquely anti-government? I mean, it's a pretty embedded part of like American law, constitution, society, and culture that the entire founding of this country was basically like fuck government, trying to tax us, and other things as well. Like, it's a pretty fundamental undercurrent of like all American thought that the government sucks and should do as little as possible.
I mean, primarily my reason was, Hillary and Obama.
Destiny, but how can you prepare when information was being withheld from China? They thought it was a simple flu at first that would blow over in 2 to 3 months. Not true. The only thing that China withheld was for about a week. China didn't release the actual sequencing of the genome until another company figured it out, and then they released the information that they had already had. The idea that China was withholding some crucial information doesn't make sense. If you believe that's true, why was South Korea able to deal with this virus so much more effectively than us when they had the exact same date for the first reported case? Why? Why did other countries in Southeast Asia deal with this so much better than the United States? It is not true that China was withholding information. That is just not true. It's a lie.
The Trans-Pacific, the TPP trade deal, and that was one of my major concerns for voting for Trump. And along the way, I just sort of like discoveries here. Just it seemed like
shilling for China. I'm not shilling for anybody. You clueless dipshit. See ya. Bye. Go jerk off in some dumb. I don't even know if you're a lefty or a fucking conservative. I don't know. It's hard to tell when I see stupid shit on my chat now, but.
In the end, we're rebranding the TPP. And so.
Because the WHO said it was fine, but Asian countries knew that China and the WHO were lying. Okay, I'm only saying, I know that you're not going to listen because you're typing in chat, so you're probably more ego-driven than most, but hopefully some conservative out there is listening. So if you think that China's lying, okay? If you believe that China was lying and Southeast Asian countries were smart enough to pick up on this, you don't think that the United States, with a president that has been more hostile towards China than any of the past 5 or 6 administrations we've had, you don't think that that guy would have been a little bit suspect of China? You don't find it weird that one of the most combatant towards China president we've ever had would just trust them when it comes to something like this? How does that make sense to you? Like, is there a little bit of cognitive dissonance in your head where it's like, man, all these other countries trusted China or didn't trust China. All these other countries knew China was lying. But our president that's been historically tariffing them, fighting them in the courts, pulling out of agreements, like that guy trusted China? Like, how does that make sense? That can't make sense to you. There must be some like uncomfortable, like, fuck, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Like, why the fuck would Trump trust China when he's distrusted them on everything else? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It has to be like triggering your brain a little bit.
Are he in alignment with what Hillary was? And, I mean, my question that I wanted for Joe was what his thoughts were on the TPP, which is not the USMCA. I know, but I mean, how I got here is like...
I'm asking you to answer the question. How can we be critical of our presidential candidates when we don't answer questions? I'm going to go on. We've got Kate Powling from, I hope I pronounced her name right, from Good Morning Britain. This is an international group. The press are so interested that it's not just American reporters. And I don't know if she's there. Let's pull back Mark Fisher and Kate. Oh, there's Kate's right there. Let's pull back Mark Fisher and Francesca so the screen is bigger. And Kate, if you would unmute yourself and we'd like to see you, please ask your question. Kate, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I'll unmute. You want me to ask a question, Frank?
What question would you like to ask the group?
It's just kind of in summary, how are they feeling in terms of the elections they've voted in before about this one?
Okay, but what's the question?
If I only use one word, are they more disheartened now than ever?
Who would say, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to rephrase the question.
Okay, sorry.
Who is more disheartened than in previous elections and who is more energized in previous elections? Raise your hands if you're more disheartened. And who's more energized? So it's almost everyone is disheartened. Could I get 3 of you to tell me why you're disheartened? Eric, why are you disheartened?
I just kind of feel like the entire, electoral process is becoming a sideshow. The last election and this election, it was like right at the 24th hour, these scandals started to drop, and the timing of it all just makes me look at like, okay, what's really going on here? But just the way the candidates carry themselves, Biden not really answering anything, and then the president's showmanship, both of them have turned me off to really like both parties. So I'm just kind of like, I don't really have a voice in this political dialogue. I don't have a voice. I don't see a candidate that represents me or what I stand for.
Does anyone else feel that way, by the way? That's great. I'm interested in that. Jill, why don't they speak for you? Jill, why don't they speak for you?
I don't think our two-party system is working anymore. I think that there would be so many more interesting people who could do such a great job in leading our country, uniting our country. And these two men are just not doing that. And so that's disheartening.
Tasha, does anyone represent you? Does anyone speak for you? Does anyone get you?
No, I don't have a candidate that I actually feel like is my candidate. My issues are not being spoken upon Biden is not expressing where he stands. Clearly, I need a cut and dry answer, because when I get in the booth, I have to make a cut and dry choice.
Jennifer.
In previous elections, there was excitement. Like, I feel in 2008, there was excitement. In 2012, there was excitement. You felt like there was like an actual conversation that you could have with both sides, and you saw people really getting excited about the process. In the last two elections, this one and the one we're about to do, we are not excited about these candidates. Some people are, but I'm not. I'm not excited about either one. I feel like no matter what I will have to do, I will pinch my nose, because I'm selecting somebody that does not represent what I believe. They don't represent necessarily what I'm looking for in a candidate.
Dude, people were not excited at all on the Republican side. Did Romney ran against Obama, right? I know it was McCain and Palin for one ticket. People were not excited for McCain. Republicans fucking hated him, or at least every Republican talk show host I listened to fucking hated McCain. Oh my God. And then, and then Romney also was just like, people, I don't know. I feel like people weren't very excited about either of those candidates.
What I'm looking for in a president, somebody to actually lead our country.
Why? People viewed McCain as being weak because he reached across the aisle too much. And then I don't know why people didn't like Romney. There was weird religious shit. There was weird money shit. I don't know. I feel like people, I never felt people were very hyped about Romney.
So for me, I am disheartened by this process, and I'm hopeful in 4 more years we can come up with 2 other candidates that will represent more me.
And is there anyone out there? I'm just going to ask you. Is there anyone out there that does represent you? Is there anyone you particularly like?
Me? Not yet. I felt like I was robbed in this cycle. It was selected on Super Tuesday that Joe Biden was going to be my candidate for the Democratic Party, and I was like, seriously? That's who we pick? Okay, so now it's been like...
This lady, I don't know why. I just can fucking see. It's because I've done politics long enough. I can just see into her fucking brain. I know exactly who this lady is. And she, my good friends, is a goddamn Tulsi Gabbard supporter. I can feel it. I see it. I just got it. I just got it right from her brain. I know she is. She's a Tulsi Gabbard. I can tell she's a Tulsel. I can just feel it radiating off of her. I don't know why. I just got the feeling.
So many other people that we could have had, and I didn't get a chance to vote in Michigan. I didn't get a chance to really have my voice be heard and hear more people say something. And so I am disappointed and disheartened. These are my 2 people I get to choose.
So as I'm going to call on you next.
Destiny's so misinformed on China, it's like he's trolling. What do you want to talk about regarding to China? Because I've read about this dumb shit so much. I've argued about fucking pharmaceutical shit or medicine. We can talk about hydroxychloroquine for a million years if you want. We can talk about stuff related to the U.S. and China and the WHO if you want. Like, what part do you think I just said was wrong? We can argue about any of this. I've gone through so much of this with fucking Nuance Bro and other dipshits that think that either China held out misinformation for years. It's so funny. Like, the thing is that I can destroy your entire narrative with just a couple questions. Like, here's the first one. If China withheld so much information, why was South Korea able to perform so well in regards to this virus? We had the same case, the same day. I want to know what the answer to that is. Once you can answer that, then we'll move past, okay? I'll be looking at YouTube chat excitedly, okay?
If we can find Matt Shirley from Bloomberg, we're going to pull him in. And Kate, I'm going to be seeing you, I think, in not that much longer from now. God help me. Holly, does this election excite you or depress you?
It really depresses me. This is only the 2nd election that I've been eligible to vote in. I've always been very politically active and politically aware, and I was so excited to finally turn 18 and be able to vote. And then when in 2016 my choices were Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton.
Hold on. South Korea has a much smaller population than the USA. First of all, hold on. South Korea population. First of all, it's not that much different. What is South Korea, like 60 million people? South Korea, oh fuck, I just typed it in the same. 52 million people. But that's not even the most important part. The most important part is population density. What do you think the United States population density is? 36 people per square kilometer compared to 515 inhabitants per square kilometer. I wonder what it even is for, like, California. Or how about, like, for New York? Oh God, I don't know how to do like I don't know how to do like per square mile to per square kilometer. I'm not sure. We were to compare like New York to Seoul. Wait, is this New York City or New York? Oh, this is New York. That's for New York City? Wait, are you sure? Oh, this is for New York City. Sorry, fuck. New York State population density is 421 people per square mile. It's 515 inhabitants per square kilometer. Is it really just 1.6? Isn't it 2.5? Don't you have to double it because it's the square or whatever? I'm sorry. Regardless of this, the overall population doesn't matter, right? So, for instance, what we're looking at things like population density. If we did want to look at just population, right? Let's say you wanted to just go by population. I think Germany or, let's see, Germany population or France. Germany's a bit higher. France, okay, Italy. Italy has about 60 million people, okay? South Korea has about 52 million people. Let's take a look at Italy, okay? 37,000 deaths. Let's compare that to, I don't know if I can just do South Korea. 455 deaths. Show me what other equivalent population countries like had this response. It's not just because it's a smaller population. And population isn't even the relevant part here. It's population density. The YouTube chatter replied. Wait, what did he say? Hold on. South Korea, Singapore, several countries in the region have already faced pandemics in the recent years. They had the experience and the protocols to face it. The U.S. had nothing to prepare for it. What are you talking about? We literally had the whole H1N1 bullshit, the swine flu bullshit. We already did that. We already had the Ebola thing. The past administration literally ran an entire fucking trial, the Project Contagion or whatever the fuck it was called, to simulate an issue if we would have a pandemic in the United States. You can't say that we weren't prepared for it. We literally, as Biden said, as Obama said, we literally had a playbook for how to deal with stuff like this. Also, what about New Zealand? Have they dealt with a fuck ton of pandemics? Because if you look at New Zealand's numbers, and admittedly a much smaller area though, 25 deaths. Population density doesn't matter, Destiny. It's not correlated at all with higher transmission when controlling for other factors. Okay, well, if you don't want to go by population density, then fine. If you think that is irrelevant, then fine. Then just do 1/6 the US population times our deaths, and then 1/6 the South Korea population times our deaths, and look at the ratio. That doesn't help your case either. Like, H1N1 and Ebola is nothing compared to SARS in Asia. I am from New Zealand, and having one unified central government does make rolling out lockdowns, etc., much easier. We have a central government in the United States. We have a federal government. We just didn't have any leadership in the federal government. The largest difference is likely cultural. Korean people adopted PPE and other forms of protection, and Americans still fight it. The most important thing South Korea did, if I'm correct, was contact tracing, was aggressive measures to trace who was infected, get them locked down. It wasn't just wearing masks. It wasn't just staying away from each other. It was the aggressive contact tracing they did, contact tracing, and locking down people that they thought were infected and figuring out who was infected. That was the thing that South Korea did differently. How could we do that in the US when we didn't even believe it was a real problem? Destiny, the cure can't be worse than the solution. Do you think the cure in South Korea was worse than the solution? Do you think that the 455 deaths in South Korea is challenge that harder? Destiny, population density plays a giant role in the spread of an airborne virus. Yeah, I'm 99% sure that it does, but I don't even have to argue that point. But because South Korea has a massively subservient culture, the American culture of freedom and anti-government is what made it great, but it is also the reason it's responded to the virus poorly. I disagree. I think that in the past, I think the United States has come together and been pretty oppressed, like pretty hardcore, in order to do things that we thought we needed to do for war efforts. And for World War II, when we had like sports games and we were doing broadcasts for sports games, the people wouldn't talk about the weather because it was against the law. Right? Like, we were so hardcore in making sure that enemies of the state listening to our broadcasts couldn't figure out any kind of conditions related to the United States that we were so careful on every single broadcast we did that even news reporters or even people like talking about sports games wouldn't say if it's a sunny day or if it's raining, right? This idea that we can't do like contact tracing to find a virus, I don't believe you. I don't. We fucking threw out like our entire fucking Japanese population into goddamn camps in World War II. Okay, you're gonna tell me that we can't do contact tracing? Come on, bro. I don't buy that for a fucking second. Come on. Look, man, we can't get people out to vote. Most of the population is overweight or obese. Nobody's capable of any amount of sacrifice anymore. Bro, Destiny, people are still dying by the flu. It's just like the corona. Oh, good. /S. We didn't even have testing because the CDC screwed up. I don't think there was a drive to seriously get testing figured out. I don't believe that. I reject that. I still think that the United States, when fully mobilized, has more capabilities than any other single country on this planet. That's my American exceptionalism talking, and it's a fact we're the biggest goddamn economy and one of the best innovators in the fucking world. I do not believe, sincerely, that there was this huge push in the United States to figure out how to get a fucking test done correctly, that it takes us more than fucking 2 months to do it. I reject that wholeheartedly. No fucking way did every other country figure out how to test properly for a fucking coronavirus, and the United States just somehow couldn't get it done. We couldn't get it done because the political will wasn't there for it. Full stop. 100%. Unless, if you honest to God think that we couldn't figure out a fucking test, then I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how you can simultaneously think America is this great, amazing country that can do all this shit, but we don't know how to test for a fucking virus. I don't believe it. You can't have it both ways. Would you agree the overall health of a country plays a big role in deaths? USA is one of the most obese countries out there. Underlying issues causes most deaths and people getting corona. No, it doesn't work that way. I don't even know if I feel like going into that. Comorbidity means that coronavirus didn't actually kill you. It was the comorbidity.
It was absolutely horrible. And this time I was hoping that we might have some more interesting candidates. And it's really disappointing to me. There were a lot of interesting people that maybe I didn't always agree with their politics on the Democratic side, but people who had interesting ideas and fresh perspectives. And it's really disheartening that it's come down to Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
Anyone else? And Matt, you need to unmute yourself, and we want to see you. And John, I'm going to let you have the last word on this, and then Matt, I'm going to you.
I teach in an inner city environment. None of these candidates talk to my students, and my students. And I think it's a necessity that these candidates need to start caring about the common everyday person. Everyone's talking about everyone but the common everyday person.
Wait, Destiny doesn't want to get into the uncomfortable issue? What? I'll get into the issue if you want. The reason why coronavirus is listed as a cause of death on a death certificate is because having a comorbidity means that you are going to be killed by the coronavirus earlier than if you wouldn't have had it. If you have 1, 2, 3, 4 comorbidities, if you're overweight, if you're diabetic, if you're older, if you've got hypertension or whatever, and you get killed by the coronavirus, did the coronavirus kill you or did you die because of your diabetes or hypertension? Yeah, it was probably the high blood pressure and the diabetes that probably killed you, but you wouldn't have died if you didn't have the coronavirus. This is how comorbidities work in every single other fucking disease you talk to. You're never actually killed. Most diseases don't kill you. I don't know if you knew that or not. Most diseases, like HIV, has not a single person in the history of the entire planet has been killed by HIV. Ever. Never. It has never, ever fucking happened. Because you don't die by having AIDS. HIV doesn't kill you. It just kills your white blood cells. It just kills your parts of your immune system. Opportunistic infections kill you. You sound like some guy that's like, oh, well, he didn't actually die by HIV. You know, it was an opportunistic infection, bro. It's not HIV at all. Like, how fucking stupid are you? That's not how any medicine works. You can look at any number of medical examiners, any number of people that talk about how any of these statistics are counted. I'm pretty sure Fauci himself, other people in NIH, other people in CDC have talked about how these stats are tabulated and how they actually figure out, like, oh, well, is this coronavirus death or is it not? You know, there's reasons why the numbers change afterwards. They go through, they gather all the numbers, they go back and look at some. Some they toss out, most they end up keeping. This idea, and even if we wanted to throw all of that, even if we wanted to get rid of all of that and say, oh, fuck, dude, comorbidities, you're right. All we could do is we could look up, oh, how about excess mortalities? If we look up excess mortalities in the United States, why are so many more fucking people dying? Fuck, just show me a goddamn graph. Why are so many more fucking people dying right now from comorbidities? How did that happen? Like, it doesn't make sense unless you're delusional.
Person on the street that has all the problems and all the negatives, and no one's. It's hard for me to talk about it in the classroom because I'm going like, they're asking for another candidate, and I'm saying we don't have one. And George Washington said the downfall of our democracy would be when we have 2 political parties and no one else.
I do agree with you, John, that there's a complete disconnect between the politicians and also the media, because I feel like, again, the media is, sorry guys, but quite biased, and there's always this agenda, and there's a disconnect between the media and politicians and the average person in the United States.
That's why I like listening to local media than national media. At least I get it a little bit better.
This guy listens to conservative local talk radio 100%. I've been listening to it here in Huntington Beach sometimes when I drive and get groceries, and holy shit, people are fucking mad as fuck here about lockdowns. At least in Huntington Beach. I don't know about the rest of LA or like California.
Frank, if I might interject really quickly, I just kind of feel like this entire process, we're forced to choose the lesser of two evils, and I like to, liken it to choosing the best seat.
Destiny, while I agree with you, excess deaths isn't enough. Deaths can increase due to lack of help elsewhere. Heard this from my college professor. Okay, sure. But lack of help due to what? What's filling up hospitals that's causing people to not get help?
Hell, like, which seat you prefer to sit in hell, so, yeah.
Who wants the job? That's the issue. There's not many people that want the job.
And Matt, you're up. What question would you like to ask them?
First of all, thank you, Frank, for letting me ask a question. Thank you all for participating in this. It's super interesting, and I love all the voices and the perspectives. I want to ask if...
yeah, not to mention the... I think Destiny misunderstood the comorbidity argument. No, dude, we've gone through the comorbidity bullshit so much. People claiming that, like, oh, in Florida, 90% of cases... What was the number? Like 94%... The big one. I think this was federally, not Florida. 94% of coronavirus cases weren't actually people dying because of the coronavirus. They were just dying because their fucking lungs stopped working. Oh, like, dude, you're so stupid. Oh, my God.
How COVID is playing into your decision in November, and also kind of separately to that are you thinking about normalcy? Because we've seen...
No, they're saying the U.S. has a higher rate of comorbidity, so coronavirus kills people. What about, just look at how many people are infected? Does having a comorbidity mean you're even more likely to get infected? Which comorbidities are we talking about? For instance, if we look up number of Australians with diabetes, because guess what? Australia's fat as fuck. Australia might have more fat people than the United States. Number of U.S. People, diabetes. I'm curious. Okay, in Australia, it's about 5%. I don't know if they measure it the same way that in the United States. In the U.S., it's about 10%. So twice as many people here have diabetes. Obesity in Australia. Obesity, Australia. 36% overweight, 31% obese. Obesity in the United States. 39%. Wait. Just show me a goddamn number. Adult obesity statistics. $42.4 for obesity compared to 31% Australians, and then 36% overweight. Okay, I think we have similar numbers of overweight onwards. I think we have more obese people. But even so, if we look at the difference between the United States and Australia, hold on. Australia's population is 25 million. So we'd expect that they would have about 4, 8, 12, 6, like 1/16th the amount. No, 1/15th the amount of cases. Do you think that 905 times 15, is this number going to get us to the 240,000 or whatever? Do you think do you think that it's a difference in comorbidities is explaining the difference between Australia and the United States here in terms of deaths? Like, really? Use Canada, it's 38 million. I don't know if Canada has similar rates of obesity. Also, there are other comorbidities as well. I'm just going by obesity too. But
I don't think that it's biased to say that it's been a weird 4 years. And are you thinking about a return to anything? Are you comfortable with where we are? Do you think that the idea that...
You keep pivoting to smaller population countries. USA has far more obese people per capita. I'm hiding you from the channel because I'm 99% sure that this is a fucking troll comment. Goodbye. Go sign up at Destiny.gg if you want to chat, because you're never chatting. Oh, wait, it's Spades Ackerman. I feel like I saw that guy type dumb shit earlier, too.
Things are heightened is made up or fictionalized by us, perhaps.
I would say, like, I don't think that the virus ended up, the transmittability of the virus, I don't think that's fake. I do feel that fear has been flamed and sensationalized, and that's problematic to me. But I honestly don't see any end in sight unless there's a vaccine developed and made readily available to everybody. But I also know that people aren't going to take the vaccine. So any type of return to any sense of like normalcy, I don't know what America, let alone the world, looks like moving forward. Like the world that we once knew, I don't ever see that coming back.
America's never going to be American. I'm curious. Anyone here not going to take the? And so we're going to get to you. Who's not going to take the vaccine here? Eric, you're not, and John, you're not. Tasha, you're not, and James, you're not. James, why aren't you going to take it? And then Tasha, tell me also. James, why won't you take it?
You know, I'm a registered pharmacist with the United States Board of Pharmacy, and I studied many years.
Wait, what? He's a registered pharmacist?
And I don't know. You know, our masks that we're making us wear, they're not even effective. I mean, you know, it's not an N95 certified mask. You know, you could go to a 99-cent store and buy or put a handkerchief around you, and it's going to protect you from these micron-sized particles. Give me a break. I mean, they taught me in pharmacy school that you quarantine the sick, not the healthy. I mean, everything seems backwards, and I'm like, you know, I don't know.
When you cough or sneeze, you don't cough micron-sized viral particles out of your mouth. It's the phlegm and the other large-scale stuff that comes out that carries the virus with it. The goal of a handkerchief isn't to block free-flowing movements of viral things just flying through the air. It's the stuff that comes out of your mouth, the droplets that come out of your mouth that's on like 2 orders of magnitude larger in scale that are blocked by the handkerchief. Droplets, yeah. I don't understand how that guy could make such an astoundingly fucking clueless comment. Not to mention the fact that we've literally seen studies now. We finally are getting studies out of masks actually being effective at reducing both the transmission and the, not acquisition, the transmission when you transmit to someone else and the infection, I guess, I don't know what you say, of people that are actually wearing these masks.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to take it.
Okay, well, you're... when a pharmacist doesn't want to take it, you're actually scared.
How about that healthcare professional? I know, and I you know.
Go ahead,
right?
Matt, ask your follow-up.
I just want to ask, just for perhaps a show of hands, do people blame the current state of the country at the feet of Donald Trump, or do they think that this is a broader issue, systemically with our healthcare or whatever the system is?
It's a people issue.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to decide as a group of people if we're going to mask or not mask. And if you're...
My favorite thing are these people that say that the mask isn't large enough to block or isn't fine enough to block the virus, but it is large enough to make it so that oxygen and carbon dioxide can't exchange. Those are my favorite ones. Where I don't know if they think the virus is smaller than molecules of oxygen or carbon dioxide, but I don't know, man. This is fucking Schrodinger's mask, dude. We've got fucking waveforms collapsing every time we try to see what's getting in or out of our fucking mask, I guess.
And I don't think it's not the president's fault if someone doesn't wear a mask. That's a personal decision. If you think it's going to work or you don't, I mean, that's a personal decision. And I don't think telling someone to do something is always going to be the best idea as well. You got to make that personal choice. And I don't know. That's the biggest thing I can say. It's not the president's fault.
Tasha, why aren't you going to take it? And then I'll go to Stephen.
I actually agree with James. My reasoning for not taking it is because I feel like our sense of normalcy is gone, yes. But I feel like out of fear, I should not be forced to get a vaccine that I don't need. I don't feel like all the vaccines that are given to my children are needed. I'm the mother of 4 boys, 2 of which are autistic. And I've done my own studies. We won't speak on that. But I don't really feel like the first vaccine that comes out necessarily is going to be a quick fix. Can we take some time? Can we figure this out? Because it's going to take more than a couple ideas. You know, this didn't just happen overnight. It will not be cured overnight. And everyone rushing into this thing that we call a vaccine. How do we know it is working or it is not working?
And Stephen.
Yes, I think also another problem is unfortunately one the president has brought upon himself, his tendency towards conspiracy theories, and then suggesting medications. Now, my late dad worked in public health for 52 years, a doctor, worked in public medicine for 52 years. And again, a vaccine just to have Operation Warp Speed, it sounds very like they're skipping some tests. And I think I would take the vaccine, but do I want to be the first one? Do I want to be the guinea pig? Now, we know people are getting it right now. Here in Kalamazoo, Michigan, Pfizer is manufacturing the vaccine. We're on our stage 3 trials with this. So far, it appears good, but that doesn't mean it's going to be good for everybody, because we're seeing other companies that are having people. Someone just died a few days ago from one of the other experimental ones. They're still evaluating it. I think the problem is there's this sort of anti-science perception that's happening. What about the CDC?
I could be wrong, but these people seem way more extreme than what I'd expect of an undecided voter. Every undecided voter is extreme. Extremely stupid.
You see, what happened to the meetings at the White House? My gosh, it's like all of a sudden Dr. Fauci is the enemy. I mean, it's like that kind of distracting and tragic nonsense. These people are dedicated professionals who've spent their entire lives working on research, and Dr. Fauci in particular. So yeah, that's my. I'm sorry, I'm going on too long, Frank. I apologize.
You blame Trump for that?
I think he's fishing for ideas. I think he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He wants people that perhaps identify with his view of what.
I disagree with this guy's conclusion, but this is actually a reasonable argument. If you've had a president that's peddled conspiracy theories to you over and over and over and over and over again, and now is like warp speeding through a vaccine telling you that you need to take it, I can understand why people would be worried about that.
Be like we have this thing with hydroxychloroquine. Is it any good?
Trump? I'm asking you a question. Do you blame Trump for this?
I would say you'd have to, in a way, because he started a process, but then his own process, he kind of like derailed it. I mean, it turns into a chaotic situation where nobody knows what's the truth. Is the science right or isn't it right? Is our master expert who's been with us for 30 years right or isn't he right? So that comes down to the psychology of the leadership, unfortunately, in my opinion.
Matt, thank you very much. I got a couple more people I got to go to.
Why are undecided voters stupid? Because they're usually just fucking crazy. There's a neoliberal tweet that's actually really on point. Like, people imagine that an undecided voter is like this careful moderate that's carefully weighing the policy positions of both sides, where it's like, I'm an undecided voter because I recognize the strengths of Donald Trump's rhetoric and his character, while I'm also balancing against the careful policy provisions that I think Biden could make. Like, this is how people view an undecided voter. An undecided voter is actually instead like, duh, I like Yang because I thought UBI would solve every problem. Now that Yang is gone, I kind of want to go for fascism, and I don't know what I want now. I'm trying to think. That's like what an undecided voter actually is. Undecided voters are not these arbiters of truth and justice that are very carefully weighing like the pros and cons of both sides. They're usually fringe extremists that are like just beyond fucking lost and are totally disconnected and uninformed of the political process. And then we kind of look to them to see like what they're doing. You know, like we peer into the zoo every now and then to see what's going on.
Got to bring two more people in. If Byron York is there, Byron, we're going to try to pull you in if you're still there from the Washington Examiner.
Biden?
And as he comes in, I'm going to ask you, who do you believe, and we can do a show of hands here, who do you believe will do a better job with the economy? After tonight's debate.
Hey, Frank, can you hear me? It's Byron now.
Yes, I can, but you got to hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Guys, who do you believe would do a better job with the economy after listening to the debate tonight? Joe Biden or Donald Trump? By show of hands, who would say Joe Biden? Who would say Donald Trump? Okay, clearly Trump is the clearly by that Trump is the preferred candidate. Jennifer, why do you Trump? Oh, God damn it! Now this.
on TV.
It's like I just play someone. I'm not even playing that person well. I'm not even. It's been a long day. Let me restart this because I'm actually going to use this segment on CNBC tomorrow. Almost all of you think Donald Trump is preferable on the economy after watching the debate tonight. Jennifer, why do you choose Trump over Biden?
I would choose Trump over Biden on the economy issue, just because of the fact that I believe that he has skills and has the knowledge and skill set to actually bring us ahead. I think that prior to COVID, the first 3 years of his presidency, he was doing great. And then COVID happened, and our economy has obviously gone into the tanker. And if there's somebody who's going to be able to get us out, I believe it's going to be him.
Elizabeth, I'm curious because there's stuff about Trump you don't like, and yet on the economy, you clearly believe he's preferable. Tell me why.
Well, I mean, it's the last 3.5 years, the economy was great prior to COVID, better than it ever was before. Our 401ks have grown like crazy. And even in this pandemic, look at the stock market. It's crazy. Everybody had jobs. And you know what? Here in Georgia, everybody can still have a job. Everywhere I go, there's help wanted signs everywhere.
Tasha, why do you think, and you have some very specific issues about Trump, but why do you think he's better on the economy?
Because like Jennifer said, it will take a special skill set. And just being a businessman, he has showed us that he can recover in many different areas.
Jill?
I am also concerned about Joe Biden's tax plan. So we know that Trump has shown us that we can have a good economy under him. And then Biden's tax plan, I mean, if 50 Cent is worried about it, I'm worried about it too. So, and I have the money that 50 Cent has, but I'm worried about it.
Okay, Holly, who's going to be better on the economy?
I think Trump is better on the economy. Its job growth has been strong throughout his 3.5 years up until the pandemic hit. Stock market has been up. He's created a lot of new jobs. He has brought manufacturing back to America. And like others have touched on, I just really think that he has a much stronger skill set and much stronger background to lead us through this challenging economic time rather than Joe Biden.
I'm dumbfounded because most of you are pretty critical of Trump's behavior, and yet you're very supportive of how he handles the economy.
So Frank, I'm not an economist by any means or stretch of the imagination, but one of the things that I remember from my econ class at UCLA was that raising the minimum wage has unintended consequences, and low skilled workers that raising the minimum wage is intended to help. They often get pushed out of jobs that they aren't necessarily. They'll get pushed out of jobs that would pay them that higher wage. So yeah, Joe Biden lost me when he said that on like economics.
He lost you in economics. That's a pretty big deal, Keith.
I'll say I'm very much in favor of raising the minimum wage, but
I think this is just something that I've looked into like over and over and over again. When people try to look at like the minimum wage, like here, like this red line here is the minimum wage. This idea that minimum wage like increases or correlates with unemployment, I've just never seen this ever in my entire life. I don't think it's true. I imagine you could probably find like some very, very, very disparate impact on like specific subsets of workers in certain regions, maybe. But this idea that raising the minimum wage just increases unemployment, I just don't think it's true.
Not for nothing, but for the first time in at least my lifetime, it's safe, at least in the first 3.5 years of the Trump presidency, if I lost my job, if I needed a job, I knew, I was more than confident that I could go out in the world and get a job. That wasn't the case during Obama's presidency. And I'm going to correlate the Biden, vice presidency under that administration.
Weren't you anti-national minimum wage before? I am anti-national minimum wage. I think a national minimum wage is stupid, but I think state minimum wages should all be higher.
So I don't want to return to that economy. Whether that's fair or not, I don't know.
Will anyone speak up for Joe Biden and his handling of the economy based on what you heard? Anybody? Okay.
Yeah, a 15 an hour national minimum wage, I'm not in favor of that. I think that's probably too much. And the idea that the minimum wage should be the same place in Washington, California, and New York as it should be in like Montana, Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, Ohio, it seems unlikely to me. Maybe it shouldn't even be a national minimum wage, or I'm sorry, maybe not even state minimum wages. Maybe there should be city minimum wages. Or maybe there should be a national minimum wage that's pegged on the cost of living in your city. Maybe something like that I'd be okay with. But the minimum wage needs to be weighted geographically, because it just doesn't make sense that somebody living in downtown Los Angeles has the same minimum wage as somebody living in a rural place in South Dakota. Yeah, 15 an hour flipping burgers in South Dakota, you'd live like a literal fucking king. I felt like I lived like a king when I was making 15 an hour in Nebraska, dude. Back in 2008, dude. When I was working at the casino, that was unreal. Holy shit. 2008, 2009, 2008.
Byron York, you get your question now.
Thanks very much for having me here. I was very struck by the difference when Frank asked you to give one word to describe Biden and Trump's performance. Biden, some of you said vague, very vague, nonspecific, cognitively impaired, old, uncomfortable, drunk, elusive, grandfatherly, and defensive. With Trump, it was controlled, composed, constrained, reserved, poised, con artist, presidential, controlled, calmer, restrained. Is that a big difference from the last time? And could it make a difference in how you ultimately decide to vote?
Byron, you forgot petulant.
I should have gotten petulant in there. Sorry.
Okay, guys, answer.
Yes, we've been wanting to see this man act presidential for 3 years, and he hasn't. And I mean, we get a glimpse of it, and it gives us hope, right? We went in, I think.
How can you be getting hope? The time for hope is past, honey. I'm sorry. We're 4 years in. It's over, dog. You can't be getting hope at the end, at the fucking sundown of this guy's presidency. Jesus fuck.
We haven't had that hope really since the elections of Barack Obama. As Jennifer spoke earlier, the past couple of elections have not been exciting. And we want someone to bring us something. And we know that Trump on the economy, but we don't trust what he's going to say. Tonight, he gave us a little bit of hope that he could be presidential. The past two debates, not at all.
Yeah, the first debate was a complete crap show. Everyone was talking over everyone. Chris Wallace couldn't moderate. I honestly felt that in this debate, Donald Trump did seem far much more presidential. I've been saying that his TV show, The Apprentice, the character and poise that he displayed on that TV show was far much more than what we've been getting. So I feel like the American people have been cheated. But tonight he showed, restraint in comparison to the first debate. And Joe Biden, again, he can't give a straight answer. Like, he's going to be so elusive. And so I kind of feel like that dichotomy that, it was so stark that I noticed it.
Jennifer.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
That there was a difference. Everyone's just talking about that this was a different Donald Trump tonight than in the previous debates and his previous communication.
That meant something to me. I was looking, that is one of the reasons why I have such reservations about pulling the lever for Donald Trump. He has shown me that he's been embarrassing. When I say Donald Trump is my president, I'm embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed by his policies necessarily. I'm embarrassed by what comes out of his mouth, that he has been so abrasive and mean to people. But the only person I really heard tonight call somebody a name was Joe Biden, and he didn't really do a very good job of doing it. And I don't know. So for me, it meant more.
Holly, you have the last word on this.
Yeah, I just think that, much like Jennifer, character has really been the biggest thing that's been holding me back from voting for Donald Trump. And tonight he showed that he can behave in a way that is presidential, that is more civil. And I think that will definitely affect my decision going forward.
So tonight was a big deal for you?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Byron, thank you very much. Sewell, I promised you one more question. After all, this is live streaming on the LA Times. What would you like to know?
Is your life better off now than it was 4 years ago? Who says better?
Most people say it's better, according
And
to the
who
polls.
says
Most
not
people say.
better.
Yeah.
Then I would ask, do you feel the country is better off now than it was 4 years ago? Who says better? Who says not better? Thanks.
Okay, and I'm going to give you, so I'm going to give you something because I want you to do a follow-up, which is those who say that we're not better off. Please tell us why. Other than the obvious, other than COVID, why are we not better off now than we were 4 years ago as a country? 3 of you, please volunteer.
As a country,
Go ahead.
Ladies first.
Tasha first.
As a country, I have seen many ups and downs, and we have always come back together. That was never a doubt in my mind. Having a marriage and having a home, it was founded on these values. So when I teach my children, I teach them these things, but my children can't see this. I can't see this in our country. How can we expect our next generation to go forward and instill the same values and create the same greatness that my parents and my parents' parents brought me into?
Jennifer.
I hate the fact that you cannot have a political conversation with people these days. You cannot have a conversation and talk with them about issues without being judged or called a name, or somebody says that you're this person or you're that person. And I hate the polarization. I hate that we can't have a conversation about race and without somebody pointing a finger or and listening to each other and having respect that we all come from different walks of life and listen to each other. That's the only way that we are going to grow. And I feel like we are way worse in that department. And I want us to come together. So in that topic of just us having conversation, having respect, listening, communicating with each other, we are way worse off. And unless we get our act together, we're going to get even further apart. And I don't want to see what 4 years from now's election is going to look like if the last two have been terrible.
I'd vibe with that.
Jennifer, is that in the executive branch or the legislative branch of our government?
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
I said, is that in the executive branch or the legislative branch of our government? It looks like all the discord is more in the, in Congress.
I think it's in the media.
Absolutely.
Media, yes.
Both.
Well,
I gotta say this. I have to say this. I'm a black man in America. This is the America that I inherited. This is the America that I always knew. So I mean, I want to be sensitive and say, for you all, it may, be something new, but this has been my experience, and I'm a 38-year-old man. This is nothing new to me, and that's why I said, my disposition, my position in America, it hasn't changed anything. I feel like if anything, it's forced people to talk about issues of race, and these are literally things for since we were emancipated, that we've been coming to our fellow countrymen, just asking for equal, seat at the table, and now it's like all of a sudden people are willing to listen. It's like, oh, the country is in such disarray, but you all have had a glimpse of what it is to be black in America for the past 6-7 months. Like, this is generational.
But you went to UCLA.
Yes, ma'am.
Well,
I'm a United States Army veteran.
Well, thank you for your service, and you deserve to go to UCLA. But that's far better college than I had. So, who's privileged? I mean, you worked. My husband's a veteran. But he never went to UCLA.
Okay.
I would say the difference. I don't think my life has been anything of one privilege. If anything, I kind of feel like my life, it has typified pulling yourself up by your bootstraps.
Well, I think everybody does, and I wish you well. You're the kind of person I think things are going to turn around for you, and you're going to do very well for yourself.
So I'm going to ask the final question, and most reporters aren't even on, which is funny to me because I'm now going to ask who you're going to vote for. But Sewell, do you have anything else you want to ask?
Moment, thanks.
Okay, is George Condon still on? If he is, bring him into
He's
the group.
one of the good ones, true.
If not, our final question, and I'm going to go through every one of you. The election were held today, and George is still on. So George, unmute yourself, and we'd like to see you, and you got one crack at a question for our group.
Okay, great. I appreciate it. I should let you know that I've been doing this, talking to voters after debates for the last 12 election cycles, going back to 1980, and the one constant in all of them is that voters every single time complain that they didn't get more specifics in 2-minute answers. So you're in very good historic company there. But my question was one thing that came up today in the debate that you didn't mention. Any reaction to the discussion about the president defending the separation of the children at the border and the fact that we can't find the parents for 500 of them?
I'm surprised none of you mentioned it. James, did you have a reaction to that?
Yeah, I think I came in late onto that, so I didn't really get to hear that part of the discussion. So
I appreciated that the president did discuss human trafficking because this is a very, very big issue to me. I am an international human rights lawyer, and he did talk about how many kids are brought in through trafficking. Now, Do we know? I feel like as the average person in America, I don't know if those children, many of them were brought in from human trafficking, or whether they truly were separated. Joe Biden said that they were separated from their parents. I would like a clear answer on that. That is something that is very important to me, and I don't think it's right. It's very wrong. So, I feel like we don't have a real clear answer on that. But I also thought that Trump did seem strong somewhat in his answer, and that he said that Biden built.
How can you be an international human rights trafficking lawyer? Is that what she said she was? And she's an undecided voter this far in? Who are these people?
I mean, in our discussion.
Why are 90% of the people here from red states rather than swing states on some certain political trends? Hold on, I had an RCP page up. So the top battleground states right now. We've got Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Arizona. So North Carolina, I don't know, I've got Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Florida, Georgia, maybe Georgia is right now, I'm not sure. I would imagine Georgia's pretty red, right? Fuck, am I wrong? Hold on. RCP, Georgia, presidential election. Isn't Georgia kind of close? Is it? I don't know. I haven't looked at Georgia at all. Oh, holy shit. Okay, never mind. Georgia's in play as well. RCP averages are shit. I mean, I'm just going by averages right now. I don't know. I mean, I imagine they must be somewhat within. Damn, dude. This could be a fucking blowout election. What about, like, hold on. I butchered the spelling on this. Oh, wait. Actually, I was fairly close. RCP uses actual F-tier polls. Okay. So, Georgia. Oh, damn. Are there just no good polls working in Georgia right now? Damn. So fairly even. Jesus. This is going to be a crazy election night. Holy shit. How are we doing in my okay, never mind. Fuck you, Nebraska.
With each other, we talked about how Trump was able to appear at least strong, but I don't know whether I believe him on that.
Somebody else.
I didn't hear the question, actually. I apologize. But I knew he was talking about the kids being separated. Obviously, it's a horrible situation. But honestly, I don't think either candidate kind of came out ahead or behind. Obviously, it's a horrific thing to happen to separate children from their parents. But again, I thought it was really weird that Joe Biden just refused to answer yet another question, especially when he said, well, who built the cage? And I think the reporter even gave...
Can I do like a half bully, half compliment? Frank looks way... This sounds like a bully, but it's really a compliment. Frank is looking way fucking better rocking a beard, okay? I just want to say A+ decision there to go for the facial hair. Okay.
10 seconds and Trump said, not Trump, excuse me, Biden said no. So I thought that was odd. When was the last time you heard a candidate say no, he doesn't want more time?
Yeah, I thought it was strange that we didn't also mention that there were tens of thousands of people coming to our border at that moment in time.
You might have lost weight.
It was sort of almost like being inundated by COVID. I mean, we had to react in some way. Maybe all the decisions weren't perfect, but we had to do something.
I'm surprised there weren't more than 500 the way they were coming through. And they said that some of the parents were running their kids out to these traffickers to get other people into the country. So I don't know. It's a big, mean world out there.
Okay, we're now to the final question. And George, thank you. And people here, George and I have known each other for almost for 30 years now. Not since the beginning of when he was reporting, but very early in his career. Here we go, guys. If the election were held today, I'm going to ask each one of you. If the election were held today, for whom would you vote? Eric, I'm going to start with you.
I don't know. Honestly, don't know. I guess I don't know.
So the ambassador from a European country was complaining that you guys weren't undecided enough, and you're still undecided after 2 presidential debates and a vice presidential debate and billions on advertising, and you still haven't come up with a point of view. Stephen, if the election were held today, who would you vote for and why?
Well, despite my reluctance on some of the, for sure, the medical...
Oh, ew. Oh, no. Corporate attorney and investment advisor, Georgia State Representative. Georgia State Representative. Did real Donald Trump just say 545 kids they can't find their parents for came over through cartels and coyotes? How the hell does a coyote bring a whole human across the border? Lord, stop talking. So coyotes are like names for people that I think you give to you give like your children to smuggle, right? Colloquially, a coyote is a person paid by migrants to illegally guide or assist them across the U.S.-Mexican border. Or I guess they can be people that help you get across as well. It doesn't have to be children, sorry. But yeah, these are like people that have, it's not like an actual coyote. it's not like, or maybe it could be, I guess, if it's a really well-trained coyote. Maybe it's possible. I mean, I'm not gonna go ahead and rule that out. I mean, it's okay.
Issues that we've been dealing with COVID, it would still be President Trump because of the vagueness that we've discussed this evening about the Biden plan. And maybe it's online, but on the other hand, it's really a difficult choice this time because we know of the shortcomings and his appearance tonight, even though it appeared presidential. I'm going to wait till tomorrow morning and see what kind of tweets we're going to see. What is the tweet output going to be in the morning? Is it going to go back to this, or can he sustain the image that he has? And that to me was more appealing. And he's certainly tough. He's doing something in Mexico to help prevent the working with the government.
Flex your Cuban on us and pronounce it the Hispanic way. I don't even know if that's even, is this a Spanish word? Coyote? I have no idea if that, I don't know if that works.
To try to stop the caravans and do
Oh, it is? Okay, I don't know. I don't know how you would pronounce this.
stuff. But again, it's a very complicated issue, and I think our expectations may...
No, the accent is on the single list. Coyote. Coyote? Coyote? It wouldn't be coyote, right? It'd be coyote. I think? I don't know. Close enough. Some Hispanic guy in chat will know.
For all of these people, it might be just simply too high. It's a long-term thing that has to be worked on. But right now, I'd go with Trump because the other candidate, he's been there for a long time and he has a lot of knowledge. But is that going to do it? You still need this sort of maverick.
Jim, I mean, it's not Jim, Jill. I would have thought that by this point, it's so late that Stephen would have actually given an answer in the amount of time that I could actually use it. But it seems like he's getting longer as we are going on. And if I call on him again, a few of us may expire by the time he's done telling us something very simple.
Okay.
Jill, if the election were held today, for whom would you vote and why?
I feel like I would want to write in someone.
If Texas goes blue, do you think it'll stay blue, or is it going blue because of Trump? I have no idea. Dude, no one knows. You can try to ask people to predict, but nobody fucking knows. Okay. Here, can I wait? Hold on, because I have some people. Please, can you guys please do this? Please do this for me. Okay. I'll do this. I'll follow through. I have in the past. If you are following other political streamers and they are confidently trotting out these predictions about what will happen, please, 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 please force them to bet real money and show you their bets. Otherwise, tell them to shut the fuck up or temper what the fuck they're saying, okay? If you're going to have people like me that are out here making these strong predictions and they're going to put their reputation behind it, put a little bit of money behind it as well. If you're so confident that somebody's going to win or somebody's going to leave, if you're so confident on that, then put some money behind it, dog. Are you going to make any bets? Yeah, fucking actually, wait, what is predicted? I'll put 1,000 on Biden or whatever at least like the mandated, at least what's allowed. Oh yeah, and it's even like decent odds, 64-41. Yeah, fuck it. I'll do it. I'll do it right now. Yeah, I think anybody that's going to make predictions or whatever, like you should put some money on it. Like if you're going to come out here, you're going to be so fucking strong and so brave about it, then put some money on it, dog. Ooh, I already cashed out my Bernie win. No, I mean my my Biden win against Bernie in Iowa, I think. Was it just in Iowa or was it overall? I think it was overall.
And I know that when you get into the box, when you're that undecided, a lot of times it's just the easier thing to go with the incumbent. And so I say that I want to write in somebody, but I may just vote Trump, except for my conscience in a lot of ways really keeps me from wanting to do that, frankly.
How much did you make off that? I think I bet $850. I think I made like $30. It was not worth it.
John, what's your answer?
I go back and forth every day, and I hear from my wife, and my wife is a Biden supporter, and my neighbors are all Trump supporters. And again, if I had to make a decision based on this debate and this debate only, I would go with Trump.
And why?
Just because he has at least some answers. Biden, like we said before, doesn't have the answers. He talks in platitudes. He walks around.
1,000 is literally nothing to you? Yeah, sure. So then it should be easy. Just as easy. Go to him and say it. All these streamers are making a fuck ton of money. Yeah, $1,000. That's not money. That's posturing almost. It's not that much money. Yeah, put $1,000 on it. If you really believe it, make them bet. Make them fucking bet on it, okay? Hold their feet to the fire.
The proverbial elephant in the room. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to touch it because it might come back to haunt me later. I don't know who's going to be president, him or Kamala.
Keith.
Me?
Yep.
404 Studios is molding in YouTube chat. Why? 404 Studios. What is he saying? I don't care if I'm cringe, who cares? I worry about my family at the end of the day. Oh, so he must be a Biden supporter, right? I'm Native American? Okay, oh, he's a memer? Not trolling, dude. I'm standing. Oh man. Okay, but what if Trump wins? Tell me. What if he wins? Oh my god, wait, have I been missing good memes? I'd rather vote Republican this year than the far left. Okay. This is about as dumb as every other Twitch or YouTube chatter.
I don't know. It's like picking the lesser of two evils. If I had to go with one person, I would say probably Trump, because I mean, at least he has proven something in his 4 years that he has, you know, kind of turned around the economy, provided jobs for people, and I mean, I honestly think that he has a personality problem, to be honest. But I mean, he has shown what he can do. And I mean, despite, I mean, we all have our flaws and stuff like that. I mean, nobody is perfect. I mean, this election, I mean, in itself is not perfect. But I mean, if those were the only two of the local evils, then I would just choose him.
Jennifer.
Nobody's being
really
It
want
sounds like some shit you say when you get caught plagiarizing. Fucking college. Hey man, nobody's perfect.
to vote for Joe Biden. I really do. But I just, based on tonight's performance, Donald Trump, I guess, if I had to make a decision.
What was it about tonight's performance?
I saw a lot of just lack of confidence. I saw him showing a little bit of his age. That worries me to my core. You know, when we were trying to vote for Biden 15 years ago, 12 years ago, it was a no-brainer. It was like, yeah, Obama, Biden. But this time around, I feel like he's not going to be the president, and I'm not really going to be voting for him. I'll be voting for something else or an idea. And so based on just based on what I've seen so far from Donald Trump, I guess I'll have to go with Donald Trump.
Tasha, what's your response?
My response, according to tonight, I would be voting for Donald Trump based on the information that he was able to answer, whereas Joe Biden was very elusive. He seemed like he may not have been as quick on the draw, and I can't fully give myself to someone that I need to lead us as a nation. I can't think that he will be the man for the job, whereas Donald Trump has turned around and he has showed us over the last three and a half years that the economy can be strong. We just got to work on other parts. So Trump, for me, is the lesser of the two evils.
And Holly, I'm not going to go through everyone. So Holly, how do you answer this question?
Very begrudgingly, Trump.
And why begrudgingly? What was tonight? What did it teach you or tell you?
I think tonight just proved that Donald Trump can be presidential and can control himself and be restrained. But ultimately, I do question his character. But when it boils down to it, I really trust him on policy more than I trust Biden.
Okay, so I want to thank you for joining us. And I do want to make the comment to you all that this is what we've been seeing, that the undecideds are not undecided because they're choosing between two different policies. They are judging Trump's character, and they are judging Biden's candor and what they think he is or is not going to do. And they're trying to come up with a decision over which of those is more acceptable to them. Living with 4 years of indecision about Biden's real plans, or living with 4 more years of Donald Trump. And that, frankly, they're not choosing between two candidates they like. They're choosing between, as several of you have said, the lesser of two evils. And I'm sorry that you feel that way, but it is what it is. We've gone on for an hour and 25 minutes. I want to thank you guys for your participation. I hope you found it interesting. I found you all fascinating. And by the way, we're going to do this again. I don't know if it's going to be done with the LA Times, but on the night before the election, I'm planning on convening another set of 15 or so voters to find out why they did what they did. And I'm leaning towards people who voted for Trump 4 years ago and will be voting for Biden the following day. But you'll have to tune in to see what we actually do. So thank you very much for participating. And everybody, we are now done.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you for inviting us.
Take care. Well,
You're welcome, guys. Thank you.
everybody. Let's go.
Oh wait,
Ads aren't going to matter. There is this week.
we're done. Okay. Oh no, oh fuck. He's just putting a stream key and everything. Yikes. Hopefully he deletes that shit, because somebody could easily start streaming on their stream right now. I shouldn't have said that on my stream, sorry. But okay, good luck. Dude, Kyle Kalinske is fucking lost it, man. That dude is a fucking stooge. Delete the VOD. You might get banned for showing it. What do you mean? I was literally watching his stream. Hold on, I'm gonna unmute donations or unpause them and let the flood come.
I'm now in the fucking DGG. I feel like a pedophile in contacting these degens. Give me your debate tactics for Shapiro, please. Trump did nothing but whine. He also has no plan after dismantling Obamacare. Every question on what he will do in second term was what he's done.
Hold on. Okay, if I buy no's on Trump, that means I'm saying that Trump's not going to win, right? No's on Trump are 59
Love you,
cents.
babe. Keep up the good work.
Yeses on Biden are 64 cents. So I should buy no's on Trump instead, right?
YouTube chat is the best.
When I try to buy no's, it says
search for my country.
We have reached
Chile
the
also
maximum
play
number of
World
traders
Warcraft.
on this contract. Can you no longer buy shares?
You should debate R&R Law Group. He seems like the David Pacman of the right. As weird as that may sound. He seems to think the Hunter Biden stuff might be credible.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Rip to my favorite Twitch emotes F's in the chat.
Someone needs to sell their position for it to pay out? Well, aren't there contracts on the market for... I don't understand.
Awesome job tonight, Destiny. Bonus meme, malarkey.
Wait, I don't understand. Oh, god damn it.
Dude, you are pissing me off. There are 40 claim lines. We attribute a cause of death to the top claim, so if you die of heart issues we look at the upper claims. If that says COVID-19 then it is COVID-19.
Okay, cool.
I need to design a wood chipper disguised as a voting booth and sell it. Jesus fucking Christ, these people.
I'm pausing these for a second. I'm looking at a list. I feel like, am I not looking at a book? Hold on. I don't understand how this site works. So my guess is that I'm looking at a trade book here, no? Where these are trades that are currently... So these people are selling no's. And these people are buying no's? I don't understand how this works. It looks like these people are trying to buy at higher prices than these people are selling at? Or can somebody explain to me? Why am I not understanding this? It's called a spread. Yeah, I don't understand the spread. It's an open market. They're trying to make money on the fluctuation. Sure, but I don't understand how... What am I looking at? Is this like the number of outstanding orders trying to buy at 60 cents, and these are the number of outstanding orders trying to sell at 57 cents? Like, how is that possible? Shouldn't this be switched? Like, shouldn't this be sells, and these are buys? Oh, or is it giving me the option to buy from these people because these are the sell orders, and it's giving me the option to sell to these people because these are the buy orders? Is that what it's doing? Sorry, it's basically okay. I think I understand it now, right? Okay, my bad. So these are the sell orders on the books. These are the buy orders. How can I not? If this is an order on the book right now, if these are sell orders, why can't I buy them? It says the maximum number of contracts is reached. So can nobody exit their position? Predicted is so unintuitive. Or I'm just being dumb. Can I buy for 63 cents? We've reached the maximum number of traders. Oh, god damn it. Predicted as limits on daily trading to remain legal. Okay, well, remind me tomorrow morning. You're betting on Biden, right? Yeah, of course. Okay, I'll look through more donations. 1 second.
Biden is 160 on gambling sites to win and 500 to win the popular vote. Is it fair to put an irresponsible amount of money on either of these?
It's minus 160 and minus 4.
Hi
What does
Destiny,
that mean?
I fairly new to politics, I'm only 15, but I don't understand when people say never listen to polls and whatnot. Why are polls said to be inaccurate like in 2016? You seem like a reasonable guy, XQCL.
The polls weren't inaccurate in 2016. The projections were inaccurate. Which party will
Remember
win?
these people vote, but Dan doesn't.
We've reached maximum number of trades.
Like
We can't do it.
in like someone else's life.
WTF, I still have a sub anniversary? Ferret LOL.
Shut the fuck up, Mootin, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Sellers are called market makers and provide liquidity by profiting off of the spread.
You gnome fuck!
Cool.
Ferret LOL.
Can you go on the difference, please? I feel like I describe this all the time. But I'll do it one more time. Sure. Okay. Let's say that we are 10 days out from an election. Okay? Let me pause these.
All those people ain't black malarkey.
Let's say that we're 10 days out from an election, okay? Let's say that on our last poll, let's say that the poll comes in and it's 40 to 60, and we're relatively confident that these polls are accurate, okay? If it was a 40 to 60 difference, if it's a 20-point difference in this poll for side A or side B, and somebody would ask you, oh, well, what are the chances, sorry, don't draw on the top left, what are the chances that B wins the election? Then I would say like it's going to be like 99.9%. It's massively in favor of B, right? They've got a 20-point lead 10 days before the election, right? And then as this gets, or maybe I would say 95%, sorry. And then as we go to like 5 days, as we go to like 2 days, as we go to 1 day, even if the margins narrow a bit, right? Even if it's like 42, 58, the closer we get to the election, the more closely we would imagine the polls are going to resemble the actual turnout, right? So I might project, even with like a 20-point or 18-point difference or whatever, I might project, or 16-point difference, I might project like a 99% chance to win, right? I'm being hyperbolic, right? But I'm just saying like this down here is not the polls. These are projections. But how you get to these projections based off the polling numbers is very complicated. It involves a lot of different assumptions and maths behind them to make them work. But like if I take a poll 1 day before an election and that poll is like 54, 46, it's an 8-point difference, but that's massive. But most of the polling in the 2016 election was pretty on. It wasn't that far off. There were a couple blips here and there, but for the most part, most of the polling was on. Just some of the projections were kind of off. The chance of a Biden Electoral College win if he wins the popular vote by X points. Oh, nice. If polling is not for projection, what is it for? Polling just tells you the raw numbers of how many people you think are going to vote in a given size, or for a given person. That's all a poll is. A projection is trying to guess the statistical likelihood of who's going to win. So a poll might say, oh, 45 versus 55. A projection will say 85% chance of winning. Lenny Johnson would like a word about being the president who did the most for black people. It is somewhat telling that no one is even pretending that Obama did the most. I don't think Obama was in the position to do the most. What could you do as a president today that would be like greater for black people than like the Civil Rights Act? What would it be? Would we ever say he could pardon all nonviolent offenders? Wait. Think about it. Think about what you're saying. Use your brain for 1 second. So somebody pardons all nonviolent offenders, and you're like, wow, bro, that was greater than the fucking Civil Rights Act. Amen, brother. Hey, really? Do you think somebody would really say that? I think, if you really wanted to get to that level, even if you really maybe if we did reparations plus ended the war on drugs plus got rid of every ghetto, I don't know, you'd have to do so much. And they'd be like, yeah, that was greater than the Civil Rights Act. What a stupid fucking tweet.
It's summer 2021. You were stubborn and voted for Joe Biden. Somehow he won. No more orange man in office. Your life is great, right?
I'm gonna take issue with this video because she's looking pretty orange. So I don't know if I trust her here, but... Train is putting together a podcast per night, and I just looked. I hope I don't get shit for this, but I see that Candyland is in the... God damn it. I'm sorry.
No. Let's take a look at what you actually voted into office. Vaccines are now mandatory and forced. Masks are now mandatory and forced everywhere. You can no longer go anywhere without having both. They took our guns. We can no longer protect our family and our homes. Crime runs rampant in the streets. And they abolished the police, so there's no one to call for help when you need it. They abolished the prison system. Criminals, free, everywhere. America has turned into a scene from The Purge. But this is what you wanted, right? No more Trump? You couldn't stand the thought of 4 more years with Trump. So you sacrifice America.
How awkward do you think it is to record these videos? Like, imagine, she's not saying anything while she's recording, so she's literally just, like, standing here. "40 more seconds. Okay, Q2. Oh, okay. TikTok at 31 seconds. I have to, no, make a confused face. Oh, do that. Count to 3. That's good. I don't know what comes after 3. 4, I think. We're kind of, one of our fingers is a little bit iffy there. Oh, 5. Okay, we got him. Oh, cool. Okay. Another surprise face. Arms crossed. 15 more seconds, I guess. Do the twirly thing. You record the audio first and just react to it? Oh, god damn it. I don't know. Fuck this. I don't do TikTok. Fuck you. Okay, never mind. I thought it was at least a little bit harder than that. Never mind. Fuck you guys. Oh! I'm doing a thing on my subreddit now. I didn't do it today. Okay, fuck. I didn't do yesterday's because I did D&D this morning and then the debates. But if you want, you can submit articles that you want me to read. Oh. From now on, and we'll open the stream by doing an article review every morning, okay? I'm gonna start doing this. And on Reddit, this part doesn't actually matter. Did you know that? It's actually this part right here. So now the linkers all have a place to congregate. Any topic or has to be streamlit? Just whatever's going on, and then people will upvote, downvote accordingly.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Wow, 6 months, what a waste of money.
Thank you.
What do you think about Kyle Kulinski saying that Biden is a war criminal for supporting the Iraq war and everyone who voted for it should be arrested? Wouldn't that be authoritarian to arrest someone based on the way they voted?
That's a way more complicated issue than Kyle Kulinski probably gives it credit for. The idea of we would go around arresting senators that voted in favor or against like certain wars is a pretty strange idea to me. So I don't know.
People talking about politics and shit.
Loading 0%.
It's just
loading,
another fucking
7%.
football
Loading,
team versus
34,
football
loading,
team situation
60%.
where you don't.
Loading,
People talking
world
about
name,
politics
difficulty,
and shit.
Loading 0%.
It's just
loading,
another fucking
7%.
football
loading,
team versus
34,
football
loading,
team situation
60%.
where you don't really fucking
loading,
care, but
done.
it's fun to hate on the other team. And
wait, why am I not hearing anything? Did I fuck something up on my sound? Hold on. Can you guys hear that? I I can hear that. Wait, why can't I hear my headphones? Can you guys hear that? Wait, what the fuck could possibly be happening right now? I am so confused. Wait, test. Okay, you guys can hear that. I can hear this, and you hear this. So my mixer's working. But I can't hear anything from my computer. Oh, why? How? Restart your driver? I could disable and re-enable? It still works for you guys. I can't hear anything though. Why? What happened?
Have a toilet.
Oh, how did I hit this button?
Difficulty.
And shit.
Loading. 0%.
Oh no, wait.
0%.
That's not the button I want to hit. Hold on.
It's just
Loading.
another fucking
7%.
football
Loading.
team versus
34.
football
Loading.
team situation.
60.
Okay, sorry. This is what I'm looking for. I'm so sorry. Okay. My bad. Alright.
People talking
World
about
name
politics
difficulty.
and shit.
Loading. 0%.
It's just
Loading.
another fucking
7%.
football
Loading.
team versus
34.
football
Loading.
team situation
60%.
where you don't really fucking
Loading.
care, but
Done.
it's fun to hate on the other team and have some sense of community with your team. That's the only logical explanation I can think of. People talking
World
about
name
politics
difficulty.
and shit.
Loading. 0%.
Well, this is like true as fuck. This is true. Most people online that follow politics don't actually give a fuck about the actual issues. They just like to have teams of people. And they like have communities that they feel like they're. Okay, sorry.
Chat, this dumb fuck can't hear. Help him, ooh.
You gnome fuck!
Hey Destiny, I just put in my entire savings for Biden winning after seeing you goad me into doing it. I am confident Biden will win, but just in case he doesn't, I know you'll compensate me since you were the one who told me. Also, Ayaya wins.
Okay. Please click Kogasa's link. What in the fuck is going on?
What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? I got M&Ms. Can you hear it? Look, come here. Over your head, you got to keep as straight an arm as you can.
Okay.
And then from that distance, you have to catch as many M&Ms in your mouth.
Oh!
You're going to do way better than me. Okay, pop the top. On the count of three. 1, 2, 3, go.
This slow-mo started way too early. Wow, this is great.
My main goal.
Okay, we're done looking at random links. Nope. 10 out of 10. Ondoy Mark is the last memer that we're clicking. Mute links on. Good luck.
Don't stop, we're in luck now. Don't stop, there's so much to be found. We can't find paradise. All we have to do is go, free your soul. Mysteries abound, made of a deep energy. Flows all around, but I will go fearless and don't stop.
Okay. We're done. All right, well. Hey! Are you tired of the drab political commentary in Twitch chat and YouTube chat? Are you ready to ascend to the next level? Check out my cool website at destiny.gg. There's a bunch of cool dudes here. You can go to the chat. You can sign up on the website. You can link your YouTube account. You don't have to give me your password or anything. You can talk to all these cool memers. How cool would that be? Wow. Don't be a YouTuber or a Twitcher forever. You need to. It's time to ascend.
Pussy. We call your main bitch Pussy Hood, cause all we do is Joan and pussy. Money the only paperwork I
Getting paid just throwing away money. I love you.
Ice like I'm trying to make a knot go down. 21. 21. When the police hit the lights, I do. You're a fucking statistician.
This Halloween I'm going as Kenny too. Ripperino, cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, dabbuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, al pacino, my duderinos.
Good one, dude.
I'll catch you guys tomorrow, Reno. Peace out.
You gnome fuck!
Hey buddy, sativa dominate hybrid is best pre-rolls IMO. Hey chat cat jam, partner, less than 3, oats kiki 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 kiki.
Oh, I don't know what the fuck you just said, but...
Tiny.
Do you get money from these anymore?
I don't actually know. I don't know where any of that money is going, but good luck. Okay. I'm going to be on Trains Podcast soon. I'm hosting Bose in the meantime. I will be on Trains Podcast in a bit. I love you guys. It's been fun. And I will see you there. Thanks for joining me today. Follow my Twitter.
You're a fucking statistician.
Riverina, cappuccino, poppuccino, 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 cappuccino, my duderinos. I will catch you guys tomorrow, well, tonight on stream with a train, but yeah.